Winning cures everything. Now for your hosts, Gary and Chris.
Welcome in, Winning Cures Everything / Westlot Pirates. We are ready to rock and roll with the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. I am Gary. We will go ahead and let everybody introduce themselves. We'll start with John. You go ahead.
John Lacombe.
Westlot Pirates.
Westlot Giannini. I'll roll. I'll take the next one.
There you go. And then Sam.
Sam Walter, Westlot Pirates. Let's do it, baby. Come on.
Okay, what a...
And Scuzz is somewhere cleaning up Sonny Ryan Field, I think, picking up litter somewhere in the mid-level.
That is 100% what's happening.
If you squint, you can see him.
That is 100% what's happening. I am so stoked about what is going on. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Obviously, we're not quite on the clock yet. I'm watching the ABC feed, but we've also got the ESPN feed, the NFL Network feed. What's the other one? Are those the only three?
Well, I think the ESPN feed and the ABC feed, I mean, they're both obviously the same. It's just a matter of, are you watching the college guys? Are you watching the NFL guys? Do you want
and us
and Kuiper, or do you want
McAfee's got his going on, so yeah.
Sure.
There's always that. So yeah,
Robert Mays with The Athletic is going to be firing on a little bit later. So there's a lot of live streaming going on. Thanks for joining us. This is awesome.
We do this every year. For those that have not joined us for the NFL Draft before, this is what, fourth year? I think that's right.
God.
Third or fourth.
It is.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's been a little while. But we are excited about it. And I got to tell you, Chris missed a couple of years ago, but he was here last year. And last year, man, it really helped us get through a rough stretch. I mean, it was pretty crazy. So,
that's putting it mildly.
Yes, I was. We were all dealing with a whole lot of mess. But right now, everything seems good. We got 50,000 people out there on the streets in Cleveland. It looks nice in what I have seen as referred to as the mistake by the lake. I don't know that that's the politically correct term. Chris, maybe
That's what Chris calls it, I think.
No. Listen. There was a day and a time where that was what it was, okay? I don't hide from that. I don't deny that. This is my city, baby. All right, and they are putting on a show for the whole country to see that Cleveland is a happening place.
It most certainly is. We've already got some guys in the chat. Brown Yeti said, "Sup, fellas? Let's watch this crapshoot." Chase to Cincy, please, from Taylor. And Garen Thomas, where do you guys think Aaron Rodgers is going to land now with all the reports saying he doesn't want to stay in the Packers organization?
We got some thoughts.
We got a ton of news today, right? A ton of news. Let's
we'll
talk
start with Tim Tebow. We got to start with Tim Tebow, right?
Let's start with Tebow, then we'll jump into Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, there's news about the Saints trying to trade into the top 10. I don't know how that's possible, considering they gave up every draft pick that they had for the next decade, trying to get Davenport a few years ago. The Pats possibly trading up. They talked to everybody between 4 and 14 are the reports. But let's start with Tim Tebow to the Jags. It's not done.
I'm kidding. We don't really.
Sam just wants to run through Denver Broncos quarterbacks. Starting with
Broncos quarterbacks.
Up and including Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
hey, does anybody think it's out of the realm of possibilities that Tebow could actually be on the roster this year?
Yes.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all.
I think 10 years ago, it's a lock. I think he was
right
born
now
to be an NFL tight end.
He is still Urban's golden boy. And he is a beloved figure from Jacksonville, or right outside anyway.
There's a man in the college football world that I respect a lot, okay? And his name is Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk Herbstreit is hitting the sauce earlier than we are right now. Right?
I don't know about all that.
Kirk Herbstreit's got a quote out right now. It says, Urban Meyer is going to win in Jacksonville, not necessarily with X's and O's, but win the culture of finding players and finding better players than his opponents, i.e. recruiting. I don't even know if that's how the NFL works.
I think that's
and motivating those players.
In the draft. Yeah.
What is Herbie doing?
I don't know.
He likes Urban.
What do we think of Urban? Or what do we think of Urban? This is going to be his first draft, his first NFL. does being an elite recruiter have anything to do with being an NFL head coach?
Not in the slightest.
No way.
It is a lot of fun to hear him, though.
I mean, like, I'm excited about Urban. Like, I think it could be really, really interesting. But, I think of looking at the flip side, you got an NFL guy who went to college in Herm Edwards. And that was way better of a success than anyone thought was going to be. Going this way, college coaches going to the NFL really don't work all that often. I mean, you just don't see it happening. And, gotta love Urban Meyer. Maybe you gotta. I don't know if you have to or not, but
I liked Chris's face there.
Chris doesn't like Urban Meyer. I'm about to send a tweet to the group chat. Somebody is shitting on Dabo Sweeney's suit, and it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy.
Again, it's all about Lawrence and just taking Lawrence number one. And if Lawrence pans out, that's it. But I think the only thing with Urban is the whole issue seemed to be forever with him that stress was an issue and stress was affecting his health. And that was at the college level. And now he's going to go into the NFL. So I don't know. But I think this literally was all about Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence has the ability to get Urban Meyer to come and coach the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's like that's what he is. And that's the prospect everyone thinks he's going to be.
Most certainly. It's all about Trevor. Trevor can do anything. I love Sunshine. I'm a big fan, obviously. I think that he's going to do fantastic things in the NFL, but we are missing the story right now. The story is Aaron Rodgers. We got to get back to Aaron Rodgers. Is he going to stay in Green Bay? Is this all – because we've seen this happen twice already, right? We've got the Texans who said that they are not trading Deshaun Watson, and then, of course, we saw everything that happened after. And then there was Russell Wilson, and he wasn't happy in Seattle, and blah, 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 blah. And he ain't going anywhere. Like, it seems that they have cleaned up that mess with the relationship between the head coach and whatnot.
For now.
But Aaron Rodgers, this shit's been going on for 3 weeks now. A long time, according to reports. He wants an extension. He doesn't want to restructure.
Since a year from a year ago today, one might say, it's been going on.
Oh, man, did we not have a blast watching that happen last year? My God. I'm only hoping that we get something nearly as awesome as that this go round. I tend to believe that they will deal Aaron Rodgers because I don't think that they want to. I know he just won an MVP, but he is an older quarterback, and if you are already looking ahead, like this past year was great, but they drafted Jordan Love on a first-year rookie deal for a reason last year. If you can't get a deal worked out, if you can't get things working, you're not just going to you're going to sit and fine him if he decides to sit out? We've seen guys sit out for less. Like, trade him and get a king's ransom.
Well, that's the question is what can you get for him? Like, not knowing exactly what his salary cap hit, how much dead money would go on the Packers cap, how much money would get transferred to the new team. I just haven't seen like the details behind what his contract. This all happened like a couple hours ago. And like the fact that immediately San Francisco, Denver, and Vegas were kind of his preferred 3 destinations. I talked to my dad just a little bit ago and it's like, what do we make of this? And is this something that, could this happen? Would we want it to happen? What would it mean for the future of the program? Broncos just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. Not that Teddy Bridgewater is like a long-term deal, but that's some quarterback insurance for the big question marks that is Drew Lock. What would it take to get Aaron Rodgers?
I'm curious of the deals. I'm curious of the offers that they would get now. The other thing is, so like you named the Raiders. Yep. And literally I just saw somewhere where John Gruden somewhere said, we'd love to have him. We don't have the money. Like, we couldn't pay him. And so apparently they're so cash strapped that they wouldn't be able to pick him up if they could make a deal for him. That's kind of sad on their part.
His cap hit this year, by the way, Aaron Rodgers, $37.2 million.
It's a lot.
And his dead cap hit is $38.35. So
I don't know if y'all are watching right now,
that money.
but
Give
greatest
Sam a chance.
the greatest offensive lineman in the history of football is standing on the stage right now.
yes. You got Joe Thomas. Who's the guy on the left side?
Well,
the two guys.
I see a guy who looks like maybe like a skinny white wide receiver, but where's Joe Thomas?
That's Joe. He looks like a tight end. He's probably Gronk size right now.
I'm surprised.
Is that Bernie Kosar up there?
I'm surprised
yeah.
that Joe is not out fishing right now.
No.
Right.
This is his city. Now there's two different things. That was his day. This is his city.
Let's see. Jumping through some of these comments right quick. Let's see. Zamora wants to know who we think the Chargers are drafting and will they move up. They're at number 14. I doubt that they're going to move up. I would imagine they're going to grab an offensive tackle if there's one available. If not, who knows?
There's no better place to be than the mid rounds of this draft, not needing a quarterback.
Oh, you
I
got
would
that
sit
right.
where you are.
Yeah,
Yep.
just sit around and see who falls. See who
And,
falls.
I've seen a lot of mocks having our boy Rashawn Slater going to the Chargers. I would not like that personally, being a Bronco fan, but having Slater blocking for Justin Jackson,
That'd be good. It'd be fine.
Don't hate that entirely.
I don't know that he's going to really be blocking for Justin Jackson.
Hey,
Chris,
now.
all this hate.
Hey.
All this hate. McKinnon says, happy draft day, boys. Taylor said, poor Dabo. Darren said, Tebow needs to quarterback again. He was disrespected from Denver. And then he said, am I wrong on the disrespect with Tim Tebow?
Yeah, you're
yes.
wrong. There's a couple of videos floating around of him throwing footballs in practice, and I haven't thrown a football in maybe 12 years, and it wouldn't look that bad. So
Yeah, he was not good. Like the fact that he won a playoff game in Denver just still baffles me. And
It's one of the most unbelievable things I've. So I was sitting in a Hooters in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, because it was the day before the Alabama LSU national championship game down in New Orleans, and I sat and watched that entire game, and it was mind-boggling. It made zero sense to me how he was able to do that.
I'm going to listen to Joe Thomas talk.
Go ahead.
y'all
Go ahead. You do your
talk
thing.
amongst yourselves.
Let's see. That Meyer stuff is him finding ways to honorably leave a program. Let's see. McKinnon, who actually can genuinely pick up Aaron Rodgers. I don't know about that. And then Ryan McCracken said that isn't Larry Allen. I don't know who can actually pick up Aaron Rodgers. The 49ers, I believe, do have enough cap space. The issue is you got to make the deals at least somewhat comparable. And, 49ers, like, I think that deal could still be on the table because I think Shanahan understands, like, if I'm going to win a Super Bowl, it's got to be within this window. Like, do y'all kind of feel the same way on that?
Yeah, I think speaking of windows, though, I do think that when this jumped off, anyone who can make a deal is going to try, whether they announce it or not, is going to try to get something on paper because they got to know, right? I mean, It's like, Sammy, for you, it's the difference between, I don't want to say lighting the 9th pick on fire with Trey Lance, but, it's either that or taking Slater, Parsons. I mean, I would want to know before the 9th pick rolls around or like whenever, it's like whether we're privy to it or not, I feel like the machinations are going on. If he's moving, someone's trying to do a deal furiously right now to get it done as quick as possible, whether that stays secret or not. But I mean, there's just so much riding on it. I mean, this is the draft to not be needing a quarterback big time.
I gotta wonder though, like for Rodgers, I mean, obviously Rodgers put this out there. Like this is not something that like he picked this time to put that out there. Does that put pressure on the Packers to do something, or what? Like, I'm wondering, who was in his ear said this is when we make our move. Is that enough time for GMs to say, oh, this is for real, we're actually going to make this happen? Is that enough time to do something tonight? I don't know.
So here's what I honestly think. I think he got wind that the 49ers made kind of a king's offer early, and they turned it down.
Yeah, Ryan McCracken jumped in with that offer, by the way. All their picks, Jimmy G, future ones, all that good stuff. It was a king's ransom.
It was pretty crazy, and I think when they turned that down, he felt like they're not going to trade me if they just turn that down. I have to do something. I have to say something now. And I think that's when he chose to step up and say something. It's weird that if the 49ers made this hellacious offer before and now he's saying something, why wouldn't they just make another offer?
Hey, you got me. Like that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
What are you waiting on?
But
what are you
if I'm
dicking around with?
If I'm the Packers, why on earth would you not take that deal? You just drafted a quarterback last year. Obviously, you are looking ahead. Like, why would you not go ahead and trade Aaron Rodgers if you have not done anything to give him any kind of weapons to help him, help him to the Super Bowl? So
he's probably thinking the same thing. Yeah. I mean, he's probably looking at the offer and being like, that should have been enough. I want out of here.
Yeah.
Well, I think what he saw is not just that should have been enough. I want out of here. If you're going to say no to that offer, there's no offer you're saying yes to, which means I'm stuck here unless I force your hand. And
right.
So this is me forcing your hand.
If I was the Niners, I'd come right back with the exact same offer and be like, is the answer?
I mean, you might,
no?
Look, you could pull a couple of pieces of that offer if you want it and come right back. They're still going to say yes because nobody else has made an offer yet. I think that's insane.
I agree. Or at least not that we've heard, but.
It's crazy that we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, here, Jacksonville's on the clock. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the pick. This is a guy who's has been anointed the chosen one since, high school. And the fact that Rodgers is coming in and taking all of the thunder away. And we thought that maybe this Tim Tebow stuff might have, in Jacksonville, would that be a bigger headline than Trevor Lawrence? I don't know. My buddy Ryan's from Jacksonville. He's just over the moon right now.
So I don't want to crap on Sam's parade here, but Rodgers is a bit of a diva. Okay. This is pretty clear that this guy is a bit of a whole lot of look at me, boys, and he's not getting the attention he wants. And so I'm going to take the attention off of all these rookies, and I'm going to make it all about me tonight.
You don't want to wait until Scuzz, NFC North boy, gets back, and you guys can dump on Rodgers together. You guys.
I'll wait. When he gets back, there'll be plenty to dump on by then.
Yeah, Chris dumps on Rodgers literally all the time. This is not a new thing.
Listen, hadn't been proven wrong yet.
Hey, Yeti, by the way, jumps in. Don't the Colts feel stupid now? They're taking a big cap hit with Aaron on the board now.
Yeah. Couldn't they have gotten a deal for Aaron?
I would think so.
That's the thing. Teddy Bridgewater trade yesterday. If the Broncos know that Aaron's on the market, do they make that deal yesterday?
I don't think yesterday they knew who was on the market.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Going through some of these comments, by the way. Let's see. Casey talking about Rodgers could barely win the NFC North. Mahomes ain't scared. Go ahead and mortgage that future. Rodgers in Denver doesn't worry Mahomes at all. I don't think it would worry anybody, and no matter where he goes, because I think all these guys are pretty confident in themselves. Casey said Rodgers tweeted, "It's a beautiful day in Denver," insinuating that he's already there. I didn't see that. Did y'all see that?
I think Casey's making that up.
That would be funny though.
From what I heard, Rodgers is on his way to the Kentucky Derby right now.
That's
what
Rodgers
I thought. He's at Kentucky Derby.
So, in case y'all didn't hear, everyone at the draft is double vaccinated, said Taylor. But that's cool. I don't know how you could tell. Did you have to be double vaccinated and prove it to be able to get tickets?
Yeah, to get a ticket, I do think they required you to show your vaccine card.
That's interesting.
It's open. It is open air, I think, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's all outside. There's a big ass tent, and
they got. What they really did was they've distributed a ton of sweet masks. I've been looking at a lot of these masks, being like, man, NFL's is doing it up. So, looking at this group in the background of the NFL Network set, not a lot of masks there, but hey, if they're all double vaxxed.
Let's see. Casey said he did tweet it. Hold on, I'm looking right now. I see. Let's see. Casey, I don't see a thing on here. Are you sure it was on Twitter? Maybe it was on Instagram. I'll look. I'll keep looking. But either way, Taylor said they keep mentioning the vaccinated crowd every 2 seconds. I'm not listening. I've just got it on. So I'm a little out of it. But are y'all seeing? Are they showing the Trevor Lawrence graphic with Urban Meyer?
Hey, two things I just want to say real quick, because I feel like we've got officially 3 minutes left until we don't 100% know what's going on from that point on.
We still know what's going on.
We know what's going on.
I mean, we know what's going to happen 3 minutes from now, and then after that, it's going to get kind of interesting. But I want to say two things. One, for all of our Northwestern people checking in, we haven't officially mentioned yet that this does have potential to be the most epic first round in Northwestern history, starting with Rashawn Slater and hopefully with our boy Greg Newsome as early as the middle of the first round at cornerback. We'll see. And then the other thing is, I know we're talking about, Zach Wilson potentially at the number 2 pick, and that's probably what's going to happen. But I still, to this point, I mean, probably because we were Big Ten and we saw nothing but him the entire season, but that the second name off this board is not going to be Justin Fields is still, even now,
it's so wrong.
Everything I heard today is Justin Fields is falling. He's falling. That's all I can hope for as a Pats fan. I just hope the hate comes in. I hope the Broncos land Rodgers. I hope all these guys find their quarterback in front of the Patriots and he falls to 15. They don't have to give up anything extra and they just get Fields to just fall to them.
All right, real quick on Rodgers. I'm just seeing a tweet that says if Rodgers is traded before June 2nd, the Packers would have $31.5 million of 2021 dead money because of dealing him. They're not eating $31.5 million of dead money.
It's kind of the same thing with Julio Jones, right?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Philly ate $33.8 million dead money still baffles me on the Carson Wentz move, but I don't get it.
Terry said, "Why?"
I just don't see Aaron Rodgers getting traded today.
Terry jumped in. He said, "Why does Chris want a quarterback? He's got Cam." And I know he's messing with him, but he also asked, "Why are the Jags taking so long?" We know who it is. Because this is right.
It's Patty Fisher. He's coming off the board first.
It's 10 minutes.
Ramsey. Here we go.
The reason why is because it's 10 minutes of nothing but them hyping up your football team. That's 100% what it is. So,
but here's the thing: that's what they were doing. They were literally talking about all the woes of Jacksonville and why they're picking first.
Yeah, they mentioned Blake Bortles. That wasn't fun.
Like this is not them saying good things about you. They were saying good things. They rolled all the positive packages on Trevor, but when they talked about Jacksonville, they just shit on them.
Well, but the Trevor thing is hope. That is what this program is, right? Like this
but
whole
you don't want
organization
people pointing out all the mistakes you've made on national TV for 10 minutes.
Jaguar fans know why they are where they are right now. They're aware. They're painfully aware.
Well, yeah, and so do NFL fans. I know all my flaws. I know I'm the fattest person I know, but I don't want everyone telling me about it on national TV.
There it is.
I don't want to hear it.
It's official. Trevor Lawrence,
quarterback out of Clemson.
Look how happy Raj was between the European Super League folding, Mark Emmert getting renewed. Raj is like, I'm climbing out of the basement, baby. Look how happy he was.
That's pretty nice. All right, so our ticker is
for
updated.
Jacksonville. I mean, like if he can go and really help that program. I mean, they need all the help they can get, and if it works with Urban in Jacksonville, good for them.
Ryan McCracken said, I think Trevor will be a bust. I mean, cheers to that. I get who knows at this point.
It's a bold prediction.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously he's a great quarterback. He has shown it over and over again, but anything's possible, especially in Jacksonville. Darren said, who do you think the Dolphins grab in the first round? Well, it kind of depends on what happens at number 3. Like, I would imagine that they're going to take a wide receiver, but if Trey Lance goes at 3 or if there's some kind of trade or whatever, it just depends who's on the board. I would imagine they'd go wide receiver.
If Trey Lance goes at 3, you guys are going to need to find someone else to fill my spot for the rest of the pod because I don't know what I'm going to – I just don't – I'm still trying to wrap my head around Trey Lance going in the top 5. But
here's the thing. If he goes to Kyle Shanahan, do you think he'll be successful?
No. I don't.
See, that's where we disagree.
I think
any of these 5 land with Kyle, they're all going to be fine.
Then Jimmy should be fine then.
Yeah.
Assuming he's not hurt.
But that's the problem. Hang on. Go look at his numbers, man. Jimmy, when he was healthy, led them to a Super Bowl. Look at his numbers. They weren't terrible. He just isn't ever healthy.
I would stick with him. If I'm taking the quarterback out of the FCS.
You can't stick with him if he's not healthy.
Like Jimmy at the FCS level, million billion yards. Romo, million billion yards. Trey Lance wins and some tape where he like runs fast and bowls people over. I mean, have fun.
He had like 313 pass attempts is what I listened to today, and it's the least amount of pass attempts by a first-round quarterback in 40 years.
At the FCS level for a team that destroyed everybody they played.
That didn't
by running the football.
Like, it's wild that Trey Lance and Mac Jones played the same amount of games.
Yeah.
That's wild. And like everyone thinks Mac Jones is like this polished, kind of good quarterback.
This finished product is the word that used.
Chris and I talked about this last week. Just take Kellen Mond in the third or whenever you pick him.
Now, this is at 3. I've made this abundantly clear. I would take Kyle Pitts. I think they should take Kyle Pitts. If you put Kellen Mond or even Jimmy Garoppolo, if you put Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback or anybody that they find as a quarterback with that offense, adding Pitts to it, they can get a first down anytime they want. When they're in the red zone, they're going to be 100% for touchdowns. There's no defense for it.
Casey, by the way, said Trey Lance is a faster, more accurate Cam Newton. He's going to be a superstar.
I do think he's substantially more accurate than Cam Newton. I don't know that he's faster than Cam Newton. He's damn sure not as big, but he won't run nearly as much as Cam.
But I mean, Cam tore up the SEC. Cam was an MVP, okay? Like, we shit on Cam today, but Cam wrecked the NFL for a while.
Yeah, that's
and
what
none
we're
of his
saying,
teams
though,
were great.
is that he wrecked the SEC, not the FCS. Like, it's a whole different league. So,
the Jets have 3 minutes, 45 seconds to convince Jeopardy to move their tapings to New York City.
So can someone talk me into Zach Wilson here at 2? Like, I don't understand why Justin Fields is not the pick here.
I got nothing for you. Like, I mean, Chris and I talked about this yesterday.
I do think Zach Wilson is the biggest boomer bust in the draft. I do think that he has potential to come out of this as the best quarterback there. Landing in the Jets is like trying to swim with cement shoes.
So I watched him.
I think he's the youngest. I think he has the most explosive arm. I think he's probably the most adaptable at breaking down a play and doing the Aaron Rodgers things. What do you do when everything goes wrong in a play? Scrambling, getting the ball out in creative ways and not just out, but deep down the field out in creative ways when you're under pressure. None of these other guys really do that. They just don't.
I mean, he's got the tools.
That doesn't make a great quarterback, by the way, all the time. But Patrick Mahomes has that skill. Aaron Rodgers has that skill. Russell Wilson has that skill. And so you see that and you think, if we can make him a better quarterback or a more polished quarterback at all the normal stuff, he does this extra thing that nobody else in this draft does.
Yeah, I mean, I only watched him play one full game this year, and it was Coastal Carolina. Now, they cheap-shotted him all game, and that's on tape. I mean, they made it their mission to knock him out of that game. But on the other hand, I certainly did not come away from a game against, again, Coastal Carolina, feeling like Zach Wilson was this unbelievable, like he didn't blow my mind in that game, which they lost. He's the lead pipe lock to be this pick. So it's crazy.
I like Zach Wilson. I do not like him going to the Jets.
I don't like him going to the Jets, but I don't really like anybody going to the Jets. But I don't understand.
I think any of the 4 guys remaining, if they all go to New York, I just assume they're going to be the bust.
I don't.
But that's not their fault.
I really don't understand why nobody is even willing to question the Zach Wilson draft pick here.
Hang on, you're all questioning the Zach Wilson draft.
No, I'm not talking about us. I'm just talking about media.
Everybody I know is questioning the Zach Wilson draft pick. I'm the only one that seems to think the kid's a good player.
No, it's just like this foregone conclusion though in the national media. Well,
that's just because the Jets are really bad at lying. They're really bad at keeping secrets, and they let everybody know what they want to pick. But they've done their due diligence, and that's the guy they want. That doesn't mean he's going to be the best, but that's the guy they want. It's a foregone conclusion because they're bad at keeping secrets.
I so want it to be Justin Fields. That would be
It
amazing.
should be Justin Fields here. I mean, this is
Well,
where
but here's the
Justin
thing.
Fields
If you
should go.
want good things for Justin Fields, you shouldn't want that
Well, of course.
because
But
I mean-
Justin Fields went to Ohio State. I don't necessarily want good things for Justin Fields.
I mean, I kind of blame us for being so good at defense against him.
I mean, this is y'all's fault. If he drops a 50 burger on Northwestern, we're not having this conversation, and he's the second pick in this draft.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're probably right about that.
I just wish he wasn't so lazy. You know, you just gotta work harder, Justin Fields. I'm just
God damn.
all the
All right, let's see.
all of that stuff was so ridiculous. I mean, congratulations for Wilson, but I mean, we watched
Well,
Fields. play
I
so
can't,
much.
I can't give him any credit. Those draft hats are terrible.
Yeah, all of them
That's
are
a terrible draft hat.
That's
Like, all of them.
Landon Dickerson from Alabama, the center. I saw him tweet out all of the hats on
They're bad.
on Twitter, and yeah, they're all like they're all the exact same thing, but that gigantic like emblem on the top of the hat, like I can't get down with it. Like I really can't get down with it.
Actually don't mind that hat.
John, I cut you off. I'm sorry. You were saying.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just the Fields thing is so ridiculous. I mean, like we just watching him all year. I mean, watch the Indiana game where he made a couple bad plays against a ton of pressure and then single-handedly carried them through that game. I mean, it's like without him, he was all the difference for Ohio State this year. And against us, but again, we could go down this whole Northwestern disrespect rabbit hole, and I don't want to go there, but we did have arguably the best defense in the country. So the idea that like he happened to play that defense and then didn't have the greatest game. But I don't know. I mean, Wilson, gosh, I'm just like, the idea that this is the year that 5 quarterbacks are going to go so high and I'm only in love with 2 of them. And this guy's not one of them. It's kind of just blowing my mind.
Let me roll through some of the comments here. Casey said Jimmy G can't stay healthy, or Pitts would be the pick for the Niners. Which, by the way, did y'all see his odds for the number 3 pick went from like 3,300 this morning or 3,000 this morning to plus 750 just a little bit ago before the draft? Found that kind of strange. Then Matt Miller said, did you guys see the Broncos Super Bowl odds went from 3,300 or plus 3,300 to plus 1,400? And Benjamin Albright and Mark Schlereth think Rodgers to the Broncos is already done.
It's because everyone read that story about that guy who bet heavy on Tampa Bay right before they got Tom Brady, and he got those crazy odds, and then he made 6 figures off of the Super Bowl.
So did he bet on the Broncos?
No. He bet on the Bucks before the Bucks got Brady,
Oh.
and everyone wants to be that guy now, and get one step ahead of it.
Let's see.
People just try, shotgun theory, put a big bet on anyone, it makes sense for him to go to Denver. Sure, it does. Would I like it as a Bronco fan? I think so.
Come on, man. Come on. If this is the excitement I get out of you when you get Rodgers, I'm going to be so disappointed.
It took me a few days to talk myself into Peyton Manning. I was excited that Peyton Manning was a Bronco, but I had a lot of hate.
We can, if you want us, we can go get Paxton Lynch back for you if you'd like to have,
Yeah. Sure, he's just right down the road here in Memphis.
Hard pass.
No, he's on the practice squad for the Steelers, man. Paxton's still hanging
trying to
around.
hate
That is a hell of a locker room right there, boys.
Oh, it most certainly is. Most certainly is. Terry told us to quit talking crap on Chris's quarterback. He's going to get the Pats to a 9-8 record. Casey said North Dakota State didn't have much talent around Lance, so it evens out. He said Wilson and Fields are busts. Terry said if he's a Jet, he's a bust because the Jets are trash. Casey said Wilson was 0-5 against teams that had 10-plus wins. Caleb Ernest jumps in. The winner in this draft is Sam Darnold. I think at this point it is so far. It's nice to see Caleb. Is Caleb overseas right now, Chris?
Yeah, Caleb's in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. That's what I'm talking about. Casey said, congratulations, Gary. You just hit your ticket. I did have a Trey Lance plus 250 ticket for the number 3 pick, but I did hedge it because as soon as Mac Jones went up to plus 130, I went ahead and took that one as well. So I'm guaranteed an outcome either way.
All right.
Let's see. Man, we got a bunch.
If this is Kyle Pitts, we got 3 minutes left. 4 minutes left.
This is where it gets fun.
Yeah.
If this is Kyle, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be rough to be around for the rest of the night, okay? So I'll tell you, when you go out on a limb and that truck comes in.
So whether it's Pitts or not, we had Kaylin Kaler from Defector Media on our pod last week, and she made the point, and it's a pretty logical point to make, right? That the Niners don't trade up to 3 without knowing who they want to get at 3. And when the Niners made that deal, the first 2 picks were pretty much as locked in as they were today, right? So the Niners know who's available at this point when they make that trade. Whoever it is, whether it's Pitts, whether it's Jones, whether it's Lance, whether it's Fields, they know who they want. And the rest of it is just smoke and mirrors. So we're going to see.
Her comment about Bruce Arians, was it her? It was either her or Peter Schlegel that I listened to that said, Bruce Arians said a couple of years ago before the draft, if I really wanted to throw everybody off our scent, I would just call a press conference and I would just tell them exactly what I plan on doing, because nobody would believe it. And they would take everything I said and say, well, we don't have to worry about that. He would never tell us what he's going to do. And then they would go start scouting against all the stuff that I left out.
Well, I'm just like, the press conference stood in a room full of seasoned NFL reporters and was like, we feel comfortable with any of the top 5 quarterbacks. And it's like, you might as well just be spitting in their faces.
Yes. Oh, the press conference was
which is why he's going to take Pitts, and it's going to be amazing.
The press conference was great.
We'll feel comfortable
right?
with any of the top 5 quarterbacks, and we're not going to take any of them.
Yeah, he took it to some dark places in that press conference. That was weird.
He and Lynch went in and gave away absolutely nothing.
No one gives away anything.
It's
all lying.
It's
all
so
lies.
the pick is in. It says.
Right.
So I'm a little bit ahead of y'all.
It's going to be the quarterback.
Rashawn Slater.
Hey, Terry said, Chris, you're rough to be around any night. Love you, man. Good show so far.
Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired.
McKinnon said, I'm going to be rough to be around too because the Falcons need to pick Pitts up. Let's see. Caleb said
they do. That's what the Falcons should absolutely do.
And Caleb is watching body posture for Justin Fields. He said he's on his sofa, indicates he plans to be there for a while. So I'm good with it. I am stoked. This is where the draft really begins.
Oh, yeah.
This is it. Like, this sets up everything. Like, everything. So, depending on who it is, there's going to be teams that are trading up. There's going to be stuff happen, and I am so excited. We have a large number of people watching right now. I'm excited for everybody to be in. Again, if you want to be a part of the show, you can jump into the chat. It will populate right there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So make sure that you get in here. You can help drive the conversation. You can drive whatever narrative you need.
Mike Lombardi says this is Trey Lance.
Oh, my gosh.
I would imagine.
This is Lance.
Oh, boy.
Let's see.
Oh, my Lord. Light that card on fire.
Yeah. Oh,
Trey Lance,
wow.
North Dakota State.
Oh,
Man.
baby.
Boy, so this is...
Bye, John. We'll see you later.
So basically... John's out. John's out. So what this means is...
I'm like super behind. I still haven't gotten the pick yet.
Oh, have you not?
Off.
Oh, man,
No.
I am so sorry. Did we ruin it for you?
No, my feed's behind too. That's why I always keep, Twitter is the fastest thing here.
I refuse to do that.
The hubris of this pick, I can't even.
I like it.
This means that they're not trading Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, I'll tell you, Chris. I'll tell you who agrees with Chris. Shanahan.
Yes.
Who's convinced he can take this guy. And make him.
You know who this guy reminds Kyle of probably? Kaepernick.
I can't even. What are we doing? Justin Fields gives you all the tape in the world. You have no Trey Lance tape. None.
He didn't need tape. How much tape did he have on Nick Mullins? Nick Mullins is right now written in the history books next to Joe Montana as the most touchdowns ever thrown in the first 4 games of a man's career. Okay.
Chris, you and I talked about the the whole situation where, why am I blanking on his name?
Hang on. Whoa. No. We need to stop right here. What happens to Mac Jones at this point?
He's dropping to 15. He's going to be a Patriot.
Oh, don't do that to me, Sam. So nice. I've been sending you all these Aaron Rodgers, like, good vibes, good tweets, love. Come on, man.
Oh, that's what's happening.
Oh,
And Denver's not taking him at 9.
Chris, you got the Mac attack. It's going to be perfect.
Carolina's not taking him at 8.
It's going to be beautiful. Mac Jones and Bill Belichick are going to run this league for the next 20 years. And Chris is going to have to deal with it. Which one of us would be the more insufferable Patriots fan if it is in fact Mac Jones?
No, I'll be the more insufferable Patriots fan. It'll take me a couple of years to get
the Alabama stank off of
taste out of my mouth.
I just want to repeat. So when I was on y'all's pod last week, we talked about Ian Book, and I talked about a moment where Ian Book got turnover chained against Miami down at FedEx Field, or whatever it is now. When he was a backup, starter gets hurt, he comes in, immediately gets turnover chained by Trajan Bandy. Welcome to college football. You throw a pick six. And he picked himself out of the ashes of that, and over the next 2 years turned himself into an unbelievable quarterback.
I'm going to tell you this. If Ian Book does not get drafted this weekend, something is grossly flawed with the NFL in the process.
Trey Lance might get to that point eventually, but he has not had that moment or anything close to it. He's like this idea that someone in the comments was talking about North Dakota State being down on it's North Dakota State. They're the Alabama of the FCS. Like, they just roll people.
Yes.
And
so they play them Jackrabbits.
Yeah, well, SDSU. Yeah, right. So but I'm just these speed. Great. Look, outrunning FCS corners. Awesome.
I think he's going to be good. I thought he was going to be good before Kyle took him. I didn't think he was going to be great. I think he has potential to be great because I think in the hands of Kyle Shanahan, a lot of guys could be great. And maybe I give way too much credit. Credit to Kyle.
You are giving him a lot of credit. And don't get me wrong. I love the Shanahan bloodline. I mean, got us 2 Super Bowls. Mike Shanahan in Denver has been, yeah. But
I'll say this, Sam, from your Broncos on down, everybody else is going to eat off of that pick. So good on you, Niners. Everybody else, there's a lot of talent from picks 4 to 15, and God.
Yeah, this is this kind of changes everything.
I love it.
If Atlanta's taking Pitts, Tony Gonzalez should just come up and make the pick, because that would be absolutely perfect.
I'd be a fan. I'd for sure be a fan. Let's jump in these comments. Casey said, awesome, Gary. Great pick for the 49ers. Mac Jones was always a smokescreen. Matt Miller, he has more touch than Kaepernick. McKinnon said, this is absolutely and entirely hilarious. True Bruce Arians move here. Casey said, the Dolphins should be taking a quarterback. Let's see. Terry said, this has to be the best draft ever. Crap talking friends from high school. Hearing great info on picks I know nothing about. Good call on this draft show, guys. Yeah, Terry, we've been doing it for 4 years. Where you been, man?
and we've been doing it for 11.
Yeah, the
3 of us have been doing this for a long time.
Exactly. It's a long, long time. TG is a Chiefs. Let's see. TG is a Chiefs, not a Falcon. Stop it. What is it? What is he talking about?
Tony Gonzalez.
Oh, Tony Gonzalez. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Let's see. Look at what Kyle did with RG3. Trey Lance is going to be a superstar. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that.
I'm telling you.
Again, RG3 carried Baylor, grabbed Baylor by the neck and pulled them to relevance. I'm just like,
that is true. Huh.
And Kirk Cousins pulled Michigan State to nothing. He's the most boring quarterback ever. But under Kyle Shanahan, he got himself $56 million.
Man alive. Let's see.
Scuzz? Where the hell is Scuzz?
He's up there. He's somewhere. I'm looking. I see him somewhere. He's in the shadows, right under the upper deck.
You guys are such good dads.
By the way, Terry wanted to know who that was down there. That would be our buddy Scuzz, another of the trifecta of the Westlot Pirates. So the Falcons pick, it says, is in.
This got to be Pitts. If they didn't trade it, this had better be Pitts.
Yeah, if they don't trade it, it's got to be Pitts.
And
That's
correct.
correct.
If the pick is in, they didn't trade it.
Unless their goal is to get Matt Ryan to demand a trade exactly 1 year from now, so they're going to take Mac Jones.
Oh, I wouldn't hate Mac Jones, but no, they're gonna try to make that team win now. I like Arthur Smith. I think he's a good OC, good coach.
And I don't think that Matt Ryan is that bad. I don't think he played bad at all. It wasn't the offense that was the problem.
Matt Ryan is middle. I mean, listen, people are going to make fun of this, and they're going to think it's a shot. Matt Ryan is Joe Flacco. Like, he is as average as everything gets. He is a middle-of-the-road, number 15 quarterback. He's not going to lose you games. He's rarely going to have, like, this unbelievable drive to win you a game. But if the team around him doesn't make a lot of mistakes, he can facilitate whatever you need him to do to maintain control of an offense and be capable and competent. You know, he's not your first call if you need a drive to win a game. But he's also, there's a whole lot of guys worse than him, a whole lot of them.
Yes. The first set of sweet highlights have arrived.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right call for Atlanta.
Yeah. Chris, did you see who the pick is?
No.
I love that I've got a feel of the order of operations of when we all feel at this point. Chris is waiting for Western Union to arrive with his.
Damn it. I don't have a TV up here.
What's crazy is you have the fastest internet of any of us, I would almost guarantee. Do any of you guys have fiber?
It's a stream. It has nothing to do with the internet. I guarantee you my internet's flying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm on the stream
it's
too.
Just delayed on the stream.
You got to have Twitter up on a screen, right?
I'm not. I refuse.
Oh.
I refuse to watch a draft through Twitter. Adrian Wojnarowski can kiss my ass. He's ruined every draft I've ever watched in the NBA. I don't like it. I don't do it.
Why are you watching the NBA draft?
This is
sometimes it's a lot.
Listen, a couple of years ago, it was really damn important.
It's funny with Pitts coming out, you know, and the Tebow thing. We were talking about this earlier, right? If Tebow is this age and he's coming out in this generation, it's totally different because he would have just immediately been like, I'm going to be a tight end because that's the sexy position in the league, and I fit perfectly as an NFL tight end, and he just would have done it. Back then, no one was talking about people were like, well, you're going to just relegate yourself to like obscurity as a tight end. That's the same as a fullback. And he ended up forcing being a quarterback. And I'm like, you know, I mean, now he's, you know, although funnily, he's only 2 years older than Travis Kelce, but I think now, and I'm like, God, his strength, athleticism, blocking, effort, everything in this generation, everyone be like, you're a tight end. But with that said, I mean, Tebow's an unbelievable athlete. Pitts is on another level.
The NFL, the ESPN announced the pick that's Kyle Pitts. And then they immediately start showing Travis Kelce packages. Yeah. Like, they still have not shown a highlight of Kyle Pitts yet. This is his damn night.
On your screen.
Well, this is ESPN's coverage. I don't know who else is watching ESPN.
Caleb jumped in. He said, I get the pick in Bangladesh faster than Chris. Oh,
Easy.
That's good. That's good. Let's
Easy.
see. McKinnon said, so now the Falcons pick up Mond or Trask if they're there in rounds 2 or 3. We need at least one more quarterback on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fine. Like,
sure.
Like
Peyton Ramsey, he'll be available for you. 7th round.
Let's see. Garen Thomas said, Chase to the Bengals, please. Casey said, Penei Sewell is the next pick unless a trade happens. He said Jamar Chase and Barmore are very overrated. No. It's I think it's Chase.
This is entering the Slater zone. This is where we start to get excited. Sometime in the next 5 to 10 picks, he's going. I don't know when.
Yeah, and like that's a big question for Cincy. Is like, are you going to go get a weapon for Burrow, or are you going to go get protection for Burrow?
That's a tater chip.
There was that graphic that someone produced that was hysterical.
Go get Jamar Chase. I'd say go get Jamar Chase and then
that graphic does not tell how football is actually really played.
You got Chris, you and I talked about this. You build from the inside out. You got to build. You got
agreed.
That's just not how the game is played, man. It's just
Joe can get the ball out quickly, but he has to have receivers that can actually get open.
Like 32% of Joe's sacks last year were coverage sacks. They weren't blitzing sacks. They weren't the offensive line was bad. They were nobody was open. If one player can reduce your sacks by 32% and it's a wide receiver, no one offensive lineman can do that. If the offensive line sucks, go look at Houston and go look and see what happens when you get one great offensive lineman and the other four morons. Okay. It doesn't help. Your offensive line still blows. But if you get one elite pass rusher, they can open up a lot of problems, and you can fix the offensive line in other ways. The Cleveland Browns drafted one offensive lineman, and they went from the worst offensive line to the best offensive line because they broke out the wallet, broke out the checkbook, and they bought the other four guys, okay? This is not that hard to do. You just wait until the offseason next year. You go buy up all the best offensive linemen, and you bring in Chase for this. That's the answer.
Chris, LSU is going to have plenty of top 5 picks down the road. Let us have this. Rashawn Slater.
Well, it's not going to be Slater. Hey, listen, look, I have told Scuzz this. I would love for them to trade back in at like 10. Somebody, like if the Broncos don't need it, if they make the trade for Aaron Rodgers or whatever, and they somehow do it without giving up their pick, and they can trade back in, since he can trade in to a team that doesn't need that 9 pick, and they can pick up Slater there, I'd be the happiest guy alive.
Yeah, and the Bengals, look at the Bengals offensive line this way. They brought in Riley Reif, right? Jonah Williams, they're hoping that he stays healthy this year. And then Trey Hopkins, if he at center, makes a step forward, then you've got 3 guys solidified, and you just need guards. So at that point,
their offensive line was terrible, but it was terrible because most of their star offensive linemen were hurt. They didn't play.
Hey, Matt Miller jumped in. He said they need a guard, not an offensive tackle. Riley Reif and Jonah are their tackles.
Oh, and they'll be there in the second round.
Yeah, they have shots at guard.
Well,
that's not
not Jones. Is Jones the USC kid?
Riley Reif. Why would you want to get a tackle from Iowa, aka Evanston West, when you could actually get a tackle from actual Evanston, Rashawn Slater? I don't know why you'd want to go out to our second home, Iowa City.
Well, I don't think they want to do either. I think they just want to take Chase because he's the best player on the board.
Darren McCardle jumped in and said Kyle Trask should be a first rounder. Do we agree on that?
If Trey Lance is, then sure. If Trey Lance is, everyone's a first rounder. That's my opinion.
No, Kyle Trask is
I don't know that I agree with that simply because the draft class that he's coming in. Like, would he have been a first rounder last year? Probably. Would he be a first rounder next year? Probably. But when it's so low, at some point in time, just not that many teams are going to spend a first round pick on a quarterback.
So let's say instead of Kyle Trask, Florida had Trey Lance for the same period of time. We think Florida would have been better?
What? Repeat that.
Let's say instead of Kyle Trask, Florida had Trey Lance at quarterback for the exact same period of time. We think Florida would have been better?
Yeah, because I think Dan Mullins is that good of a coach.
I do tend to agree with that.
You guys don't know anything about Dan Mullins, I promise you. Yeah. You haven't seen yet. You're up there in Big Ten country, and you don't realize how good of a coach he is. He's weird. He's goofy. So he's super unlikable. But that guy can coach quarterbacks better than anybody in the SEC, and he might be better than anybody in the country at college football.
So is that flipping that? Is that a knock on Trask?
No, I don't think that's a knock on Trask. He turned Dak Prescott into what Dak is. I promise you, if Dak didn't go play under a guy like Dan, Dak doesn't become who he is. Dak looks a lot like Tebow in the NFL if he goes somewhere to college that they don't teach him to throw the football right.
Mm. I got to just tell you that Andrew Brandt just tweeted something real interesting. The 49ers gave up more for Trey Lance than the Bears gave up for Khalil Mack. The Texans gave up for Laramie Tunsil. The Rams gave up for Jalen Ramsey, and the Cardinals gave up for DeAndre Hopkins.
Huh.
Well, hang on. All of those players that are not quarterbacks, they should have given up more for because you shouldn't ever give up that much for a non-quarterback. The math shows that it's rarely ever worth it.
Hey, I mean, look at his frame. Talk about Khalil Mack. Maybe he can play defensive end. Maybe he can play outside linebacker or something.
Jesus Christ.
Let's see. Hey, unnecessary roughness. Bengals pick is in. Unnecessary roughness tweeted and said, "Remember when Florida was down 3 scores to Oklahoma in the Sugar Bowl, and ESPN played a 'Sorry I couldn't make it, guys' video of Kyle Pitts?" I love this shit. I love it.
Oh,
Jamar Chase.
All right,
All right.
there's Chase.
There we go.
Come on, man. You couldn't let me watch it.
Oh,
One fucking pick.
sorry. Sorry, Chris. I'm
Waiting for the Oregon train wagons to roll across Chris's screen with the pick here.
That's nuts. Casey is mad about this pick. He wanted him to go tackle. There's a lot of comments about this Trask stuff, by the way. Casey said Florida would have been in the playoffs if Lance was the quarterback. Let's see. Matt Miller said John is all about tape. He must not believe in development. Casey said the Trey Lance hate is crazy.
Tape. I'm all about tape.
Ryan McCracken said Kyle Trask will be the best quarterback in this draft. Taylor said I would take Trask over Jones. I mean that's pretty. Like y'all believe in this Kyle Trask fella. That's interesting.
I don't know.
Kyle Trask has Ben Roethlisberger.
That's what
Kyle
Ben
Roethlisberger has 2
Kyle
Super
Trask
Bowls.
had a rough bowl game. I'll say that.
He did. When he didn't have his weapons, he was in trouble. He was in trouble. All right, so we got an LSU boy off the board, and now we're moving on to pick 6, and we got to see what Miami's going to do. I would imagine. I mean, do we say Jalen Waddle here? Do they go Penei Sewell
or lineman? Yeah.
I think they. I mean, it's likely they go Sewell at this point.
Yeah, I guess the Sewell Slater question will officially be answered. I think a lot of people do think Sewell has the edge, but we're gonna find out. Hey, if that's true, we want Sewell off the board as quick as possible. So let it be Sewell.
Yeah.
But hey, Chris, talk about your boy here. Come on.
I think he's the best wide receiver in this draft. I don't think it's to say it's not close. It's that I didn't mean to say that. I think he's clearly the number 1 wide receiver in this draft. I think he has potential to be a star, and I don't know that there's a DB in the league that's going to be able to guard him.
Wow, the Dolphins pick is already in. Well, they knew who they wanted. I would almost guarantee at this point it's Sewell.
It's probably is.
Yeah. If they saw that Sewell did not go at number 5, I would imagine that's what they ended up doing. So now they're going to talk about Jamar Chase for a little bit longer before they actually do this pick. But yeah,
So while they're talking about Jamar Chase, Adam Schefter just tweeted that the Niners did not tell their coaches or scouts what their pick was. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced. And then Kalen Kaler came back with that the Bears did that in 2017 with Mitchell Trubisky.
That's who you want to be compared to.
Because you do the same thing doesn't mean they're going to be the same people.
I love the comparison.
Do we really think that Kyle Shanahan is as bad as Matt Nagy?
Nah.
Matt Nagy was wonderkind when he was the OC in Kansas City. So
yeah,
everybody's the wonderkind.
And guess what happened to that offense? Nothing.
Everybody's the
exact same. They got better
under Andy Reid. Every offense coordinator looks good.
Matt Nagy does nothing in that offense at all.
So is that a take on Eric Bieniemy?
Yeah, is that a shot on Bieniemy?
Yes, I've said this forever. I never want the guy that coaches under the guy that does the thing that's really special.
Did y'all see
the head coach? I don't want Kyle Shanahan's offensive coordinator. I don't want Bill Belichick's defensive coordinator. I don't want the guy that does the thing that the head coach does that he's an expert at, because I just assume that the head coach is the one that's really doing it.
Hey, did y'all see the Adam Schefter tweet for the number 1 pick? Said they were at the Masters earlier this month, and Peyton Manning told Trevor Lawrence that Urban Meyer needs to play him every play of every game so he can break his record, which is the record for most interceptions by a rookie. I love it. I love it. We have got 2 people in the chat now that says Miami goes left tackle or quarterback at this point.
Casey hates Tua. Casey thinks that
this one's McKinnon.
That's your friend. I can't speak to that.
I mean, I can't possibly tell Gary how much I want them to take Mac Jones with.
Oh no!
How
me
funny
neither,
would that
by
be?
the way, me neither. If that happens, y'all can go ahead and say it.
Yeah,
that is something
I'll
else.
be happy.
That is something else. Yeah, they got 2 first round picks. I would imagine this first one is. probably going to be Sewell. And then we'll see what happens at 18. I imagine they go defense at 18 because, I mean, they lost quite a bit off of last year's defense, but that was by, cutting and moving guys. So,
hey, but maybe they've been watching all that Chase Young tape, that 2 years of Chase Young tape that our boy Rashawn Slater has, and they've decided that that's what they're interested in.
It's possible.
I'm not ruling it out.
No, I'm not ruling it out at all. McKinnon, by the way, Chris took offense to your statement by saying that he was my friend and not yours as well. Casey jumps in already. He said trade Tua. So, yeah, a lot of Tua hate.
Casey, for what? What would an NFL team give you right now for Tua? Teddy Two Gloves just went for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, he went for a bag of chips. So Tua would go for.
What do you think Tua's going to go for?
Hey,
a bag of
there's
chips.
some really good chips in Denver. I got to tell you this. Denver's got some really, really good chips. So
I thought Denver was taking Aaron Rodgers. What happened to that?
Well, we got Teddy Two Gloves. So
you got Teddy Two Gloves and Aaron Rodgers. Sounds like.
Well, not yet. Well, that remains to be seen.
Oh man, I'm all
up, my dudes.
Scuzz is in. All right.
We were got an hour. On Aaron Rodgers earlier. I took up the slack for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Scuzz is going to arrive with that extra NU karma for this pick. Come on.
All right, Chris, we're gonna stay quiet.
You can do whatever you want. I don't care about any of these picks.
No. I'm gonna wait, and then you let us know when you actually see the pick. Okay, it's Scuzz. You're just getting here.
Just go on with the show. Just go on with the show.
There it is.
You ruined the one pick that mattered to me.
Well, this one matters to me, my friend. This one matters to me.
Interesting.
Waddle. Wow. What? This is the first surprise, right?
Well,
I think Trey Lance was a pretty big surprise.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like we spent a lot of the week saying it's not Mac Jones. It might be Trey Lance.
Yeah, but it was still a little surprising.
I'm just now surprising to me now.
You're just now getting the pick.
Time it was.
Whew. All right. Well, there you go. Let's see.
This is
Jalen
going to
Waddle.
be a shit show. Next year, I will be downstairs in the new office as I boot my kid out of her room.
Gary, we talked about this earlier, that how crazy it is that Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, could be the 4th player selected from Bama, the 3rd offensive player selected from Bama, and he'll be the 2nd wide receiver selected from Bama.
Yeah.
Just what a world you live in, my friend. What a world.
It is certainly it's certainly strange. I do not take it for granted. It's been fun. Like, it's been a lot of fun. Let's see. Waddle over Devontae Smith is ridiculous. This is all about Smith saying he liked Mac Jones better than Tua. Casey, Jalen said that he liked Mac Jones better than Tua. Like, that, it was both of them. So Terry said, hey, 5th guy's finally in that state. 5th guy is in. He finally got that stadium cleaned.
Way to go, 5th guy.
5th guy.
Cheers, y'all.
Let's see. Casey said now Tua's going to get in.
The whiskey here, so we'll.
There you go. There you go. All right, I am. Let's see. Oh, the Lions pick is already in. God bless America.
Wow.
They kind of.
Wow.
They're fine. There was a chance that this first round was going to get real boring after that 3rd pick.
Like, this Lions pick is definitely Sewell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
or Slater.
John.
I love how you guys are constantly correcting us on this.
It's funny, though, because Sewell has been, I can't remember a time when he was in college and was not the number 1 left tackle. Yeah. He's been that guy for
ever
so
since
long.
Yeah, ever since he came in.
Slater has risen up. I mean, I get it. They're both awesome. And if they take Sewell number 1, I get it. Either way, I want that first tackle off the board because it helps Slater, one way or another.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Hey, Terry said, by the way, Scuzz, after cleaning that stadium, you deserve a drink, son. Casey.
After putting my children to bed, I deserve a drink. Let's be clear.
Casey said, let me guess, Najee Harris at 18 to the Dolphins. And Darren McCardle says, I like Waddle with the Dolphins. Yeah, I do like Waddle with the Dolphins. Like, he's explosive as hell. I think it's a good pick for him. So give Tua some weapons.
They needed something to help Tua, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got Devontae Parker down there, but, like, hey, give him somebody else in the slot. Like, I'm good with this. Totally fine with it.
One wild thing, I mean, talking about, I don't know, system or what, if you look at the recruiting rankings, right, and you look at Waddle, you look at Smith, you look at Jerry Jeudy, they're all really high, but they weren't all at the top. And for whatever reason, going into that Alabama system that puts wide receivers in space, if you're fast, it lets you work, it lets you operate. Talent helps talent. I mean, it's one of those things where the program is selling itself at this point because these guys, I mean, again, Alabama may just be unbelievable at recruiting compared to everybody else, but I look at the rankings and I say, there were guys. I mean, Chris, you and I talked about Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, there's a guy who was at the top of the class. He was like the number one rated wide receiver. And, I can't help but wonder, I'm like, if that guy goes to Alabama, does he tear the hole through some tape? I don't know. But whatever Alabama's doing, man.
I have no backing for this, but just like playing the names that you just talked about in my head, John, and I realize that Waddle is a guy coming off of missing most of this last season to injury, but I feel like Alabama guys they've stayed pretty healthy in the NFL, yes? Over the last few years?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's as 50-50 as you can think.
Who am I missing, Chris? Who am I not remembering on this front?
I mean, they're just other guys that I mean, they put a shitload of players in the NFL, and so
and there's always yeah.
I mean, like how great and how healthy was HaHa Clinton Dix? Like he was supposed to be a star and kind of didn't do what we thought he was going to do. Like it just. When you put the sheer number of players in the draft that they put in the league that they put in, you're going to have guys that play their whole careers and never have problems with injury. And you're also going to have guys that get hurt just like everyone else. Yeah. They just put so many in that some of it gets lost in the numbers.
I guess I'm mostly thinking running backs and wide receivers. But your point is well taken. Like it is just a numbers game at a certain point, and they're putting more in than anybody else.
Here's a question that I haven't thought about, and I don't have a list of past drafts in front of me right now. What is the latest a defensive player has gone to start a draft?
I don't know.
Because we're pretty far in, and I mean, look at the Lions.
There's almost always been a corner in the top five the last handful of years, right?
We just talk about
always an edge rusher
or a DB.
And I think that's the thing. I mean, we talk about however you use Parsons. Parsons to me is one of like the three most talented players in this draft. I think he's a phenomenon. But I mean, it's like all these guys are getting pushed down the board. You can get a franchise left tackle at this point. You can get any corner you want. And, we're of the opinion Newsom's the best, but if you think Surtain is the best, you can get any of those guys are available.
There's a lot of people that have Horn as number one that I've listened to the last couple of days. So.
Yeah, they view him as 1A, 1B.
The Lions are ecstatic, whoever they want. They clearly got their guy.
It's got to be
Sewell here. Yeah, it got to be Sewell or Slater.
They need so many different pieces. You just take the best player on the board. I think the best player on the board.
They're so excited, whoever it was.
Here it is.
Yep. That nobody say anything. Yep. Let Chris figured out.
You can say whatever the hell you want. We're fine. There was one pick I cared about.
Hey, Ramsey, what?
Gunnar Vogel, first tackle off the board.
My mama raised a fool, but his ass lives in Jackson.
So the last time there was only one defensive player taken in the top 5 was 2015.
So
that's what I'm looking back through right now.
I still haven't found a zero.
Let's see. So, the first player drafted, the first defensive player drafted the last 3 drafts has been an Ohio State player.
I'm
that's not
Parsons is an absolute blue chipper.
Okay.
And purely because everyone is valuing offense in this draft, he's available. I mean, he's entering the highway robbery phase here. That guy is a franchise linebacker.
So here's an interesting. So 2012 is the year. 2012, it was Andrew Luck, Robert Griffin, Trent Richardson, Matt Khalil.
Trent Richardson,
Justin Blackman, and then Maurice Claiborne went 6th. He's the first defensive player off, followed by Mark Barron, another DB. I mean, did either of those guys live up to their top 10 draft pick?
No, Claiborne went to the Cowboys, right? And he wasn't very good at all.
And Mark Barron to Tampa.
Yeah, Barron's still in the league. He played. He had like some really good years, but.
Claiborne played for a long time. I just don't think he was good.
Yeah.
No, Claiborne was not good, but Barron was good.
But then to the franchise linebacker point you were just making, John, picked 9th, Luke Kuechly.
Wow. I mean, seriously.
And then Stephon Gilmore, 10.
And the thing is, the moment they made
Stephon Gilmore and Luke Kuechly go 1 through 9, basically 9, 10.
9, 10.
Is the moment that happened, everyone was like, oh my God, Luke Kuechly, what an unbelievable pick at 9. And then he was that guy. And that's Parsons.
Yeah. How you feeling about number 9 in a linebacker, Sammy?
Well, here's the thing. Like, that is making me a little nervous. Like,
hang on. Here's the thing. If they
two
pick
quarterbacks
here,
still on.
They pick, if you make a pick, does that hurt your chances of getting Rodgers? Because I would think you would have to trade this pick to get Rodgers.
I'm not worried about Rodgers right now. Like, that's not getting done today. If it gets done at all, it's not happening today. I would love to see Justin Fields go to Denver here. What's Carolina going to do?
Rashawn Slater, maybe? Do they need a tackle?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely, yeah.
This could be the time for our boy. This could be his moment.
For the you talking about for the Panthers?
Yeah.
And it's entirely possible.
Well, I mean, again, ESPN doesn't think that the Panthers need a tackle.
The wealth of riches from 9 to 15 that is available to these teams is just unbelievable.
It's absurd.
Well, this is what happens with the quarterbacks, right? The quarterbacks are getting drafted above their technical value or whatever
because they play quarterback.
Yeah,
but we only had 2 of the top 5 quarterbacks go.
If you need a corner,
three, and 2 of them still floating out there.
If you need a corner, if you need a wide receiver, you can get Devontae Smith. God, you can still get Slater and Parsons. I'm just like, man, all of these guys, those just are absolute top shelf guys, or Fields. To this point, maybe Fields will make us all look like idiots when he gets to the league and he doesn't do anything. But I talk about tape. I never saw Fields not be amazing.
It's going to matter where he goes, though, right?
Yes.
If he went to the Jets, Chris, you and I talked about this earlier in the week, right? Like, if he goes to the right system in the right place, it could be spectacular. And if he, has the Sam Darnold experience, it could be an absolute train wreck. But that's true for just about any QB. I feel like he's got a skill set that is maybe a little more at risk than, say, like a Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I would think so.
Let's see.
All right,
so
Panthers pick is in.
Darren said, I think it's going to commercial, right? Alabama.
Commercial.
Darren McCardle says Alabama's like the Patriots in drafting. Brown Yeti, just look at all the offensive talent from that 2019 LSU Alabama game. That game should be remembered for that. I think it was. I think it was. Let's see. Terry
was
said,
that game any good? I don't remember.
It was all right.
The first one was awesome.
It was a lot of fun.
I'm kidding.
It was a lot of fun. That's it was.
Oh, you're talking about the 2019 team?
Yeah, the 2019 one was awesome. Like that was a hell of a game. Like your bunch won, but that was still a hell of a game.
I'm having flashbacks. I got a little too much PTSD with Alabama.
That's last year was not y'all season.
I want Raising Cane's chicken pitchman Rashawn Slater off the board here. Let's go.
Terry jumped in. Gary should have had David, Huey, and me at his house acting like fools in the background. Let's see. As a matter of fact, you got beer because I'm low and might head to your house, Gary. I do have beer. But do not come over.
I might have to get beer.
do not come over. I got things to do, my friend.
Come over. See, that's
I got a
the
show to
worst
run.
thing you could have said. Because
he's on his way right now.
Yeah, somebody's going to be banging on your door.
Let's see. Damian jumped in. Damian Hernandez is in. He said, "What's up? Nice to see Damian in here."
Damian jumped in a little while ago. I was waiting on you to get to some comments.
That's what I'm doing. Micah Parsons to the Lions from McKinnon, but that was a while back. Let's see.
You're reading old shit now.
That's here. Let's see. Jamin Davis, first linebacker off the board from Casey. Skipping through some of these. Let's see. McKinnon, I would have 100% been fine with the Falcons picking up Parsons if Pitts wasn't there. I think anybody would be fine with Parsons because I think he is ridiculous.
Well, Carolina, everybody knows the value of having an awesome linebacker. That was their boy.
Yep. But Pitts, he might. Chris, you've been making this point for 3 weeks straight. Like he might be the best player in the draft.
Yeah, he might be the number one overall player in the draft.
I can't pass that up unless I'm a middle linebacker away from a Super Bowl run.
Holy shit. Holy shit! Did
Look
not
how
expect
pretty
that one.
Cleveland looks.
I don't know. I mean,
Huh.
all I'll say here is let this be the start of a run on corners.
For Skull Nation, cheers.
Wow.
What a wonderful pick for my boys at 14.
Wow.
That's
what?
Didn't expect that one. At least not in this spot. So hey, I'll cheers that.
Gary, I think you and us can both agree that J.C. Horn is not the top cornerback in this draft. After that, we may quibble, but we can both agree on that.
Now I'm not gonna lie. I do think J.C. Horn is immensely talented, and I do think that he and Patrick Surtain are very, very similar players. But we got to see J.C. Horn do a little more because teams were not afraid of throwing at him, and that was the biggest thing with Surtain is that nobody threw at him like all season. So
well, we just watched footage of him picking off Bo Nix, the greatest quarterback in college football. So he probably is deserving of this pick.
Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of their highlights are against Auburn.
Highlight right now that's against Alabama.
Yeah.
That's talk shit about highlights.
Hey, when the majority of them are against Bo Nix, you know. But I am not talking trash about J.C. Horn because he is incredibly talented, and I do think he will be very, very good. Probably should have seen this one coming, considering all of their draft picks last year for the Panthers were defensive guys, and now they just continue that run.
I thought I heard a lot of people talking about him as being a little bit more versatile than Surtain, who's very much in the press man.
I heard
mold.
a lot today that he was the number one pick, the number one cornerback in the draft to a lot of scouts. So he didn't have the fanfare going up to it because he's a South Carolina guy, not an Alabama guy. But when the scouts start breaking things down, most of the scouts liked him better than they liked Surtain.
Yeah.
All right, Sam.
Come on.
You got a lot of meat on the table, buddy. What are you going for?
There's so much.
So you asked for Parsons here when you
I did, but Fields. It's Fields here. That
I hope it's
the second best quarterback in the draft at 9. Holy shit!
That would be unbelievable.
Unless you're trading this pick to Green Bay.
If it's Fields, Slater, or Parsons, you should
Fields, Slater, or Parsons. Yeah, any of those.
Yeah.
How excited are you guys for this Loki show to come out?
Chris. I am really excited for this.
I'm really excited.
Hell yeah!
Oh, do we have a Loki commercial right now? Is that what's happening?
I just got a Loki commercial on the ESPN.
I love
app.
the fact that Chris, who missed the draft 2 years ago to go watch the Avengers, is bringing up Loki in the middle of a draft. Like, how phenomenal is that?
Worlds colliding.
Yeah, Chris, this is my time. This is my time. You shut your.
I'm on a commercial. What do you want me to do?
See, I want to believe that you had the NFL.
Hey.
Do you see them? They're all right there. Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Tell them. You love me so much. I love you so much. Can you tell everybody Roll Tide?
Roll Tide.
All right, run back to mommy. Night-night. Night-night. You got to go back over there to her.
What's really sad is I couldn't even fake set up my kid to come in here and say, I love you, daddy. That's a joke.
Good, right?
I'm not doing that.
No, I got my dog earlier, and that's about the short and skinny of anybody walking in this door that gives a damn.
It's fun when he's actually in that lovable mood as opposed to like shooting me with a Nerf gun.
Yeah, Wolverine mode.
Yeah. I half expected him to come in just yelling. Just nonstop. So Casey said, little Bama fan. There you go. Not trash talk about Horn, but Bo Nix is going to catch all the trash talk, said the Brown Yeti. Better believe that. McKinnon jumped in with his War Damn Eagle. Yep.
For anyone who's not been familiar with the Northwestern experience of the last 6 months, the three of us, particularly John, are still smarting from the Citrus Bowl.
We can't evaluate Bo Nix now because the Buddha that is Brian Harsin is now on the plains.
It's so true.
Just imparting all that wisdom into him. So next year's number one pick.
It was a rough Citrus Bowl broadcast for the three of us in terms of having to listen to what felt like an Auburn infomercial.
Yes.
Despite a Brian Harsin infomercial.
Yeah, despite us beating the pants off of Auburn. So,
you guys know my connection to Boise State, and I will tell you, they were nothing less than excited, nothing less than belligerently just bananas over the fact that somebody actually came and hired him away from them. They were so happy about this. Now, of course, you can always say careful what you wish for, because it's not like he had them, playing poorly, but everybody believed that Boise State should have been better than they were under Brian Harsin. So, Casey said Broncos are going to take Surtain. I guarantee it.
Maybe. I don't like it, but
would that surprise you at all from a Fangio-led team?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't me, because I think Fangio would take Parsons.
And again, for the bigger picture for us, that would officially mean there was a run on corners, and that would mean that Newsome would be coming up
going higher. Yeah.
And Chris, you're on the board as thinking Newsome comes off quick. So I mean, we're totally with that. But
I mean, every draft for the last 4 or 5 years, 3 or 4 DBs have gotten taken. Cornerbacks have gotten taken every year in a draft. There's no way 4 DBs come off the board and he's not one of them. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Bill Barnwell, with the 9th pick, the Broncos select Ken Jennings to host Jeopardy.
Lovely.
Love it. Matt Miller, one of our regular viewers, jumps in. He is a Broncos guy. He said, we don't need a cornerback. He said, Fields, Slater, or trade back.
So I've got 50 seconds and no pick is in yet.
A pick just went in.
I was about to say, are they about to work a trade?
I am just thinking to send Sam 1/3 the cost of a Rashawn Slater jersey. So let's do this. Come on.
Hey, it'd be my second.
Hang on, wait a minute. You're going to make him pay for the other third of his own jersey?
I paid for this custom Trevor Lawrence jersey before his number changed.
You're in for a third.
Okay. So Gary gets off scot-free.
You better damn believe it.
John just orchestrates the deal, and then we 3 pay for it, right?
That's right.
Yeah. I was thinking Meghan Markle was picking up the tab.
Hey, yeah.
He's on the other side.
You gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Hey,
do you still have the image?
2 people about to be in some money.
Do you still have that image to where you could print more of those if you had access to that image?
If only we knew someone that had screen printing equipment, such a thing might be possible.
Yep.
I can find people. We're
getting into the weeds in this podcast now. All right, let's go.
As a matter of fact, Chris knows a guy that's in the Russian mafia.
Oh boy. Come on,
Sammy?
I'm Twitter's.
I just heard Mel Kiper say, if this is Mac Jones, and then.
Oh my gosh. No, don't dare.
No, it's not.
Could you imagine?
I really need to be Mac Jones.
Come on.
That would be amazing.
Here we go.
That would rival the moment that
I'm seeing one Fields here.
Come on.
I still got Booker talking.
Oh my God. Come
on. Let's go.
All right.
Wow.
Casey, we love you, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, dude. You were wrong.
All right, Sammy. That'll work.
Yeah. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. Okay.
So So in the pantheon of Sam Broncos draft moments, this is not in the same stratosphere as trading up for Tim Tebow, nor the time that the Broncos drafted Maurice Clarett and Sam crumpled into his hands. But I can tell he's not happy.
I mean, Sam, he very well may be the best corner in the draft.
Hey, hold on.
I'm not unhappy.
Hang on, wait a minute. Casey just said this is like the NBA thing.
Yeah.
He said this is a Broncos pick for the Packers, 100%. The reason it took so long is because they were on the phone with the Packers saying, "Who do you want?"
It's very possible.
That's
maybe this counts as their pick, but they have to wait until Aaron Rodgers' date goes by, whatever it goes by, to bring down his cap number.
I love that idea.
That would be amazing. Let's Sam hope against hope.
I just feel like I really honestly feel like Fangio would have taken a linebacker.
So I mean, we did need corner. We brought in Kyle Fuller on a 1-year deal. We were short on corner. I don't hate going corner. It's not what I wanted, but okay.
I just want to point out it is now the 10th pick in the draft. Northwestern has the best tackle and corner on the draft board.
That's true.
You do have that.
It's a good
And
place to be.
the number 10 pick is the Dallas Cowboys. So Devontae Smith is still on the board, and they need a ton of defense.
Oh my
So,
God,
Parsons,
No, this
Newsome,
is gonna be Micah here, right? There's no question about that.
I think it's got to be. Like,
This team cannot take another offensive weapon, right?
No, they just had Sean Lee retire. Like,
Lord Parsons. I mean, my Lord, plug him right in. Now, on the other hand, they take Greg, and all I have to do is just adjust the contrast on my monitor a little bit, and we're just.
You don't want to pull
right
for the
here.
Cowboys, John. You don't want that. That's a bad life to live. You don't want to do that.
yes.
Well, if it was Slater, he'd be going home. But you're right. I mean, Parsons. Good Lord, he's the next Cowboy star. Like that's just
No, you don't want. You don't. That's not how you want to live your life.
Our buddy Walsh, diehard Cowboys fan, thinks that this is a trade down.
Oh,
I mean, again,
I'll tell you, I am aware of a team that is in desperate need of an offensive tackle that would love to trade up to get ahead of the Chargers.
Yeah, because I
Somewhere in the
guarantee
10,
you,
11, 12
you're gonna have
spots.
to.
Or the Giants.
You're going to have to jump the Chargers to get Slater.
I'll be right back.
I do think
Is there any way the Patriots trade up here?
so I did hear
Or
something.
Fields. Shit.
I did hear
Patriots
something
getting
about the
Fields.
Patriots and the Cowboys earlier today.
Telling you, man, all I want to do is I want to walk away from this with Cleveland getting the guy I like. Don't care who. I'd love for Newsome to fall all the way to Cleveland, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And I would love for the Patriots to walk away with Justin Fields.
Interesting from Matt Brown. Said North Dakota State has they've had more quarterbacks taken in the top 5 in the past 6 years than the Big Ten has had in the top 10 in the past 30.
Hang on, read that one more time.
How many have they had in the last 30?
It didn't say. I'll say this. I know North Dakota State has only had 2 drafted in the top 5 in the last 6 years with Carson Wentz and Trey Lance tonight. They said that they've had more quarterbacks taken in the top 5 in the past 6 years than the Big Ten has had in the top 10 in the past 30. I think that was Kerry Collins 30 years ago.
I guess what I'm saying, though, is that North Dakota State has also only had 2 quarterbacks taken in the past 30.
Yeah.
We got to trade.
So it is a trade. Do we know who it is?
It's
Eagles.
The Eagles traded up.
What?
That's got to be for Devonta Smith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be Smith.
Got to be Smith.
Got to be Smith.
If they don't take Smith, that city is going to burn.
That's nuts. McKinnon jumped in. The Patriots are seriously going to get Jones or Fields without having to move.
That would be
No,
wild.
I don't want Jones or Fields.
You're
I
getting
need somebody
Jones
to take Jones right now.
That ain't happening.
What are the Eagles? Hang on, what if the Eagles take Jones?
Eagles aren't taking Jones.
They're a quarterback factory, right?
Eagles already have a Bama quarterback.
Like, do they
when
believe
you have
in
one? Why not have 2?
Where are the Patriots? Are they at 19?
No,
15.
15?
Right behind you.
Yeah, Fields ain't getting past the Vikings if he's there. I guarantee you the Vikings take Justin Fields if he's still on the board.
Y'all need an offensive lineman.
I know we do, but I guarantee that would be
Wait,
a boon.
Wait a second. Did Philly trade up and not have to give up their 12th pick?
That's what DraftCast is saying, but I mean,
That's
Hang
what
on, they're going to
ESPN
tell us what they gave up,
it's
right?
going to get updated here.
and NFL Network is saying that.
No, but they might take a minute to update it. They might not have released what the trade is yet, Gary.
That's
Our
I'm trying
buddy
to find on
Walsh,
Twitter.
after suggesting that the Cowboys should trade back, is going apoplectic essentially.
That they traded back?
They traded in the division.
But into the division.
They
That's what
traded
he's
in the
mad
division.
about.
Oh, come on. But listen, you don't care about the division. You don't care. If you win the deal, then you win the deal.
Walsh cares about the division.
Yeah, he does. He has lots of hate.
Okay, never mind. It's Dallas gets the number 12 pick and a 3rd round pick, and Philly gets number 10.
That's a good deal for Dallas. That's
Yep.
a really good deal for Dallas.
Well, I mean,
I think that means they take
They're
Newsom.
going from 12 to 10, so they were jumping the Giants.
yeah, they're jumping the Giants, but ooh,
Does that mean
I
they're
don't
going
know
after
what
Devontae Smith? That's got
I
to mean
think they're
Devontae
getting
Smith.
Smith, but I wouldn't have thought the Giants would. The Giants just sold. They just paid the biggest contract for the new wide receiver. They also still have like a great wide receiver and a great tight end under contract. I'm not really sure why the Giants would be maneuvering for a wide receiver.
All the preamble thought the Giants were going to do offensive line, right?
I thought they were. I would thought the Giants were taking it. That's their weakest spot, right?
Yeah.
Like Giants are just, needing Slater.
I mean, how is Daniel Jones going to reach his full potential without a?
Speaking of Slater, I'm eating delicious Raising Cane's chicken right now. Who signed Rashawn Slater as a pitch man this morning? Delicious. If you can
How
get
in the
some
world does
best
Chicago
chicken-
have a Raising Cane's?
They got like six.
Several Raising
Do
Canes.
they really?
No, it's more than 6. It's
Memphis
like
ain't got
10 at
none.
least.
That's very shocking to me.
Memphis has
Why?
nothing. How does Philly trade for
we
this
don't have
pick?
any.
Philly trades for this pick, and they take the entire 10 minutes. We're at 20 seconds left here.
It takes a minute to get all the paperwork through and whatnot. I mean,
I don't think the 10-minute clock restarts.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, they make the trade and they know what they're getting.
There we go. Pick is in. That just it took it all the way down. Some of these other comments, by the way. Let's see. As a Dak fan, you don't want to have to pull for the Cowboys. It's nothing but pain. Let's see. Eagles coming up for Devontae Smith. Cowboys should trade back. Let's see. Giants going to take Jamin Davis. Eagles are stealing Devontae from the Giants. Let's see. Vikings are getting Fields, while the Packers, Bears, and Lions are in or will be in shambles. Good Lord.
Don't tease Scuzz about getting Fields. Lord have mercy.
Darren McCardle jumped in, said the Giants need Kyle Trask. I don't know about all that. And then Casey said the Giants might take Kwity Paye. I don't think they're taking Kwity Paye that early.
That's a little early for
That is quite early.
That's pretty early for him, but we shall see. So,
And again, Chris, as we talked about, we're officially entering the highway robbery zone for Parsons. It's ludicrous at this point.
If Micah Parsons would have came out of last year's draft, he'd have been top 5 pick.
Yeah. And it's the same guy. He didn't play. He's perfect.
He didn't play. He just sat out. Yeah, he's fine.
hey, Casey jumped in and said that the Bears are going to trade up for a quarterback next.
I mean,
I could see it.
Yeah.
The Bears
It's
trading
definitely
up
the
for
realm of
Mac
possibility.
Jones would be the most on-brand.
Oh, my
thing.
God.
Oh,
that'd be
yeah.
hilarious.
Oh, yeah, it would.
Oh, that would make me happy. I'm getting a little nervous about this Fields thing.
Oh, my God. That'd be hilarious.
My God. Could you imagine?
John, you'd be able to hear the screams from the city all the way out where you are.
Yeah. Be amazing.
Let's see. Mark Titus. Do any of you listen to Titus and Tate?
A little bit.
Every now and then, yeah.
Okay. He jumped in 2 minutes ago, said if Justin Fields opts out this season and or doesn't fight to have a season, he's a lock for number 2. But instead, that dumb idiot tanked his draft stock by winning the Big Ten, dominating Clemson, and scoring 27 touchdowns in 8 games with 70% completion.
That Clemson game is still like the I don't know. We haven't talked about that enough over the last 3 months. Like the Clemson game and how injured he was and what an incredible performance he had. I mean, it's stunning that Rashawn Slater is getting all the love for his Chase Young game, and nobody's talking about the Clemson game for Justin Fields.
I will, Gary, I'll give you this. I would say, with all due respect to Kyle Pitts, this will be the best set of highlights we watch tonight.
I think so as well. Chris, have you seen the pic?
Yeah.
But Gary, he's so skinny though.
Yeah. His nickname is the Slim Reaper.
That's
Is it really?
awesome.
That's fantastic. I love that.
Baller.
That's so good.
So
we gotta shout out Kaylin Kaler from Defector Media, Northwestern alum. We had her on our podcast about a week or so ago. She wrote an article for Defector, which, if anybody isn't aware, is the new Deadspin. Like, go check it out. But basically,
I don't know that I'd advertise myself as the new Deadspin. I would just advertise myself as Defector. I wouldn't
just
tell
Defector.
anybody we're the new Deadspin.
Yeah, I agree with that.
in a good way. I don't know. Anyways, she talked to a whole bunch of scouts and a whole bunch of folks in the NFL trying to gauge, like, does Devonta Smith's weight matter? And the majority of responses were no. She got a couple of, well, yeah, actually we are worried. And then she got a couple of people who are like, yeah, we're not worried, but we think other people are worried, so we're going to be prepared. Was just a really interesting, deep understanding of what folks like making these decisions actually think.
It's pretty crazy to think about. Like, you've seen the guy
third
play for 4
player
years.
off the board from his own team. This guy whose tape we're watching right now.
And
Third
still
player off the board.
And still a top 10 pick.
True.
So he's still
They're
cashing
comparing
checks.
him to Calvin Ridley.
I think he's better than Calvin Ridley. Like, Ridley's really good, but I think he's better than Ridley.
Just wish you could get some more wide receivers on your team. It's a real rough life.
Gary, if Waddle hadn't have been injured, could Smith have had the year that he had?
No, absolutely not. There's no way he wins the Heisman if Waddle is still the dude. I think Smith still would have been the go-to, but he wouldn't have had the same numbers. Like, he had a 21% target rate from Mac Jones.
Whoa.
Like, it was ridiculous.
Still nobody could cover him.
Yeah. No, people were double-teaming him nonstop, but Sark had such a good offensive scheme by running things up. Giants trade pick to the Bears. Oh Lord, here we go.
Mac. If it's Justin, so this is the thing, right? It needs to be Justin Fields. The Bears will make it Mac Jones.
If the Bears take Mac Jones,
this is the ultimate.
It's going to be a party up in here if the Bears take.
This is one of those.
Yeah,
ultimate,
hold on. I have got to shout out Casey on this. Casey, you look like Nostradamus right now. Like, this is like three things in a row that you have called. This is nuts. I mean, this is
it's just so unbelievable though, because Gary, with all due respect, if they take Jones, he's going to be awful. It's such a Bears pick.
What about all the batshit crazy things that he said up to this point that have been wildly wrong?
Hey, but I don't care right now. He is hitting like crazy, and the other stuff is crazy as hell. But this, like, he hit a few of them in a row. Like, I think if you throw enough shit at the wall, something's going to stick. But
I do want to say we should give the outside bit of credence to the idea that the Bears could have traded up to take a franchise left tackle that they've got better tape on than anybody does. I just want to
just because you're closer to Chicago, everybody's got they've got more film on him.
I just want to mention.
I don't think that's how film works.
I'm
John.
just giving it lip service, okay?
I don't know that's how film works.
I mean, really,
Mac Jones on the screen.
Really, we want them to take Fields, and good God, are they really going to take
That's
Jones?
the Bears draft room.
Please be Mac.
I don't know.
God, it's just such. I mean, but with that said, it's the same people in the building.
Oh my God,
Trubisky.
The Bears give this year's first and next year's first, fifth and a fourth. 50th this year, fourth next year to move up to take.
How many spots did they move up?
From 20 to 11.
From 20 up to 11.
They moved up a lot.
This has got to be Fields.
In the first.
If it's Fields, that's awesome. But oh my God, if it's Jones.
Oh, please be Mac. Please be Mac.
That is such a Bears move. Gary,
what are they showing right now? They're just showing an empty living room right now.
Yeah,
that's Justin Fields' house.
Okay.
Like they're all coming back to the couch.
Who lives there?
I think this could be. I think this is Fields. This has to be.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Like
Although if they they trade up for Mac, that's oh my God.
But this does help with getting old Mac Jones over to New England. So
no, that's a Micah Parsons pick right there. Micah Parsons going to fall to 15. Bill Belichick's going to take his next Dante Hightower, and he'll be all right.
Hey.
Kayla Kaler says pace pulling and Bill O'Brien trading all the future picks he will not be there to use anyway.
That's 100% true. That is 100% true. Let's see. Caleb said Fields not on the sofa anymore. Fields is getting Chicago for Matt Miller. Casey said, I know you're sweating this pick. Casey, it could be Slater. Chris, quit hating. The Brown Yeti said sometimes the Kool-Aid is right, Chris. Jumping back a little more. McKinnon said, come on, Chris, you got to bet the hot hand. Let's see. And then Terry told me that he's finishing the smoke and then he's heading my way. So
Can you imagine if you like waited until like a month after the end of the college football season and then hopped in a time machine to right now, you'd be like, oh my God, the Bears are going to get Justin Fields. And nothing has happened in that period of time other than that Fields just started to drop.
Yep. Caleb said it's 100% Fields. Saw someone with a Bears hat in that ESPN shot. And McKinnon, by the way, we'll talk about this here in a minute, but he said who's in play for Julio Jones now. So let's see. Bears take. Come on. Oh my God, they're reading like a infomercial, whatever. This is terrible.
I don't have the sound on. Is Goodell getting booed? I assume he's getting booed.
No, he's reading something about the pandemic.
He has not gotten booed. Cleveland has behaved themselves.
Yeah, Cleveland's got nothing to be mad at Goodell about.
Or not behaved themselves, as the case may be, depending on your perspective.
Hey, you bring up Jimmy Haslam and Browns fans will lose their minds. They will boo forever.
Not right now.
I guess
Twitter,
right now
Twitter is pretty much saying this is Fields.
Yeah,
it's
Let
got
it
to be
Fields. That's awesome. I mean, what a pick for the Bears. Sorry, Scuzz, but
yeah, this is. I mean, if
that's all I wanted. I want the Patriots to have this, but
I mean, suddenly are the Bears are suddenly thinking we just got Fields and Rodgers might be leaving the NFC North.
Let's see.
Scuzz is sitting here thinking we've got Kirk Cousins.
I know. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, God forbid that. Not God forbid. Just like.
There it is.
11. So Dallas at 12. Chargers at 13. Oh, Slater's not getting to you, bud.
Nope, not unless we trade with Dallas.
Oh, this is so awesome. This is legitimately awesome news for the NFL and awesome news for Fields. This is great.
What are they saying?
I just said the Bears have picked him.
The Bears picked him. Okay.
John, I assume your point is that the Bears are better off as not a laughingstock with Mac Jones, and that's good for the NFL. Is that kind of where you're going here?
It's like Fields dropped way too low, but the Bears got legit value for him, and the Bears and their sad sack quarterback history, like he could legit be an unbelievable quarterback for them. Like, could he be the best Bears quarterback of all time? Absolutely on the table.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Matt Nagy can achieve that?
No, I think somebody else is the coach.
No, I don't know. But
yes, there's hope for me still.
All right, so Caleb jumped in, said Cowboys should trade back again with the Vikings to allow them to jump the Chargers.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let's do it.
I think that could be fun. Let's see. Brown Yeti said, John, shut up, make the pick. Terry said, I'm just joking. Gary, I do need to stay up as late as possible, but if I come over, you won't be at work tomorrow. I know how we get. He said, I'll just stay there and shit talk. Yeah, that's probably true. Slater will be a Charger, says Matt Miller. Mac Jones is the third best quarterback behind Trevor and Lance in this draft, and Belichick is about to get him at 15. Terry said, so Chris will have, let's see, MQC and Cam next year. Who is MQC? Oh, I think he meant Mac. Sorry.
If we'd be all about him going to the Chargers. We'd have 3 Chargers with every 3 Northwestern Chargers because we have Joe Gaziano on that team too, and then of course JJ.
Yeah.
So.
Let's see. Matt Miller said the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer. How sad is that?
Color never 4,000.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Surprising, I guess. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, though, the happiest man on the planet right now is Allen Robinson.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
that
so. Dude is good. And I don't think the Bears offensive line is garbage. Like, it feels like actually a decent spot for Fields.
Well, in a huge market that's wanted a great quarterback forever. Like, I mean, it's
so this is what the Bears have spent on their quarterbacks the last couple of years.
Oh, okay.
They gave up 2 first-round picks. I'm doing this off memory. 2 first-round picks to get Trubisky. Then they gave up a third-round pick to get Foles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how? And now they just gave up 2 first-round picks to get Fields. So it's
It is
taken
interesting.
4 first-round picks and a third-round pick and 2 busts to get to this point.
It is funny though, because it does show, right, that probably to the Bears, Fields looks I bet they're going to say that he's they'll say best, but I bet you he was probably their number 2 quarterback after Lawrence.
Probably.
And they're, they were just waiting and being like, all right, pull the trigger, whatever it takes to get up to 10. So
On top of that, Chris, they traded 2 first-round picks for Khalil Mack, which tells you it is worth it, but it also tells you that they have a lot of first-round picks because they've been abjectly horrible for a decade.
Well, they don't value them at all. They just piss them away.
Let's see. Terry said, "What about Dalton? Didn't the Bears just get him? Yeah, he's probably going to be."
I think they signed him though. I don't think they gave up picks.
No, they signed him.
They just signed him, but.
Blackhawks beat reporter and Northwestern grad Mark Lazarus just tweeted, "I really feel bad for Bears legend and beloved Chicago icon Andy Dalton."
Bears legend.
The Red Rifle.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Bears legend. I love it.
So did the Cowboys just trade down, and then they can still get Parsons? They could get Slater.
They can get Parsons. They can get Slater. Like they traded down and gave up nothing.
Yeah.
After Surtain went, I think they were. I think that was their guy. I think if Surtain was still there at 10, I think they take him.
Yeah.
I think because he was gone, they're like, all right.
This has to be Parsons.
That's what I would say.
They need a defensive help bad, and this draft is really awful for defense.
Yes, if they take him, he has to wear that Leighton Vander Esch cowboy collar.
Yeah, he's got to wear the cowboy collar.
Let's see.
Can't help thinking that both the Broncos and the Cowboys would be better off if they switched picks. I don't know. I guess the Cowboys got a 3rd rounder out of this, but
now in a week, if this pick for the Broncos ends up in
Green Bay,
Green Bay, we're gonna have a different conversation.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Caleb jumped in. Sad Cowboys are picking. They could get the same pick now as they would later, as long as they pick before the Cardinals. Yeah, I think so.
Here's another thing too. We should remember too, if they take Micah Parsons can wear number 11 in the NFL.
Yeah.
Which would be awesome.
All right, now who is it? Are we getting to the point where we've got other people announcing draft picks? Like what?
Well, yeah, that Bears pick was announced by somebody else.
Yeah,
that
but like
was someone else. That was like I'm not sure what that was, but
I don't understand. I thought we started doing this like in the later rounds.
I don't know. Who
I guess maybe this is just after
I
the
love
top
their
10.
vibe.
Like
me too.
Oh yeah, this is a party right here.
Wow.
Let's see. This is all about pandemic recovery efforts and whatnot.
Okay.
Let's see. Terry said, "What about Sean Lee? He's going to be able to play." He's going to be able to play 3 games for the Cowboys next year. Yeah, Shane Lee retired a couple weeks ago, so he's out. Or Sean Lee, not Shane Lee. Sorry.
Jalen Smith hasn't been awful. Recovered from his horrific injury at Notre Dame, but he's not a middle linebacker.
Nah, he's outside. He's all outside. All outside.
So what do the Bears do with Foles? I mean, Foles is still on the books.
I wonder if he just gets cut.
He's only got $9 million in guarantees for this season.
It's not bad. You
can eat what Schefter just tweeted out.
Just eat that. Throw it away.
Yeah.
There we
what
go.
are they paying Andy? 7?
Andy Dalton?
There it is.
It was 10.
There it is. So there.
He'll have $19 million in backup.
So
That's
who
not
wears
awful.
number 11 for the Cowboys? That's what I want to know. Because I want to see him get that number.
That's a great pick for Dallas.
Oh,
Yes.
and they traded down to get
They
it.
traded down and still got him.
Highway robbery.
Yeah.
A guy who could have gone as high as like 7.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping for him at 9.
Yeah.
In the mock drafts before the season, he was a top 5 pick.
I think he's
about
the
to
best defensive player in the draft. I
do
think
too.
he's unreal.
Agreed.
Hey, Chris, your boy Pete Thamel just tweeted out, did Bill Belichick actually Jedi mind trick the draft so Mac Jones slides to number 15? Starting to feel that way.
Yeah.
You sure did, Chris.
Shoes on the other foot now. Give it 2 years. Chris is going to be Tampa all the way.
Let's
No.
see.
I'll never turn my back on my team.
All right, so we got the Chargers coming up now at number 13.
This is Slater.
Casey said this sounds like Rashawn Slater time.
This is 100% Slater.
Oh no, no. They need offensive line help in the worst kind of way.
And Damien jumped in finally. He said, "Hell yeah, finally! Damn it!"
Had a boy, Damien. Damien definitely got their dude. I didn't want him to get it though. I like the Bears, but I needed Fields in New England.
Well, I think you're going to be just fine with Mac. There goes John with his raising canes. You better believe it. You better believe it. Damien said, he said, screw Carrot Top Dalton. I love it. Obi Matt jumps in. Leroy Jenkins. That'll be the next pick. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you know what I just realized is, and I'm blanking on his name. His first name is Cody. Cody Sita, I think. So basically, Northwestern's director of operations left the program this offseason and is with the Chargers now. I forgot about that.
Yeah, special assistant to the coach.
Yeah.
Chargers are giving the Packers a run for their money in Wildcats.
There's a shadowy cabal of Northwestern folks, not just in sports media, but infiltrating the layers of the NFL.
Infiltrating
just
Los
laying
Angeles.
the foundation for having to hire away Fitz.
Why is Jerry not on his yacht? I mean, come on.
Watching these highlights of Micah Parsons being good at everything.
I've seen 2 people tweet about Dallas drafting guys with character issues. No surprise they took Parsons. What are the character issues?
Parsons
I don't know
was
any
involved in
First
that
I've heard of that.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's right.
What was it?
The hazing incident at Penn State from a couple of years ago or whatever.
Dude like actually press charges.
That's right. I had forgotten about that.
I would classify under that under like stupid college kid issues, not character issues, but that's just me.
I doubt he's going to be an issue.
Good Lord. You know what I didn't think about?
I don't know that it matters.
That's my buddy Ryan just texted and said, hey, I know you're a Bama fan. Who are you going to pick? Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith or Tua to Jalen Waddle? Like, who's going to be your team? I was like, bitch. I didn't even think about that. Let's see.
When those are your 2 options, you know what the choice is? Burrow to Chase.
No, I'm going to root for a team with an offensive line, man. I'm all good.
Micah Parsons just
I don't know that
jumped
either
into
one of those
Goodell's
teams
arm.
have an offensive line, Gary.
I'm playing.
No, I'm serious. I think the Bengals offensive line might be better than both of those.
So can I like
That's possible.
obviously I missed the Bengals. What was the consensus? Because it felt like for everybody who doesn't know, I live in Cincinnati. It felt like the vibe around here was really starting to lean toward offensive line and Sewell. But
what was Chris's consensus, or what was the?
Y'all's consensus. I'm curious how you guys felt about Chase versus
Chris and I both were on Chase. Burrow, 32% of the sacks for Burrow this past season
covered
sacks. Yeah. So you've already done something to fix the offensive line. Obviously, if Jonah Williams comes back healthy, that's going to help the offensive line. They traded for Riley Reif. That's a big deal. Like I think it's going to be. I think he's better than what they had.
Yeah,
and
Riley
their
Reif will
offensive
be.
line's not great by any means, but if they can just be average and you add a guy like Chase, it's better than not having Chase and adding another offensive lineman that makes an average offensive line a little bit better.
Yeah.
But because there's 5 parts to the offensive line, you're only as good as the weakest link. It doesn't really matter that one guy is a lockdown dude. And I brought this up ad nauseum on the show the last couple of weeks. Just look at Houston. Like Laramie Tunstall is a monster, and that offensive line is still one of the worst offensive lines in football. But, when you got a guy like Will Fuller out there or Hopkins out there, it makes the quarterback look a whole lot better.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think I
just think the game is going that way. I follow Warren Sharp a lot. Warren Sharp. I also follow the guys at PFF, Pro Football Focus, and they said all the analytics say this number 2 most important position in football now is an elite wide receiver. It used to be left tackle, and then behind left tackle, it used to be edge rusher. And now it has moved to wide receiver because they're throwing the ball so quickly.
Yeah.
They're processing the game so fast and getting the ball out so quickly that the offensive line is almost a moot point. Now, nobody has won a Super Bowl with a shitty offensive line yet. So you might be able to be good. You might be able to win a lot of games. We haven't seen anybody hoist the Lombardi with a bad offensive line. So,
well, I think about, and I had a emotional reaction when you said Riley Reif, but Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow could not be more different quarterbacks, right? And you can scheme with a guy like Burrow. He's smart enough to get the ball out fast. He's mobile enough.
He's not going to sit in the pocket.
Offensive line. Yeah. Cousins is a friggin' statue. So, it makes all the sense in the world to me.
And Cousins doesn't even do that step up in the pocket thing that like guys like Tom Brady and Eli Manning did, to where they're not mobile at all, but they don't take a lot of sacks either because they're just real good at that slide here, slide there, and nobody hits them. Kirk doesn't even do that. I mean, he gets back in his drop and he is a statue. His feet become cemented to the ground.
Are you suggesting that he takes an extra step back and throws off his back foot? How dare you, sir?
Not a big Cousins fan. He has a nice, he has a nice floor. Like, he's definitely not the worst quarterback in the league, and he's probably going to always be somewhere between 12 and 17 in the rank of 32, and that's fine.
If your defense plays good and your running game is all right, and your offense is able to get a little bit of a lead,
you surround him with unbelievable weapons,
you're going to be fine.
He can look great.
Or
if you need him to come back from a 10-point deficit from the middle of the third quarter don't bet on it.
If you get down by 2 scores, he's not going to win you the football game.
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen. But I bring this up all the time. Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, like, these are Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. Yep. It can be done with somebody who's not Joe effing Flacco. Like, you don't have to be great. Nick Foles, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Brown Yeti jumps in, by the way. Pats draft Elijah Moore, first weapon they draft in years. Casey said Zaven Collins is going to the Vikings. Let's see. Terry Brewer, don't feel bad about missing that pick. Eric, you had to clean that stadium. McKinnon said, is there any chance in hell that the Vikings pick up Jones? Doubt it, but you never know.
Everything I've read is that they go either the offensive lineman from USC or the offensive lineman for Virginia Tech.
Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah.
The guard.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, too, as long as we're talking about offensive line, that Slater is crazy value at 13. I mean, Slater, depending on which mock you look at, I mean, again.
No, he was, I thought he was a top 10 guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
As long as you're playing him at tackle, if teams have decided he's a guard, I think it's a different valuation. But
I don't think you're taking him and playing him at guard.
Yeah, I know. I agree. But like, let's say you're Carolina.
Why does Northwestern have him rated as a guard?
They don't.
They
literally. Oh, okay, so
he never played guard.
ESPN just went through and they had his name, him standing there, and his name, and it had a big G next to it.
Well, that's ESPN being stupid.
That's weird.
Some intern messed up the graphics.
He started as a right tackle. He moved to left tackle.
I was about to say, he's never played guard before, right?
Yeah, two seasons ago, Chris.
He was a guy that was considered to be viable at any of the 5 spots in college, and that's true again in the NFL. But
the Chargers need now. The one thing the Chargers might do. Do you think the Chargers take the hometown kid at the USC guy?
No, they're taking.
I certainly hope they do. For the love of God, can that be true? Is Chris just baiting me? I think he's just baiting me.
Oh, no, I don't have a pick yet, so I don't know if the pick is in.
The pick is in.
I'm just telling you, the other guy that's their option is a USC guy.
You know what's interesting, John? You talked about this is the third guy on the Chargers. They also took Luis Castillo in the first round back in, what was that, 05, 04?
This is the highest Northwestern player drafted since Chris Hinton. Right? Napo was 20-something, I think.
What year was that?
Napoleon Harris.
That would have been the
early 2000s.
Draft.
Let's talk about this suit Slayer's wearing. That's a sharp suit, man.
You should see.
I like the checkerboard print. I like the white collar. I like this suit.
I'm going to send you a pic of him and his O-line coach in matching suits from earlier today, which is pretty baller.
This is a fat guy only suit, though, right? Like John can't wear a suit like that. Like you've got to be 280 or above to put a suit on like that.
Let me tell you, thanks to Raising Cane's Chicken, I'll be more than ready for that. Hey, this is awesome. This is our moment.
Yes. This is
a big deal for us.
This is why I broke out the shirt, baby.
It's a long time since
it's also probably why he fell
this high. For those of you who don't know, Slater sat out the season for us, and hilariously, we plugged in a guy who has a very good chance of being a first-round pick in and of himself at that replacement tackle position. But Slater, he started as a freshman for us from day one and has been the man for us.
Yeah, Chris, we watched him in person, and he was phenomenal against Ohio State.
His dad played for the Toronto Raptors for a long time.
And this is his ace in the hole.
He had 2 years of Chase Young tape over 2 seasons, and it was all good.
Yep, it most certainly was.
This is the first football jersey I ever owned. It's an offensive lineman football jersey. Hall of Famer Randall McDaniel. I thought that it might help.
There's a game
Slater to my Vikes, but
there's a game Scuzz and I were at right there. Big Ten championship game.
Oh wow, Chargers chain. That's something.
Look at that pull.
But regardless, I think like this is a dude that we have been thrilled to root for over the last couple of years, and are just like could not be happier to see him go so high. John, am I right when I say he was a 3-star recruit coming into college? I mean, this is a dude that really worked on his game.
He was a 3-star recruit out of Texas. It's funny. I mean, that's what Northwestern does. We could have 2 first-round picks. They were both 3-star recruits. Now, Slater was really highly regarded. I mean, everyone knew about – he was from Texas. He was tall. He had the pedigree with his dad being an NBA basketball player. And he had a decent offer list. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it wasn't unbelievable. And
he was a guard in high school.
We were arguably his best offer.
Tom McGrath is lightning the Scuzz on the chat.
We've been waiting for you, Tom.
Oh no,
where you been?
Trading.
He says if the Vikings take Mac Jones here, Scuzz is better pick up the phone.
Vikings are trading.
The Jets just traded up.
Oh God, I will disown the Vikings if they draft Mac Jones.
Well, it's not happening now because the Jets just traded back up to number 14.
So I'll be honest. This is what I wanted. If there wasn't one of the top 2 OCs available, I really wanted the Vikings to trade back. This is the best.
Who do we think the Jets is pulling in here?
Newsome. Back-to-back Northwestern picks.
Oh,
there's no way that happens.
Come on.
That's pretty insane.
What do they need? I
have no idea.
Not to be a dick, but they need a lot.
I didn't realize that Slater was actually a guard in high school.
I don't know that it matters. Once you're that big in college, they're just going to put you wherever they want.
So early on in his college career, a lot of people talked about him as an NFL center. And the view was that he could play all the positions, and then a lot of people projected him that way. And then he slid into that left tackle role for us, gained a little weight, and became the mainstay.
This is what's fun about the draft, by the way. Slater was number 653 in the recruiting rankings. The number 35 offensive guard.
Well, yeah, they said he was a 3-star.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. Like, he's the number 13 pick in the draft. He was number 653 in the recruiting rankings.
It is. I mean,
that Chargers football team's really good. I don't know what to think of their head coach move. Like, going and getting the guy that's been a DC for 1 year of his life. Now he's a head coach. Then that's a little green for me.
Who'd they hire as OC, though?
Shit, I could have told you if you didn't ask.
We can look at Matt LaFleur. I mean, he's done pretty well, you know?
Yeah, but how much does Aaron Rodgers have to do with that?
Well, I mean, a ton. But
okay, because if Justin Jefferson or not Justin Jefferson.
Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
Jordan Love is their quarterback. I don't know that Matt LaFleur has a job next year.
The offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers is one Joe Lombardi, who is the quarterbacks coach for the New Orleans Saints.
That's right.
Yeah. So he's
That's
from
right. I
2016
remember
to
them getting
2020.
somebody from the Saints organization.
So that coaching staff is super green, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, super
Very
great.
much
Yes,
so.
yeah, very little experience, but
With a second-year
shitload of
quarterback.
talent, though, man.
Yeah, they do.
That's a good football team.
So let's assume it's not Newsome. Who's worth it for the Jets to trade back up to get?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who is the guy that says, I got to move back into this draft and go get him? Is it an O lineman?
Like Barmore, like a top interior D lineman or something?
Yeah.
No, I don't think
Barmore's
there's any D lineman good enough to trade back in.
And not that early. Not that early.
Is
Barmore
this Elijah Vera Tucker?
That's what I was
that
wondering.
would make sense. Yeah, go get
That's
an
what I was
offensive
wondering.
lineman.
Is this O-line?
Or Darisaw from Virginia Tech.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Let's see.
Who's the best edge on the
It's bad.
It's a weak year.
It's
It is a
bad.
weak year. The Vikings beat.
I think there's a guy from Virginia Tech that's supposed to be really good. I don't have any
No,
names in
the
front
top.
of me.
I mean, the top two on the board. The names that I've heard bandied about are Jalen Phillips from Miami and Kwity Paye from Michigan, right?
Yeah,
And
Phillips is the number one guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's
knew,
what
as soon as you
everybody-
said his name, I knew exactly.
that's who I feel like everybody has been talking about.
But I still don't think they're.
It'd be
I mean, they're
a
20
reach.
picks.
It'd be a reach here.
Yeah,
for
they're
sure.
they're going to be in the 20s. I don't think it's defense. I think it's somebody to help.
Yeah.
I
think it's somebody to help Zach Wilson.
It's going to be
Well,
Elijah
that's the
Vera
same
Tucker. There's several news articles that came out today saying if Elijah Vera Tucker is still on the board at 23, it's tough to see the Jets passing because they have been in contact with him a lot.
Okay.
So I would imagine
So
that's probably what
the
this
Jets
is.
were at 23.
Yeah.
So they 23 up to 14. Wonder what that.
So
do we know
they
what
had to have given
what
up.
they paid?
They had to have given up quite a bit.
Yeah, tell me what they gave up.
And the Vikes know that their boy Mac Jones will still be available.
You shut your mouth, sir. You be quiet.
Let's see. There's no information on the trade as of right now. Here we go. Vikings get, let's see. Jets get 14th overall and the 2021 fourth round pick. And Vikings get the 23rd overall and two 2021 third round picks.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty good haul. That's not bad.
The Vikings have loaded up on second and third round picks, and they've already talked about being really aggressive in the second round and jumping up to the top.
If you want a QB, you can get it there.
Todd
I don't think we
McShay's
want a
team
QB,
leads.
honestly. I don't think we're interested in that.
No,
who's
you're probably
backing up
not.
Cousins?
Zimmer is very much in win right now. Zimmer might
Yeah.
not coach every, you know what I'm saying, like when you're that age. So my buddy Cameron, who is a San Diego native, he's my San Diego guy. When the Chargers left San Diego, he's brokenhearted, considered leaving San Diego as a fan or the Chargers as a fan, but then was like, I can't leave them.
I thought you were saying he was considering moving, which is like,
Oh no, he lives here. No, he lives.
Okay.
In Memphis. So he already left years ago, but he's from there. His family, he grew up there, and he said he was my number one guy on the board. I know that everyone loves Sewell, but I've read so much about all the offensive linemen, and I thought Slater was going to be the guy. I can't be happier.
that's
So,
awesome. Daniel Jeremiah, who is like one of the most trusted voices from my perspective, had Slater as his number one offensive lineman, and that's good enough for me.
His literal quote with the last thing he just sent me was, yeah, if you can hang with Chase Young, you can play.
Yeah.
Remember that game we went to, Gary?
Oh, yeah.
He did more than hang with Chase Young.
Oh, no, he shut him
blanked
down.
Chase Young in that game.
And mano a mano,
Blanked
right?
him.
There was no help on that
Oh
side.
no,
of the
no, no,
field.
oh no, no! That was man on man. That was best on best, and Chase Young was completely taken out of that football game.
Yep.
And he's the real
you're right
deal.
about Vera
He's the
Tucker.
goods.
Ohio State still won 50-3, I think, but it was
52.
Not because it's
Yeah.
Chase though.
no.
Nope.
Let's see.
Vera Tucker.
Yep. Offensive guard, Elijah.
And Mac is on the phone.
Tucker.
Guarantee
Yes,
that's
he
with
is.
Belichick.
Wow.
Oh,
God,
oh, what a winner!
I had
Really
no
would have
idea.
been better if he had gone to the Bears, but
I had no idea that this was going to affect Chris in this way. But my God, am I enjoying this so much. Caleb, by the way, jumped in on the chat. He said, I hope this happens at pick 15. Bill sees Mac, says no thanks, and then trades back. I'd love to see y'all's reaction.
I was gonna say.
Oh, that's all I want in my life. we're gonna bring in the Grim Reaper here.
Casey said I could see Greg Newsome going to the Vikings. I think it'll be Zaven Collins. Now that was a while back. Let's see. Tom McGrath
going to the Vikings.
Let's see. He jumped in. Great news, everybody. That was Tom, but he's just letting everybody know he's here. Let's see. Let's all show up at Gary's.
Newsome to the Vikings is pretty unlikely, just given that they signed Patrick Peterson in the offseason. They signed Mackenzie Alexander in the offseason. One of their second string corners did run into some off-field issues that like in the last couple of weeks. So there's maybe a question mark there, but I would be really surprised if they drafted a corner first round. Second round, I think it could happen, but we'll see.
The Broncos just drafted a corner at 9 and had signed 2 corners in free agency this year. So
also we know Patrick Peterson grabbing that number 7. He'll make sure Greg grabs the deuce right here if he goes to the Vikings.
Did y'all see?
And then Scuzz, I will send you all that money, and you go get that jersey.
Tom McGrath said Mac Jones's watch looks like it was looted in the waning days of World War II.
He's not wrong.
Just get warmed up.
Let's see. Matt Miller, Dave Gettleman traded down for the first time ever. I think they go wide receiver or O-line. Are we on?
No, we're on the Patriots.
Giants are at 20. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, what? Let's see. Staley is a mastermind D coordinator. He was only the coordinator 1 year, wasn't he?
So, Chris, try to talk yourself out of it. Who else could it be?
Let's see. Matt Miller said, I think Mac is better than Tua. Tua had better talent wide receiver than Mac. Tom McGrath said Peyton Ramsey knocking on the Vikings' war room door. Let's see. WCE Murder Hornets better be a first-round pick. Let's see. Mac Jones is on the phone. Oh, my God. We're going through another one of these. Let's see.
Jones just seems like a...
Terry said Chris is so happy that they got Cam and Mac. Let's see. Caleb, are we recording this 10 years from now when Mac has a Manning-like career? Can we revisit? Yes. No, it's going to be on YouTube.
No,
for,
listen, give me a year and a, listen, I worship the ground Dante Hightower walks on, okay? Give me a year or two to just absorb
get the Alabama
this,
stank off of it.
And then I will completely separate myself. He will no longer be a Bama boy. He will then be a Patriot, and I will be 100% all in. That's fine. It's just going to take me a minute, okay? I've done this before. It's not the first Alabama guy they've ever taken.
I was interpreting your malaise as not as much about Alabama and more as about Mac Jones.
No, I actually think there's a world where Mac Jones is probably pretty good. Okay. I don't know that you guys understand the amount of hate. When somebody has ruined your life as much as Alabama's ruined my life, like it's really hard to understand that kind of hate.
Chris, I understand, but you're going to need to try to scrub that hate off Mac Jones because I want you to at least have a little bit of a honeymoon period. At least until the start of the season, something.
We got one Alabama quarterback and 2 Auburn quarterbacks for the Patriots. Because don't forget, everybody said Stid was the dude, right?
Oh, yeah, Stidham.
Oh, my God. I mean, Stidham. How do you not add Bo Nix and go for the quartet?
Well, Stidham's getting cut.
I would wager that as well. Yes.
Stidham's going to get cut. Bill doesn't carry 3 quarterbacks.
Caleb jumped in, by the way. He said, I feel you on the Alabama hate. Casey said, Patriots get the 3rd best quarterback in this draft and don't have to trade up. Shake my head. Only Bill. Casey also said, Cardinals are taking Najee Harris. And McKinnon said, the Bills conference room is exactly how I imagined it would look like.
Hang on, they just showed the Bills conference room. I want to see it now.
I missed it.
Najee Harris is not going to at 16.
I wouldn't think so, but
no.
Casey hit a couple of trades.
The Arizona Cardinals cannot be taking offensive players. Like they got to fix the defense, right?
Who's their coach? Who's their coach? Of course, they can take an offensive player.
They already fixed the defense. They got J.J. Watt, baby.
God.
Right,
this thing is
the
done.
Cardinals absolutely need to fix the defense.
My mouth and that
catch and run. So much catch and run.
How dare you? Is that a catch and run? Is that a catch and run? Keep watching.
Guy.
Keep watching. Keep watching, Scuzz.
Wide open. That open won't be in the NFL.
You were crazy. You were crazy.
That open won't be in the NFL.
Boop. There you go.
That gets picked in the NFL.
Y'all are all bananas.
Yeah.
You're all nuts.
Tough Borland. He threw over Tough Borland trying to cover Devontae Smith.
All of you have lost your mind.
Congratulations. Caleb, I think you could throw over Tough Borland too.
I think I could, and my arm sucks.
Caleb said Cardinals are going for a cornerback here. Cardinals got Malcolm
I
Brown
think
too.
Newsom's gotta go defense. This might be your boy Newsom.
Hey,
Mac Jones's
Cardinals got Malcolm Brown.
Trailer trading school hat looks pretty nice there.
That's not bad.
Caleb Fairley, the other corner that is.
You notice they haven't
Similarly-
showed that Devontae Smith highlight reel pass that was way the hell over his head, and Smith had to push off to make that catch. They didn't show his pro day where he overthrew
I was
two
about
guys,
to say the pro day.
where he overthrew two guys, and he had 6 months to put that together, that practice tape.
Chris,
He
you had a
did.
lot of good years.
And
Cam 2020, baby. Cam's going to be the comeback player of the year.
I'm sure he will be.
I would love to see it. Frankly, I would love to see it.
He caught the COVID, man. He was really good last year until he caught the COVID.
Brown Yeti said, Gary, all you have to say is who has the most natties. No, I don't have to say that. I let everybody laugh.
80% of those natties
It's all
are
good.
all made up.
Oh, you are insane. You are insane.
Oh, this is
For
where
the last 10 or-
Okay.
Wait.
Hang on.
Us three haven't gotten our popcorn yet. Hang on.
Let's see. Can we go ahead and say the Pats pick or sign a new quarterback one next year? Let's see. Didn't Chris say that about Cam last year? Yeah. You spoke highly of Cam last year. He was supposed to be
I
the
did.
comeback player of the year in 2020.
Well, he's going to be in 2021. I was 1 year off.
He looked freaking awesome for 5 weeks.
And then he caught the COVID, and
Yeah.
then he looked like shit.
Yeah. And by the way,
Listen, don't you know we're in a damn pandemic? Don't you know this thing ruined people's lives?
a third of the Patriots team opted out of the year. Like, let's
right.
call a spade a spade.
Call a spade a spade. There you go. For Bill not to have to trade up and still get one of two quarterbacks that they thought would be there proves he is still the best.
All I want
Let's-
to know
let's
is I'm
look
very
at his
disappointed
first-round
that we don't
picks of
see
the-
Nike. Like the letdown of the night is Nike didn't make this pick.
So NFL Network ran their first low lights package of the evening, and it was for Mac Jones.
Yeah, that happens.
Let's talk about Bill Belichick's track record in the first round. It ain't great.
Oh,
It
no.
does not bode
No.
well for this pick. I'm sorry.
No, 100%. No, his first round picks for the last, 7-8 years have been pretty awful.
N'Keal Harry, Sony Michel, Isaiah Wynn, just to name three.
Just to name three.
Peyton Ramsey will still be sitting there in round 6, baby. That's where the Patriots go to mine their gems. Round 6.
I mean,
You got that
seven,
right.
round 7, right? Like, I mean, a 7th round picked quarterback has won more
Newsom.
Super Bowls than any other quarterback.
Come on.
So, like, that's where we should be targeting, right? With these
Well,
stupid
they don't even
stats
draft
that-
7
Oh.
rounds
cherry-picked.
anymore.
They did go defense.
David.
Oh,
Wow.
that is.
I didn't think this was going to be the pick, but I definitely thought it was going to be a defensive player.
Wait, did
It's
you
a
actually?
linebacker that was not on.
Wait, did
anybody's
Chris
radar?
get the pick
Wow,
the same
he's
time?
enormous.
Did you get the pick the same time we did, Chris?
No, but I saw I got a what's this called? What's this damn app called?
Twitter?
Sleeper. It's a fantasy football
Oh,
app.
Sleeper.
They
Oh, okay.
send me alerts and
Okay.
it alerted me on that pick.
Okay. I was about to say, how did that
BYU
happen?
with 2 first-round picks.
BYU. Look at that. I thought they didn't play nobody.
Wait,
Wait,
who's the
BYU?
who's the second BYU?
This guy.
Tulsa. He's
Oh,
Tulsa.
Tulsa. Sorry.
Tulsa.
Somehow I
I was just going off
mangled
what
that in my
Scuzz
head.
said.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
This
no,
is-
he's-
if you
he's
say something
ridiculous.
with confidence, I'm just going to back you up. All right, that's the kind of friend I am.
I
I'm going to
appreciate
go to
that,
war
buddy.
with you, knowing I don't know shit about shit. So
Let's see. Chris Vernon said, well, that's all you need to know about how Saban truly feels about Mac as an NFL quarterback. There's no way he wouldn't keep it all the way real with Belichick. Yeah, I can buy
Yeah.
that.
That is a very good point because everybody knows those two dudes know each other and they chat.
Yep.
So
Let's see. Casey said Zaven Collins is a beast. He absolutely is. Zaven Collins single-handedly led that Tulsa turnaround last year. Like, Tulsa became a fantastic defense because of that guy.
So what do we think of Tulsa this year?
Shit.
I know we're getting way before, Gary and I are doing our previews, but like
I'm going to be honest. not a lot of Tulsa thoughts.
That question was directed more towards Gary.
No, I do not buy into Tulsa this year. I think they lost.
You think they're going to take a match? Because this used to be an all offensive football team, and last year they showed up and they looked different than I've ever seen them look in my life.
Yeah, it's because they were a defensive
won more
football
than
team.
they've ever seen them win in my life.
Yeah, but they were a defensive football team last year. They lost a bunch of guys, and they have not found a way to replace those guys. Now, we've seen crazier things happen because we didn't exactly believe that Tulsa was going to be great this year. But Zaven Collins was pretty good, and then he just became great. So now, do we expect that to happen again? Who knows? Hey, Terry wants to know who starts, Mac or Cam. That's going to be Cam, 100%.
Cam, 1,000,000% Cam,
100% to start the season for sure.
Yeah.
So now, if Cam looks like he did at the end of last season, well then that's a different story.
Yeah, Cam's arm falls off, or like if he can't throw the ball with power, like he in his last year at Carolina. But I don't think that
if he
that
doesn't
wasn't the
have an
problem
arm
with him last year. So
Ian Book's going to start.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go. Hey, speaking of Notre Dame, so here's a question. So Zaven Collins, obviously was really good with Tulsa, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess technically, positionally, was the top outside linebacker on the board. But other linebackers ahead of him, Jamin Davis from Kentucky.
Yep.
And Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame.
Yeah. Who everybody said was a freak.
Is it weird that Collins went here? Is it weird that Arizona didn't trade back? Or is this the sort of thing where at 16, you're kind of like, fuck it.
I don't know that anybody's trading up for anyone now. That's the difference is all the players that you would trade up for are gone.
I think that
Fair.
they saw something in Zaven Collins that they really liked, and they just took their dude. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think Zaven Collins
we've seen this before.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just trying to understand.
We've seen this before. A couple of years ago, the Saints did this, right? Well, of course, they actually traded up for him too. Who was that kid from
Marcus
Boise?
Davenport?
No,
not Boise.
Davenport?
Davenport. Yeah,
And
That
he
didn't
ended
really
up
work out well though for them.
No, I thought he was pretty good for the first couple.
But no, they just picked up his fifth-year option. So and they've got 2 years left.
I thought he worked out fine. We've seen this a couple of times where a guy goes way earlier than we all kind of think, but we're in this weird part of the draft where nobody's going to move back because nobody wants to move up to this point. And so you just take the highest guy on your board, even though every mock draft has it different. You still go with what your scouts and your team and organization believes.
Chris, shout out to our retrospective draft analysis on your Tuesday pod, but I definitely had Davenport as a bust. But maybe it's because he was injured and now he's back and it's fine. But I did not think that worked out well.
I would not have seen Davenport as a bust, but I think he's a part of a defense that has been really good over the last couple of years.
That's fair.
And he's an important. And I think he's an important part when he's healthy and he's not hurt enough to be like Saquon. He just doesn't play enough.
Well, he also wasn't number 2 overall. So
yes, and he was a far cry from number 2 overall. Yes.
Yeah.
Greg Newsome, Raiders. Come on, give it to me.
Oh God,
Give me that Raiders jersey.
You don't want that.
Give me that.
Maybe you do. Maybe you do. I know that's what I'm saying, Sam. I need a reason to love Vegas, okay? Because right now, the Vegas Raiders have been the most disappointing thing in my life.
Vegas Golden Knights, baby. That's the
first thing they ever did was hire John Gruden and gave him a 10-year deal. And I thought, well, this team that I had all this anticipation to love just punctured that balloon immediately.
You want to love Vegas? Go with the Golden Knights. The Raiders.
No, but I need to love an NFL team because I need a reason to go there in the fall.
I'll buy the silver and black if it's a Newsome. Especially if
I can't.
And you should. I know, Sam. I know.
Both in the West.
This could be Trevin Mooring from TCU.
Yeah.
It could be Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech at OT.
I mean, there's a lot of options here for the
Raiders.
Raiders.
Could be Newsome. Could be Fairley.
Yeah, we're at the point of the draft where you're not really predicting any of this stuff now.
And they have so many needs.
There's too many guys, and you don't know everybody's board.
Yep.
Let's talk about Fairley for a second. I mean,
talk about him.
How his injuries have to be if he's healthy,
back surgery, right? The sort of thing that he's is likely he's not going to recover 100% from. Well, but his tape is so obscenely good.
So
his high was.
Can I ask a question? Is there any world where they take another offensive wide receiver?
Of course, it's the Raiders.
It's the Raiders, of course.
Who's the fastest guy available?
The fastest guy available is Elijah Moore.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay. And we should have seen
OT?
this one coming because Chris, tell me when you see it. We know that the Raiders for the past however many years have told us that they like taking players from championship teams. Like,
Yes.
that makes 100% sense. So, like, I don't hate it. I really thought Leatherwood was going to be available, significantly later. I didn't expect him to go top 17.
Is that a reach?
Yes.
Yes, that's a bit of a reach. But maybe not for an offensive tackle or,
Yeah, we're having a run on OTs, right? A little bit.
Well, hang on. Let's look at the Raiders draft. Hang on, give me a second. Las Vegas.
Any situation where the Raiders are reaching, I'm good with that.
Well, here's a question, Gary. Is Barmore better than Leatherwood?
Well, I mean, one plays on defense and the other plays on offense.
Do you mean Darisaw?
Oh, sorry. I misread DT as OT. My bad.
Yeah. No.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers to that. Yeah. No. Barmore is good. He's still a bit of a development, but
Darisaw. Is Christian Darisaw better than Leatherwood?
I think that Leatherwood is better right now. I think Darisaw can be better if he's developed correctly.
I mean,
so it's
like
potential, or do you want a guy that can win, like help you win right now?
And that's like between the 5th and the 6th best OTs, right? Or the 4th and the 5th.
So let's do a little rundown, okay? 2020, the first pick for the Raiders, Henry Ruggs. Yeah, well, definitely not the best wide receiver taken in that draft.
That was a reach.
The fourth.
Yeah.
Might be the 4th or 5th best wide receiver. Maybe
But he was the
first wide receiver.
Was he the first wide receiver?
He was the first wide receiver taken, yeah.
All right. 2019, I got Jonathan Abrams, safety out of Mississippi State. What do we think of that? Anything?
Championship
Abrams has been really good. Like when he's
okay, all right. And then they also took Josh Jacobs there. Really good pro so far, but still a running back. All right. 2019, also their first pick of that draft was D tackle, number 4th pick overall, Cleveland Farrell from the Clemson Tigers.
Yep. Hey, what is really good? What's the record for players in the first round?
It's 5. Alabama's already tied it. So the next one,
you might get to 7.
Yeah, Najee could be 6, right?
Yeah, Najee would be 7.
And Barmore could be 7.
Yeah, Barmore could be 7. Yeah.
I'm just saying the Raiders don't really have a very strong track record of making first-round picks.
True.
They take the fastest guy on the board.
The John Gruden Raiders have definitely not had a very good track record of taking first-round picks.
Let's see.
Nope.
Wow. Like, I don't have the sound on, but it looks like Kuiper is thrashing this pick.
Well, he thrashes the Raiders every year. Every year.
Well, 60% chance of being available at pick 46.
Wow.
Yeah, no, there was a strong chance, but they did this with the cornerback from who was it? AJ Terrell? No, it was the Falcons that did that, wasn't it? AJ Terrell, the cornerback from Clemson. Chris, do you remember last year? I can't remember.
That's a long time ago.
Lots happened since then.
Let's see.
It's been a year.
He came from Clemson. He went to a team I don't care about. Man, he better stand out as a star or be a huge bust.
What was the
If he's middle of the road, I got no idea.
Let's see. AJ Terrell, it was the Falcons. AJ Terrell, cornerback from Clemson. Yeah, because everybody thought that AJ Terrell was going to be available like middle of the second round, and the Falcons went ahead and took him at 16 last year. Dolphins take Jalen Phillips, defensive end out of Miami.
All right.
Keep it at home.
Wow. So there's the first edge rusher, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's first edge rusher.
That's a reasonable time for him to go too. Like,
yeah, it's probably the right pick.
Dolphins seem to be doing all right thus far, hitting their needs.
Let's see. Browns drafted. Conley at cornerback from Ohio State last year, or 2 years ago, whenever it was. Let's see. McKinnon said, "Yeah, but Terrell has paid off pretty damn well for the Falcons." I mean, it's not just his fault, but Caleb with the Washington pick, they trade the pick and Flowers back to the Dolphins. Haha, let's do it.
So who's going to go play for a football team?
Yeah.
Hey,
I love this football team. By
our
the
boy
way.
Jason Wright. Come on, take Greg.
That's true. That's true.
Keep it in the family.
Matt Miller said Barmore could go here. Let's see. McKinnon, if
They need OT too. I wouldn't be surprised if
Darrisaw.
Darrisaw goes.
Brown Yeti jumps in.
Oh.
Chris trying to throw shade at Abrams. Abrams good, man. Abrams
Hey,
really good.
did the USC guy get taken already? He got taken, right?
Yeah,
Elijah Tucker,
he
yeah,
got taken.
13.
I was
He went to
I
the
was
Jets.
fooling
14,
around
Jet.
on the internet.
Yep.
Jets moved up to get him.
That's right. I remember the Jets traded back in.
Could you see Washington
too
taking
much
Elijah
tequila. Look at
Moore?
This was a brand new bottle when we started. We're down to like right there.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Tom
Or
McGrath.
just to pick
Football
19.
Club de Washington Distrito Federal. All right. Let's see. It's not saying much, but he became cornerback 1 for Atlanta as a rookie. Well, that's because Atlanta had jack shit at the cornerback position, which is why they drafted a cornerback in the first round. Saints trading up for a cornerback right here from Casey. Let's see. Casey said that was a reach for Phillips. I don't know that I buy that.
Come on, Jason.
I mean,
Make it happen.
like a technical reach, right? Like, to the earlier point, like it's going to be hard to trade out of 17 or 18 or whatever it was for the Dolphins. So maybe a technical reach, but they drafted their guy. I think
I think that's fine.
it's hard to get too bent out of shape with that because he's a guy that fits in that general space in the draft. It's not a
Yeah, it's not
no
bad.
Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, it's definitely not that. McKinnon said if Najee makes it to the second round, can the Falcons pass him up? The answer there would probably be no.
Who's the Falcons running back right now?
Well, they
Todd Gurley.
no.
Is it?
Todd Gurley is a free agent.
Did they not?
They didn't re-sign him.
Wow.
I thought he got that big ass contract from the Rams.
No, he signed with the Falcons for a 1-year deal.
No,
That
he
was
got
it.
traded to the Falcons.
With 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Contract. Currently, no. Todd Gurley is an unrestricted free agent. Right now, the Falcons have not picked him back up. So, currently, really nobody. I mean, they've got one. I don't know who it is, but. Let's see. What else have we got going on here?
What's Washington doing here?
I have no idea. There's any number of things that Washington could do.
Who's your guy's top player on the board right now?
That's what I'm trying to look up and see.
I was just looking.
I mean, ESPN would claim that it's Koromoa from Notre Dame, inside linebacker, which is a need for Washington. They've also got pay out of Michigan higher than I would have him.
I mean, obviously, like we're biased, but I would say Newsome because I truly believe Newsome's the best cover corner.
PFF has best guy on the board is Darrisaw.
And Davis. And then the only other thing, interestingly, would be, and again, this is where it gets squirrely, but Bateman is probably the next best wideout. And if a team
Over
really
Elijah Moore?
Oh, yeah, I guess more.
I think Moore's better than Bateman, but I'm
that's probably true.
I'm pretty biased there.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I
no,
understand that.
but if it's need, I could see someone reaching. I mean, either of those guys could be good.
Yeah. You mentioned Davis, John. That's a dude that jumps off the page to me. Like if you need linebacker help, I would probably go there before I would go to Koromoa.
And we talked. I mean, Chris and I talked. We think Etienne is good, but Davis is better.
Harris is better.
Well, Harris is better than both.
I mean, Harris. Sorry, that's what I was.
Yeah, Harris is the. If there's going to be one running back taken in the first round, it should be Harris.
That's what I mean, Harris. I think Harris.
I don't believe any running back should be taken in the first round, but
yeah, I mean, it's like if depending on the value of the position, I think Harris is phenomenal.
I think he's phenomenal. In 3 years, if he's amazing, they're going to overpay him, which is going to hurt your cap and be a loss for your team.
Can he be Derrick Henry 2.0?
No, he's a different player.
Matt Miller jumps in, by the way. Running backs in the first round is dumb. Let's see. Giants are going to get Moore or Bateman, and they traded back. The Giants have had a good night. Casey said, I think it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Let's see. He said it could be Darrisaw. Does Washington have enough cap room to get Aaron Rodgers? Do not believe so.
No.
Let's see.
I don't
The only
think so.
guy from 16 to 44 that any team is willing to trade up to is the guy that you want, so you can't trade back.
I think the Giants might be really hoping that Darisaw lasts one more pick for them next.
Oh, McGinnon. Hey, McGinnon explained the running back position for the Falcons. It's Mike Davis from the Panthers. That's who they signed.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
yay. Wonderful.
Let's see. Harris is my number 1 running back. Only first-round running back. Javonte Williams is number 2 for me, said Casey. Yeah, Javonte Williams just as good in the second round. Jamin Davis.
Huh.
I can
It's a
get down
good
with
pick.
it.
That's a good pick.
That is such a Ron Rivera pick. Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Oh,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah. So true.
Yeah.
So true. We
That's
forgot they have a real coach now.
that is such
I haven't forgotten that. I love this team. I really do think they're a true trigger man away from being a Super Bowl contender, and it wouldn't surprise me if Fitzmagic gets a ring.
Wait.
With
What?
Washington? this year?
Crazier things have happened.
I guess.
I love this team. I think they're really good outside of quarterback. I think they're one of the most talented teams in the NFL.
A little bit too much Vanderbilt tape here, though. I'm gonna need.
Congrats to Casey for Jamin Davis getting picked. I know he's a big Kentucky dude, so props to that. That's
Here's some Tennessee tape, right?
Yeah.
there's been a couple of
Guarantano
Georgia
throwing a pick. What? That never happens.
been a couple of Georgia highlights in here. Not bad. Let's see. Matt Miller said, "How crazy will it be if Watson has all those cases dismissed? It'll be nuts with him and Rodgers on the block." That's fun to think about. I don't know. Tom said that's some Don Julio analysis right there. Yeah, boy.
Tom hitting the nail right on the head there, bud.
That's Protestant tequila.
Yep, sure enough.
All right, keep laughing. Keep laughing. That's that NFC East division winner.
Oh my God, that's it. Yeah, but it doesn't take much to win the East. We know that. The top players remaining.
They gave the Bucks the closest game, and it wasn't close.
That's true in the playoffs. Yeah, for sure. The PFF at Casey said Giants are going Quiddy Pay. I don't know if I buy that. But I
think
I could see it.
I think they're going OT.
I could see it. If they go OT, they're going Christian Darisaw more than likely. The Giants in that pick or in that trade with the Bears got the 20th overall pick, the 2021 fifth round pick, and a 2022 first and fourth round pick. So
2022 first.
Yes. The Giants loaded up off of the Bears. Of course, Ryan Pace trading away everything, knowing
that's
it's his
next year,
last year.
Of course he is. He's not going to be there next year if they don't
If they don't hit.
He shouldn't have been there this year.
Truth.
As far as PFF's big board that's left, Christian Darisaw from Virginia Tech, TCU's Trevon Moehrig, safety, Rashad Bateman, wide receiver. They're number 17
I think we're going to see a little bit
got-
of run on safeties. This is the part of the because there's a couple of first round safety guys out there that are really good, really talented, and this is where we're going to get to that point in the.
We haven't had a safety pick yet, have we?
Nope.
So this is either of the next two picks. If it either was Greg Newsome, we would have the chance to have two defensive starters on an NFL football team for like the first time.
Yeah.
Because we've got if we've got a Foddy with the Giants and then Anthony Walker with the Colts, if we could add Newsome into the mix.
Is Walker still with the Colts? He was a free agent this year. Did he resign?
I don't know.
No, he's a Brown. He's a Brown.
Oh, is he?
That's right.
Yeah,
He's-
Walker
that's
got
right, that's
Walker's
right.
in Cleveland,
Yep.
Okay, so that's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
which is why they're probably not going to.
Hey, still a possibility.
Take
Cleveland's
Newsome.
still down the road.
Tom said tequila is good idea juice. I think I might steal that. We're gonna start talking about that.
That's a great call.
Pretty much anything Tom says, you need to steal because that guy spouts gold.
Yep. Let's see.
It sure is tasty. I know that.
Tom, I'm filled with melancholy and rum. Well, technically Michter's small batch bourbon, but you get the picture.
Caleb jumps in. Do we think that Newsome is going before Farley? Yes, I think so.
You have to
I
pick a
think
guy
so.
who you know can play.
I just again,
back injury and corner seems like incompatible to me, but NFL teams make stupid decisions all the time. So
I might have an investment in the fact that Farley is going to drop pretty far here. So I've got over 20, pick 25 and a half. So.
Well, this is the one where it's hard. I guess people are going to say that we're biased and divorced from bias, but it's just like, I mean, honestly, Newsome, he does everything well. I mean, he's one of, I mean, you're talking, he's about the best defensive Northwestern football player I've ever seen. And his pedigree is unbelievable. His tape's unbelievable. His times are unbelievable. His workouts are unbelievable. He's good at
He's
everything.
tall too. He's like what, 6'1", 6'2"?
Tall and long.
And did a 4.38. I mean, you got a long 4.38 corner who if you cover anything.
I mean, again, you put an Alabama jersey on him, and the difference is how he was evaluated earlier on when he was in high school.
Yeah. I would say this: the injuries that scare me off of Farley are fairly whatever's.
And to be fair,
goddamn shit.
Had to work that in.
I'm with you, Chris. I'm with you, buddy.
Shouts to our Canadian audience, right
you
there.
You better believe that. All about some Letterkenny. Caleb said, fair enough. Was just curious if it was home team bias or not. McKinnon said, I'm a hillbilly and I'm wearing my Falcons jersey while drinking down some Busch Light. Damn it. Cheers to that. Hey, Matt Miller has an interesting question. I don't know that we've ever really gotten into it with you. And he said, this is no hate. He said, how hard is it to root for a college football team that never has a chance to really win any sort of championship?
Not hard.
No.
Not hard.
National. So
I'm assuming he means national championship.
He means national championship.
Yeah, because you played for the Big Ten championship twice in 3 years.
No,
so
not hard. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, we've been in championships two of the past 3 years, but it's just different. I mean, it's
what makes college football.
Write a check for about $40,000-$50,000, and you'll be an instant fan.
Yeah.
So I'll say this: if we weren't in the Big Ten, because the Big Ten is a legit prize.
Yeah.
And we've won the Big Ten overall 3 times in the last 20 years, 25 years. Now, we've won the Big Ten West twice in the last 3 years. That's a legit prize, and that feels really meaningful. If we were in the MAC, it might be harder, I could imagine, but I don't know, a natty just doesn't. It doesn't matter to me because it's not on the dinner. It's not on the menu.
There's only 2 or 3 teams who can win a natty any year, and it's Alabama, it's Clemson, and it's Ohio State.
I'd say the other thing too is we all came into Northwestern in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, that's true.
And
whoa, Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
What? Very interesting.
That's why I had my reaction.
Oh my God.
Hey, by the way, Seriously Far-Fetched on YouTube said, I actually think it's more fun. And talking about rooting for a team that may not have a chance to win all.
So the other thing too is we're in kind of a unique situation too, where when we were all in high school, the team that, it wasn't our school at the time, but Northwestern went from being the doormat of college football to suddenly having that amazing season. But loosely in the 25 years since then, Northwestern has basically gone like this. And that has been an awesome thing to be a part of, especially for the 10 years that we've been doing this pod. Is now that's not to say that the end destination's a national title. We're not setting our parameters like that, but it's been pretty sweet to be in a position where your program actually is kind of on an upward trajectory for such a long period of time.
Well, we still get excited when the Cats are 8-2 and are going for a 9th win or a 10th win. That's still exciting for us. So I'm married to a heavily invested Notre Dame family. As soon as Notre Dame loses a game, they're out on the dynamic.
Yeah.
And so I think that comment is spot on. It is more fun because I don't know, you have more outcomes that you're still excited about.
And Chris, as we talked about, Northwestern's gonna eat a win early on in the season, so we just kind of
Yeah, it's baked in. It's baked in that we're gonna F up some game.
We're gonna, yeah. Illinois State's gonna be on the schedule somewhere.
Central Michigan.
Write that off.
Yep,
New
you got that
Hampshire.
right.
Yeah.
Matt Miller said, "Would you streak the quad if Northwestern won a natty?" I
1
think they'd
million
streak the West
percent
Live.
Hell yeah.
1,000,000% yes.
McKinnon said, "Hey, you can throw in LSU, Auburn, or Georgia on any given year for the national championship." Brown Yeti said, "It's not hard. Hope for the best. Expect the worst. One day we'll win the SEC West, so I will enjoy that day when it comes." He's a Mississippi State fan, so it's kind of the same. Tom said, "It also enhances the occasions when you make people regret attending Iowa or Michigan." Cheers to that, for sure.
Yeah. That's always fun.
And
Well, we
Casey's
still-
reaction
hey,
was, Kadarius
Miss-
Toney is trash. So
Mississippi State, we've got love on the pod for Mississippi State ever since way back when we dragged Freeze and got all the Mississippi State love. So
That's what brought us all together.
that's what that is.
That really is Gary trashing the Ole Miss Mississippi State or the Ole Miss investigation and just completely destroying them, and you guys I guess kind of helping find some information for him. That's how you guys got connected, and yeah,
That is pretty funny.
it's
right.
pretty phenomenal, really. It's
Thanks, Hugh.
It was a lot of fun.
So real quick, Kadarius Toney goes over Elijah Moore,
Rondale Moore.
goes over Rondale Moore, goes over Rashad Bateman.
Tony.
this is going to be one of those picks in 3 years. We're going to look back and we're going to say, "What the hell
Moore.
is this about?"
Well, we're going
I
to say
think-
Kyle Pitts drew all of the top coverage and Toney benefited as a result, right?
Yeah, we're gonna come up with a way to justify this, but it's not gonna make sense in 5 years, and we're gonna say this is why sometimes these first rounds are stupid.
Now, well,
I think-
hold on. Let me jump in here. Kadarius Toney can break out of a route so quick. Like he's immensely talented. His issue is, from what I have seen, and I watched Florida, I think 6 or 7 times this year. Like he has trouble actually catching the ball. Like he can get open.
Is that a bit of an issue?
That's a bit of an issue, and I don't know that that's something
Seems like
that you
something
can
you'd wanna be
teach.
doing.
Like is that
I mean,
is
if you
that
play
something?
DB, you don't have the best
Like,
hands in the world. That's
Right.
fine.
If you, but what I'm
did the
curious
Raiders
about,
not
be
pick
asked
him?
to do for a living.
can you develop into being able to catch the ball? Like because we talked about Denzel Mims from Baylor last year having the same issue, and I think he was okay this year.
It's hard, with that offense and how bad they've been. It's impossible to grade Mims on 1 year.
Yeah.
I would like to crush him and say he was a bust, but that's not fair. It's just impossible.
Well,
to
but
do
Mims
that.
was also like a 3rd round pick, wasn't he?
No, Mims went in the first round.
No, Mims didn't go 1st round last year.
Hang
Hold on, I'm double checking. I could have sworn he was like a 3rd round guy, but maybe I'm crazy.
He definitely went by the second round.
Let's see. All right, and find Mims. You're right. He was late second, number 59.
Second round.
Yep. So yeah,
59.
I mean that was his biggest issue. Brown Yeti said he's explosive, but he could be a bust just as much as any other wide receiver in this draft. Yep. Seriously far-fetched. Sorry for joining a bit late, but all I care about at this point is getting Newsome drafted tonight. Which
Me
teams
too.
may still take it?
Me too.
Let's see. Toney is a really good option route runner, but I think Bateman would have fit better with the Giants. Toney's just a more athletic Sterling Shepard.
Well, that's the weird thing to me. So yeah, Sterling Shepard's a good comparison because to me, so like the thing for me is the top receivers, like Waddle, Smith. All right, so they're speed guys, but they're also super productive wideouts without the, like you're saying, the dropsies. Below that group, to me, it's like if you're not taking more and you want that kind of guy, Rondale Moore,
Rondale.
it's because you think he's hurt. And because otherwise,
I can't live in a world where Rondale Moore is going to go in the second round, and they might go like 6th or 7th wide receiver off the board.
I think especially this year, I bet you guys, people don't feel like they're like, I couldn't get him at the combine in a neutral environment. I couldn't poke and prod him.
I don't care about any of that. I just care about upside.
Oh, I mean,
This is a draft. I look at the draft the way baseball has gone. I know I'm about to make a baseball analogy, and like 80% of the people are about to turn their mics off. They don't care. But like, listen, baseball is all about the long ball. It's just strikeouts, fly balls, or home runs. That's it. And when I'm drafting, That's all I care about. I need to know if you are a bust by year 2 or are you a home run? Are you a superstar? I don't care if I have a bunch of bust, but I need to know quick. I don't want Andy Dalton on my roster. I just don't want him on my roster at all because I waste 10 years with him. I live in this relationship for a decade and I never get anywhere. That's not what I want. I either want home runs or I want scrubs.
Matt Miller on that,
and I need to know fast.
On that,
You
Matt
love
Miller said
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, you better love Baker Mayfield. Yeah, he said Rondell Moore does have the highest upside of the guys left 100%. As far as home run hitter, I mean,
yeah.
100%.
I mean,
It's just I don't think anyone knows if he's healthy or not, and that's the thing.
Kadarius Toney, by the way, let me confirm, or not confirm, but let me go ahead and verify this and explain. I might have been a little wrong. I do remember seeing him drop passes, but apparently he did not drop a single pass 10-plus yards downfield in the 2020 season. He had 31 of those targets. So, okay, if you're down the field and you can catch the ball, cheers to that. I do remember I saw other drops, but a lot of them were out routes and things like that. So,
I'd like Kadarius Toney. I think that's a solid pick. I don't like who's throwing him the ball, but that's another story.
Yeah, I mean that is true. Colts take defensive end Kwity Paye.
All right.
That
makes sense.
So that's a very Colts pick.
Thank you for saving Minnesota from themselves.
This is one of those biased things. I can't tell you if this is a good or a bad pick. I just know this. The last 9 guys the Colts have drafted have all been amazing. So I just assume this guy is going to be amazing.
So the thing about this is I think Kwity Paye going here is a statement about this edge class compared to other edge classes. Because, I mean, he's good, but he's short.
Okay, can we hold on. Dude is rocking a jacket with Black Panther pros on his collar. Yeah. That is I'm all in.
That is pretty cool.
So are you a fan of a guy from
shouting out Chadwick Boseman?
The other thing about Paye is his season this season was kind of lost in Michigan sucking, which is just an excuse for me to talk about Michigan sucking. Which
tell us more about Michigan sucking, John.
Yeah. So Michigan football was not good last year. In case anyone didn't know, they were. Yeah, no, but I mean, it's just funny though. I mean, he's built and he can play, but it's funny, randomly, I just popped into my head, Michael Sam, right? One of the things people talked about with him was he's just short for the position. He's not built like a prototype. And that's Paye. I mean, he's I don't know.
I think Paye is a lot stronger and faster, more athletic than Sam ever was.
No. Paye's way better than Sam. I'm not saying that.
It's not Sam was a tweener, and the reason they questioned his size was because his athleticism was so lacking.
Right. But it's just one of those things where it's I think there are other years where.
Now I'm the Harbaugh apologist on the group. Okay,
no, that's a shame.
I'm the Michigan apologist here.
Well,
I think the kids.
Don't worry. I mean, you're only going to have to carry that role for another year or two, so don't worry.
So I have a different comparison. How would you guys compare Paye to Rashawn Gary?
What was Gary's height? Is he short? Was he short too?
I don't think he was short, but he was similarly a mid-first round pick.
Well,
so Gary was a
little different because Gary was always offset against Winovich because Winovich was always 110% effort. And
I was about to say
wasn't.
Winovich was a different kind of dude.
Because Gary was Mr. 5-star from the very beginning, and
but never showed out. Right?
Rashawn Gary was 6'5", 280 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, Gary always was the perfect specimen. That was his whole thing, and he didn't always deliver. I mean, he was awesome, but he didn't have the motor like Winovich did. But I mean, that was the thing. You weren't trying to fit that guy into any mold. Whereas Paye, again, Paye's a great player, but I think it just shows this is just not a marquee edge.
So this Titans pick, we got a couple of picks coming up here that are going to be a big deal. First, Scuzz's boys got the pick next. This Titans pick is important, seeing as the last guy they drafted in the first round lasted about 6 minutes on the team and is out of football now.
Yeah, Isaiah Wilson, the tackle from Georgia.
Those highlights of the girlfriend giving him the hug draft night, and then those were making the rounds again. And I hadn't put it together that was him. And when you fold all of it together, Lord have mercy. Just
a disaster.
I do know that a lot of mocks had Newsome at this spot to Tennessee.
Well, now I do always assume that Vrabels is going to take a defensive player. I don't know why. I just feel like you're a former linebacker. This is what you want to do, and it's the organization that's going to make you take something else. So, it wouldn't surprise me.
Top need wideout, and if you
they definitely need skill play. They definitely could use some. See, I don't know if that's their top need. The problem is their top need is pass rush, but you're not getting pass rush in this draft. So
your top two guys are gone, right? You cannot draft a DB.
So I don't know that the
round.
top need is necessarily wideout. I definitely think that they need wideout, but their top need is pass rush. But you can't fix that in this draft. So.
And I should have said ESPN says top need is wideout.
No.
With Tony going a couple spots ago, are you looking at an Elijah Moore as a value pick at this stage? Right,
now,
Tennessee
or Rashad Bateman,
or Bateman. Yeah, I wonder if they want to go size.
Yeah,
that's the only knock on Moore which I love Elijah Moore. I think he's going to be amazing. He's a lot smaller than Bateman.
And Rondell Moore is even smaller, but
I love Rondell Moore so even smaller than him. But now,
tiny.
For my receiver, I just do not care. I just don't. I've literally watched Julian Edelman lead my football team to some of the greatest wins anybody could ever imagine, and he's the tiniest guy on the field. Like, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Trevon Mooring's been hanging around for a while.
Yeah.
Koromoa's been hanging around for a while. I don't think they need linebacker help, but
no, they're not going to go linebacker. It'll. You're probably right. It's probably going to be a wide receiver here.
So there really haven't been too many trades.
Oh, we had a couple of trade backs.
A couple, but like I heard a lot of people, or I heard some people say that the fact that how much the Niners gave up to move to 3 kind of stifled the market.
The market. Yeah. They paid so high a price.
Paid so much. And people were like, I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, I don't want to do
that. I wonder if there's something deeper, like the fact that like you haven't been able to get all the scouting that you normally had, and you may not have been able to go as deep on these guys as you normally would. So maybe you don't need to trade up to get the guy who you are absolutely in love with. I don't know.
I sure as hell wish Bill would have traded up.
This guy he didn't have to.
His guy was sitting there at 15, my dude.
Well, there's no way he was going to give up what the Bears gave up, right? To get to 11.
Bill, there's
never in a million years.
Bill's not going to ever trade up because the offer he's going to make, he's going to be like N'Keal Harry, and the 15th pick overall won't do it. Well, come on.
Matt Miller said the Ole Miss bros on the Titans. Terry Brewer said, I hear the Jets are going to draft Sarah Fuller. And the Brown Yeti said Brown and Moore made a mess of the West together that one year.
Sarah Fuller can play multiple positions, So
you got that right. She's built like a middle linebacker.
That's right.
So let's see. Jock to the Steelers might make a perfect match. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I could see that.
I could 100% see that.
I can see that.
Let's see. We're going to have this whole thing where we're reading off pandemic stuff again. So cheers to that. I would imagine they go Elijah Moore here.
That was my thought. I think they'll go off. The only reason I think there's a world where they might take Bateman is if they want size.
I think they already got size, though.
Yeah, but you never can have too much size. Some guys are enamored with that. That's the reason why they've got it.
So you've got A.J. Brown. Who else is in there?
They got rid of Corey Davis.
A.J. Brown's huge.
Yeah. Who is the Titans wide receiver?
AJ Brown, that's the list.
Yeah,
I mean,
Corey
they
Davis
lost.
is gone.
They lost
Johnny
Johnny
Smith
Smith.
is gone.
Corey Davis is gone.
Son
Yeah.
of a
Where'd he go?
bitch.
I think Corey Davis got was
Boo.
Should have
Whoa.
known they draft a
Oh,
damn injured
wow.
player every year in the first round. They do it every damn season.
hang on.
So
who did they
Newsome
take?
is
Every
Fairly.
damn season.
there's no way to argue Newsome is not the best corner on the board at this point.
Oh,
If anyone else
100%.
needs one,
This is insane. This, I swear to God, they do it. What is this? 3 or 4 years in a row where they've drafted an injured guy,
Yeah, project guy coming
This is a
off
bad
injury.
pick.
and I understand the
terrible pick.
value, but like, what the hell? Like, I can't imagine what it must be like to be somebody that actually cheers for the Titans because
Micro discectomy.
Like that shit doesn't go away.
this is.
No, backs do not get better.
I mean, this is nuts.
So there's a world where 2 years in a row their first round pick never touches the field.
Well, this would be 3 because Jeffrey Simmons was the year before that, right?
But Jeffrey Simmons is back though.
Well, he's back, but I'm saying like Isaiah.
No, I'm talking about when I say never touches the field, Gary, I'm saying never touches the field.
I think he touches the field. At
Okay,
some
but
point.
you think
This
that.
year?
You think that.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
you think that, and that's fine to think that. But I'm just saying, there's a world that exists where this back is never okay.
yeah. No. Yeah.
Backs don't get better. When you have back surgery, that's it. Like
That
it
is-
doesn't
Like
get
he's-
better.
No,
He's
no.
wearing something
Bill,
right now.
Bill Walton taught me a long time ago that if you mess up your back or you mess up your feet, you're done.
Yeah, Steve Kerr.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, there's just too many guys that once the feet go or once the back goes, you can't play whatever you play anymore.
All right, Scuzz, the deck's cleared. Let's go. Let's do this.
All right,
This is Scuzz's spot.
here's the problem. Who do you need, Scuzz? Because you don't
It's
need.
got to be
quarterback help.
Darisaw. It has to be Darisaw.
Yeah, I was just about to say you're not taking a cornerback.
No,
Casey
we
You're
don't
not
said,
have
taking
to.
wide receiver.
Casey
We're not
says
taking-
Steelers are taking either Najee Harris or Greg Newsome 1,000%. Matt Miller said Farley and Isaiah Wilson can have parking lot parties. Yeah, cheers to that. And then Vikings are going Christian Darrisaw. So
Hey,
Yeah,
fairly, that's not the official hat for the season, my dude.
what was he wearing?
I'm going to be
Just
upset if Newsome
like an
goes to the
off the rack
Steelers.
Titans hat.
That is definitely not
And
the
a back
trucker
race.
hat.
So there's a couple of long shot options for the Vikings. One is that they want to replace Anthony Barr, and they draft one of the linebackers. If they decide that Cormo is like, incredible
like
value.
that.
At this
I don't
stage.
like that idea at all.
I don't either. Let me be clear.
I don't
the
like
other
that idea at all.
Trevon Morig has been sitting there for a long time. Safety is such a critical position in.
I could see y'all taking safety. I could see safety. I don't see you taking.
But offensive line is such a need. We traded Khalil. Our O line is a disaster. We have a statue of a quarterback.
It's gotta be
I
Darrisaw.
don't see how they don't pick Darisaw. Maybe they go Taven Jenkins from
Darisaw's got to be the
but-
best player on the board, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
He's PFF's number 15 overall guy.
Oh yeah, and we're in the 20s now. Yeah, he's got to be the best. I was about to say I haven't looked. I was about to go there, but I was just assuming.
Would you put it past Zimmer to draft somebody on defense though?
It
I
wouldn't.
mean, that's the one linebacker safety thing that like makes me go, well, it is Zimmer, and he,
Yeah,
but
yes, that's what I'd say. It is Mike Zimmer. Is
And
there
JOK
any way
is
on
out
earth?
there.
Is there
Like-
any way on earth somebody has gotten in their ear and said, wide receiver is the most important, valuable position outside of quarterback. What if we get another guy?
Put
What if
someone
we
on
get
the other
another
side
guy?
of JJ.
I don't think so. Offensive line is such a glaring, obvious.
Yeah,
it's the greatest
it's pretty
need
bad.
by like 3 orders of magnitude.
You're okay. All right. I was just
Hey,
trying to
would
figure
y'all
it
know what? Would y'all like to know what the number 1 trending topic in the United States of America is right now?
These tell me.
Jesus.
Is it Aaron Rodgers?
It's Mac Jones.
Oh, that was gonna be my guess.
Number 2 is the Bears. Number 4 is NFL Draft 2021. Number 5, Cowboys. 6, Fields. 7, Eagles. 8, Giants. 9, Raiders. 10, Patriots. Mac Jones is number 1.
God damn it. I just saw the red. Sox score.
What number jersey are we sending to Chris there?
You're not sending me a jersey. I don't wear quarterback jerseys. I've never bought a Tom jersey in my life.
Nah,
I'm not
You never
putting anybody
bought
else on
one,
my
but-
body.
but if you,
I've never put one on my body. I'm not putting a quarterback jersey on my body for the rest of my life.
he's wearing
Fat guys
offensive line
shouldn't wear
numbers.
quarterbacks.
That's
What if he doesn't see the field and never plays quarterback? Does that change it?
No. Offensive lineman, any defensive player except for DB is acceptable. And offensive line or tight end, that's the list.
How many quality starts does Jones have to have for us to be able to send you a Mac Jones jersey? What's the number?
I don't want you to send me anything. I don't know if Gary
I know you don't
I don't know if
want
we've ever had
us
this
to send you.
conversation before. Chris does not handle getting gifts very well. Makes me really awkward and uncomfortable.
It makes him feel like he's in debt.
very uncomfortable. But
Indebted?
Yeah.
yeah. There's like I'm gonna end up just showing up at your house randomly with a bunch of stuff.
Because it's funny because you're such a generous dude. Like
I don't do, but I've never got gifts. Like, and it's not a bad thing. Like, I don't feel bad for myself at all. We didn't get like I had one birthday party growing up, and we were poor, and so my mom always hated when my friends would invite us to their birthdays, and she's like, "Now I got to get this little son of a bitch a gift. I don't even care about him." And we don't have any money, but I still have to do it. So the one birthday party I had, and my brother got one birthday party, and both of our invitations clearly stated, do not bring gifts. One party growing up, and everybody was mandated, don't give us stuff. It's just how I was raised. You just don't get gifts. You just don't. If you need something bad enough, we'll figure out a way to get the money to do it. And ever since then, I have like this weird ass complex. I don't need anything. I need Mac Jones to be good. That's what I need. I need about a year to work out my emotional issues. And that's about what it took with Dante Hightower, by the way. You know,
And you also got Damian Harris. You got other guys.
Oh, no. Well, see, hang on now. Random guys don't matter. All right.
Yeah.
I'll take, like, I would have killed for Devontae Smith. Like, rando dudes don't matter. The leader of your offense, the leader of your defense, those are the face of that side of the football. They matter. All right. We got Scuzz's pick coming in.
Speaking of linemen.
There you go.
Here you go,
good
buddy.
job, Vikings. Trade back, get some more capital, get some more shizzle.
I think you got really good value here. And I think you got a lot of extra picks. So as bad as
maybe the number 3 tackle as the 5th tackle drafted.
Yeah.
Right?
As bad as Zimmer has been with first rounders, listen, I saw a grade. I mean, this was like a month and a half ago, like right when people were starting getting like ready for the draft.
It's not Zimmer, it's Spielman. Spielman calls the draft.
But hang on now. Zimmer and Belichick both have done nothing but pick bust in the first round, but they both also have 2 of the highest rated drafts every year, overall value, because they hit on all those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round guys that nobody else hits on. So all these other teams are 50-50 on hitting on the first round. They just always miss on those guys. But then their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round, they have 4 or 5 bites at the apple at those things because they just always trade back or out completely and load up on those picks. And they hit on more of those than anybody else. And therefore, they're actually some of the better drafters in the league. And it just, we think about the first round, and I know in the back of my head every one of Bill's debacles, and it's just one of those things that stands out. But then you think of, holy shit, Chase Vinovich fell to him. It was just like a gift from the gods. It's just like, holy shit, who is this wonder boy that just showed up in New England? And it was just stuff like that happens all the time. And it doesn't stand out nearly as much as, oh, yeah, you took a bunch of busts in the first round. There were 5 great wide receivers that came out of that draft, and you took the only bust in the first round, which is N'Keal Harry. You took the only guy that can't play.
Yeah.
Well, the Vikings at least didn't screw that up last year.
Oh, no. Last year, you got the best wide receiver, and you got him 5th out of all the wide receivers.
And I can't remember if Zimmer was there when we drafted Anthony Barr, but that's worked out pretty well, too. So
I remember that I was really high on Laquan Treadwell. Like, talked a lot of shit about Laquan.
I talked myself into that, too. Laquanosaurus Rex. And
that was before we were ever friends, so that's probably a good thing.
I don't
because
think
I would have blown that up to be a big deal.
I don't think that Treadwell. I don't think Treadwell was ever the same after he broke his foot against Auburn.
No, he wasn't. But I just didn't think it was going to matter. I just assumed, these guys all heal from all these injuries.
Most of them do.
Of course, I was like, I was still young and I healed from my injuries. Now I'm worried about getting down the stairs after all this tequila. Normally I drink it on the back deck.
By the way, Caleb, while you were talking about the gifts and all that kind of stuff, and trying to I guess feel out these Alabama players or whatever, he said that's the Don Julio talking again. I want to shut down the right quick. McKinnon jumps in and says, "Oh damn, Casey brought up one of the only Auburn dudes to have potential in this class." He said Seth Williams could sneak into the first round too. Let me go ahead and before we get any further in this first round, before we talk about this pick, Seth Williams is not going to be a first rounder. I don't know how many times we have to say this. He is nowhere near the first round.
Hey guys, guess who shut down Seth Williams? Greg Newsom's backup.
Look, they didn't even run routes at Auburn. Like Seth Williams.
Shit, Najee Harris.
Yep.
Yeah.
Congrats on the record, Gary.
Gary, is this jersey worthy for you, man?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Hang on now.
I've
That's
already
a Bama boy going to his NFL.
Yeah, exactly.
I have already. So it wouldn't have mattered where Najee Harris went. I was going to be supporting him regardless. He has his own line of merch that he's about to put out. Go to najee.net, najee.net, and you can sign up. I'm on his mailing list. All that. He's going to have his own merch where he's like actually the pose where he's jumping over the Notre Dame guy. Where he's like got his legs spread out up in the air or whatever. Like that's it. He's gonna have it on a shirt. I'm gonna be one of the first ones to buy it. Like I am all over it. I love this kid. I would love this kid if he went to
sweet shirt, dude.
If he went anywhere other than Alabama, I would still be all over this kid. Even at Chris, feel free to back me up here because I know you feel the same. He is the most personable guy in the draft. He is gonna sell this team. He'll be the face of the franchise. Like it won't be Big Ben anymore. It's going to be this kid.
And
so here's the down
too. That's such a great fit. I mean,
but here's the downside.
So well
I love, and Gary knows this. I love Najee. I actually do really. He's the only Alabama player I've liked in a long time, and it's because he doesn't give a shit about Alabama. He literally just went there to go to the pros. That's it. Like that endears him to my heart a little bit. But also, like, here's the problem. It's still a running back in the first round to an offense that's really hurting an offensive line. This is the pros. This is not the SEC, man. The SEC is not known for the defense that they're known for. I don't know that he's going to find the success that's going to warrant a first-round pick.
Yeah, Scuzz is showing it up right now.
The Najee Hurdle Man hoodie is fucking amazing. So outside of the fact that he went to the Steelers and he went to Bama, I'll never wear this ever, but I do like it a lot. Like that's a badass logo. It's amazing. That's a
badass logo. Like that's better than the Jordan Jumpman. Mm-hmm. Like in my opinion, the way it looks, it's not as important obviously, but it looks better than it.
So that's the 6th pick, tied for Miami in 2004 for the most first-round picks in history.
Yep, still a chance for Barmore.
Is that the last chance?
I believe so.
I think that's the last chance, but I don't know.
You have a center, right?
Yeah, Landon Dickerson could possibly go, but
no, centers don't go in the first round.
Wasn't he hurt? Didn't he get hurt?
Yeah, he got hurt in the Florida game, and then came back and took like the final snaps in the national championship game.
Hang on, I might have spoken too soon. My Cleveland Browns might take Barmore. There's been a lot of talk about just a lot of weapons on the front seven. Like outside of Myles Garrett, we're not great at any position on the defensive line, but they want a lot of depth. So Barmore, y'all might get 7.
Yeah.
Where's Newsome going? I mean, we've only got a few picks left here.
I wanted Newsome in Cleveland. I really did, but for the same reason as our cornerbacks have a problem with staying healthy, but I think they're all really good. I think if you have a lot of depth there and you rotate those guys in, A, they're all just obviously fresher, but B, they will stay healthier. They will all be better because they're not playing as many snaps. Ward has had a really hard time being healthy. Greedy can't stay healthy. Newsom's flaws is, well, he might be injury prone. Yeah, but if he's the same as these other guys, but he's not have to play the entire game and he only has to play a third of the game or half the game, that would be unbelievable. It'll extend his career by 5 years.
Yes.
I think Baltimore at 27. If Cleveland opts for not Newsome,
Don't
don't
underestimate the Jags.
Address the secondary in the they believe they're getting Greedy back, which they are getting Greedy back, and they spent a first round draft pick on him, and they signed a cornerback this year also. I think it would be really hard for them to actually take one.
Yeah.
But that's what I want them to do.
The Saints at 28 is a big one. They need a cornerback.
Yeah.
Well, the Saints actually need it.
So I think he goes 27 or 28 because he's such a perfect fit for the scheme that Baltimore runs. Now, whether they decide to go with that or go with a wide receiver, right? If Elijah Moore's still on the board,
so that's what
Bateman
everybody
could be
thinks.
a really good fit for Baltimore.
That's what everybody thinks. You talk about they need a wide receiver. That's the perfect landing spot for Julio Jones that everybody's talking about. I don't know what his price is going to be. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
But if they need to move him for cap space, if you're Baltimore, I think you could address your defense in the draft and you go sign Julio instead of drafting a wide receiver. Because if you're Baltimore, they really need a wide receiver bad. They need a number one. It wasn't Hollywood's just not a number one receiver.
Yeah, I do believe that.
Are you getting a number one receiver at this stage in the draft, right?
Hey, right quick, our boy Akbar jumped in. He jumps over from the SBR stuff. He said Fields' career is over before it started. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Newsome.
It's cold, man.
Newsome going to the Saints if they don't take Kelvin Joseph. Tom McGrath said our quarterbacks are having difficulty staying healthy, which is the 21 quote equivalent to our Austria-Hungarian crown princes have difficulty staying alive from 1914. Casey said, I think the Jags are perfect for Trevon Morig, and Tom literally just made me cackle, said McKinnon. 100%. It does. I love the cackle. When you get that good joke in, it's like, yeah.
What was that about Morig, Gary?
For the Jags.
Jags.
I had the same thought. that that's where they're going to go.
I thought there was a possibility at 25 that because don't underestimate Urban Meyer. I mean, he saw Greg Newsome up close and personal. I think he could go cornerback here because I think they need help everywhere.
What if they took Etienne?
Oh, that'll be a waste.
Wouldn't that be hysterical?
Boy, that would be.
Meyer would be.
Keep him with Trev.
Could you imagine them taking Pat Freiermuth or something? Because ESPN showing Todd McShay's team needs for them. Number 2 is tight end.
That's early for Freiermuth.
Way effing early for that.
Agreed.
In the second or third round. I mean, come on.
I mean, he's got a second round grade on him.
That's gonna give Mel Kiper apoplexy. His head's gonna explode on television.
I'd pay to see that.
God.
You, me both.
I did not realize that the Packers traded their first round pick. They don't have anything tonight.
That's news. When did that happen?
I don't know. I just don't see. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm looking.
NFL Network still shows the Packers after the Saints.
Yep,
pick
29.
Yeah,
29.
so does ESPN.
29.
Holy shit!
What?
Oh my God!
Hilarious.
What?
Clemson South.
Urban Meyer. Oh my God.
This is 2 straight running backs at the end of the first round.
Wow.
This is that's a disaster.
Now Rodgers is going to sit in that chair. You stupid son of a bitch.
Well, what was the Herb Street comment from earlier tonight that like Urban Meyer is going to win because he's going to pick the better players and motivate them better? Some shit like that.
He's going to pick better players and motivate them.
Well, I think what's clear now is Urban only plans on being there for a year or two and then hand it off to Dabo. I think we see the
God.
long-term setup.
Yes, please. Please,
Was
Dabo,
was
go
this-
to the NFL. Get the fuck out of college.
Was this what the
Jack
Chiefs
wagon.
did? Was this what the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes last year, where they had the last pick in the draft? They were like, "Pat, what you want to do?" He was like, "We're going Clyde," and they just called.
I'm sorry, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a good pick.
No,
Yes.
no.
Too.
That wasn't just a Patrick thing. That was literally Andy Reid and the GM and Patrick all were on unisow, complete unison of if Clyde's not taken, Clyde's who we're taking.
That was a good pick. This is not a good
No,
pick.
the Jags just had an undrafted 1,000-yard rusher
Yeah.
Yes.
last year.
Yes, they just had a guy that never got drafted at all. That's 1,000. That is the case number one as to why you don't draft running backs in the first round.
This is a college coach coming to the NFL for the first time.
That doesn't know what the hell he's
and
doing.
making a huge mistake.
Ass of himself.
Are they?
I mean, like,
are they seriously comparing him to Kamara?
No. Oh no! If somebody
Wow.
compared him for Kamara, they need.
ESPN is
lose their
comparing him
job.
to Kamara right now.
Oh my god!
I mean, unless Etienne can transform himself into Christian McCaffrey, this is a terrible, terrible.
Or
choice.
Alvin Kamara. Those are literally the only two running backs I think that are worth a first round grade today. Right now. All the things that we know about all the running backs that are in the league, I still wouldn't pay a first round pick for any of them but Alvin and McCaffrey.
And those two are only because they can catch the ball out of the backfield.
And those two are only because they literally will split their yards between pass catching and rushing.
Which is not what Etienne did in college.
No, Etienne just disappeared in big games. Like it honestly, not even just in big games. Like he just disappeared a lot.
I mean, maybe because his best asset is his speed, which gets neutralized when he's up against really top end defenses, which he's going to face every week in the NFL.
I mean,
there ain't a whole lot of Wake Forest you're going to find in the NFL. All right.
Well,
Vanderbilt don't exist. Well, I guess
Not
they
a
don't
lot
play
of
Vanderbilt.
Syracuse.
the Jaguar defense, though, however, he'll play really well against him in practice.
Oh, he'd be great in practice.
I don't know about that. I bet Chase on gonna catch his ass.
Come on, Cleveland.
But on top of that,
Well,
they still got
that Jacksonville defense would have had a better chance if they had drafted a defensive
My
player.
Browns didn't waste any time. I'm pulling my ear out.
It's got to be news.
Say whatever
Come
the hell
on.
you want.
Come on. Give it to us.
Let's see. Derrick Henry would like a word, sir. I promise you, Travis Etienne is not Derrick Henry.
He
is
ain't Derrick
not
Henry.
Derrick Henry.
He's like 100 pounds lighter than Derrick Henry.
No. Yeah.
Let's see. By the way, the big time odds hit here. Two running backs drafted in the first round was like plus 300 at most books. Like over 1.5. It's pretty nuts.
Who's the number three?
Baltimore might be the pick here.
Caleb wants to know: are we seeing a new trend of pairing college stars together? Is that a thing now?
I hope not.
Does chemistry between your running back and your quarterback matter at all?
No,
I would
don't
argue
think so.
zero.
No.
Wide receiver and QB, I could buy that, like in terms of what the Dolphins did earlier, sure, but not QB and running back.
I don't think so. Ryan said that you were making a comparison. Ryan, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I am 5 tall boys deep into a 12-pack, and I don't remember what the hell I just said. So I apologize. Let's see. My God. All right. All
All right,
of
guys.
these.
Twitter is making me smile right now.
Come on.
What's going on with Twitter?
Come on.
Twitter is giving me good feelings.
Come on.
Oh, this must mean that your boy is going, huh?
I kind of want him to go next to Baltimore, but that'd be pretty exciting if he went to Cleveland.
I'm getting the feeling.
Come on.
I'm getting the feeling that it's going to be your boy.
Come on.
All right, what do we got?
Come on.
I love that Chris took out his earpiece for this.
Oh yeah,
That's like my favorite thing.
he is listening for the Browns. Like this is, you knew he was doing this. He didn't do it for the Patriots. He would typically do it for the Patriots, but he knew they were going Mac, so he's a little hurt by that, and that's okay. That's okay.
You gonna take out your gum?
All right, come on. Schefter's saying it now.
There we go. How much
Yes.
fun is that?
Yeah, come on.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
All right, boys, tell me, how long has it been since you have had 2 first-round draft picks?
It has never happened.
Never happened. Never.
That is phenomenal. Yeah, this is a big year.
Go.
I want to echo something John said earlier tonight. John said Greg Newsome's the best Northwestern football player that he's watched, and I think that's true. I mean, like, this dude is unbelievable. Yes, there it is. There it is. Chris's reaction.
Hell
Here it
yeah.
comes.
Holy shit!
Chris,
They listen. I swear to God, they listen to our
show. If you
show.
walk out your front door and a Greg Newsome jersey's lying on the ground, that was not a gift from us. Strange things happen. Things fall off of trucks all the time.
Oh my God! I can't believe.
Look at what he's wearing too. Like if they get a shot of his jacket, it's like it's Black Lives Matter jacket.
Yeah, it's awesome. There it is. Woo!
Yeah, come on.
Oh, that's so freaking
Let's
awesome.
go.
Listen, I've been saying this forever. If they can just hold the line in the secondary just a little longer, Myles Garrett would have had 5 to 10 more sacks. They just got to hold the wide receivers just a little bit longer. And Myles is going to wreck. This might not be a Greg Newsome gets a lot of credit thing, because sacks and fumbles are going to happen all over the place. But they just need to slow these damn wide receivers down just a touch.
Which Newsome does. That's what he does.
He's cool with it, and he knows. Like Northwestern played mostly quarters coverage zone.
I'm telling you right now, get all the money you can on Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year. He's going to wreck this league if they just keep slowing. If we can have a healthy Mord, a healthy Greedy, we've got safeties galore. Bring Newsome in, and he can help with the secondary. I'm telling you, right now, Myles Garrett is going to break Ben Roethlisberger in half. He's not going to finish the season. Mark my words, Ben Roethlisberger does not finish the season.
I'm so happy right now. They just
Juju
showed
Smith-Schuster is going to get put in a locker and the hell beat out of him.
They just showed Greg Newsome's house or apartment or whatever it was.
Hang on. What I do tonight?
There it is.
You boys,
There it
not
is.
me, boys.
There it is. There you go, buddy.
This is
I
this
thought
might
about
be the
throwing the
happiest
LSU
I've
for
been
Jamar Chase, but
since
no.
the Vikings drafted Randy Moss. This might be the happiest I've been. This is freaking phenomenal.
Greg Newsome is probably the coolest Northwestern football player ever, and that's saying a lot because Venric Mark is as high a standard as there could be. But Greg Newsome is a cool MFer.
I mean, we've got 4 guys that have been in the league for 3 years or less, locking up the back half of that defense now. And Delpit, Greedy, Newsome, and Ward. If they can just get healthy,
you're gonna have 2 Wildcats starting in defense.
Yeah, nobody's. And like I said, all I need is them hold those guys just a. I can't tell you how many sacks Myles was just like half a step away from being there. I mean, just a fraction of a second away from being there. And if they could just hold those receivers just a hair longer.
So take me through Cleveland's linebacker core, because the
linebacker core is weak. They let go of a couple of people. Give me a second.
We've got
brought in Anthony Walker.
We've got more.
They did bring in Walker, yeah.
We got Walker, but we've got.
They let go of like 2 or 3 guys that they had last year. Hang on.
That's a good point. We got some more linebackers coming up later in the draft.
We can do for you. We're not done yet.
Let's see. Siani Taki.
You did enough for me tonight. I'm happy with that. I'm good. I don't care.
Siani Taki, Malcolm Smith, Anthony Walker, Mac Wilson, and Jacob Phillips are the
So Mac
linebackers.
Wilson's going to be the leader of that locker room in the linebacker position. Like he's going to be the quarterback of the defense.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Gary, I just want to congratulate you as a fellow person having the greatest first round in his team's history. That
This is all right. This is not a bad night for both of us. Not a bad night.
we're breaking records.
Let's go through some of these chat.
I just got to shout out real quick.
Go ahead.
Sitting next to Greg Newsome on that couch when you saw that shot before they went to commercial. One Veronica Burton, superstar women's basketball player for Northwestern, part of Team USA in the upcoming.
Her grandfather was one of our other first round picks.
Two-time Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year.
That's what I'm talking about. That's good genes right there.
We've already claimed their future children for the purple.
There you go.
It's going to be good.
It is going to be good. McKinnon jumps in. Chris's best quote of the night right there. That had to be right after he found out what the pick was. Tom said it's the end of the Dickens book where everything works out in the end. That's what I'm talking about. Kelvin Joseph going to the Saints. Maybe JOK. Ward and Newsome is going to be nice. Greedy and Delpit coming back. Browns are winning the North. And then Ryan McCracken jumps back and says, Big Ben MVP confirmed. Tom likes Chris's shirt. He said, Cocaine Cat.
That's right.
That's one of the best old school logos in all of football, baby.
Yes, it is.
If only Home Field Apparel could get a deal done with Northwestern and we could fucking mass market that shit.
Oh my
awesome.
God, that's the best. I had to print this. I had to make this shirt because I couldn't find it anywhere.
I was gonna say F that, like Westlot Pirates plus winning cures everything. Like,
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's make that thing happen.
Hey,
we sell this stuff.
we need to print that thing up, man. That'd be awesome.
I don't know. I don't know if it's trademarked. I don't know. I'm not trying to get sued, man.
I'm sure it is, but
I'm
we
pretty
could
happy
probably work
right
out a
now. I
license.
don't want to be upset.
We could
So
work
It's
out a license.
old. I
a
know
lawyer
that.
would definitely piss me off tonight.
Ryan said the Browns are going to be 6-10. Casey said, "Can you imagine if the Browns?"
Well, they can't go 6-10
6
because they
10.
play
Yeah.
17 games. That shows how
6-11.
much you pay attention.
Casey said, "Can you imagine?
Dick.
Can you imagine if the Browns get Peyton Turner in the second round across from Garrett? That'd be nuts." Let's see. Tom McGrath, Veronica Burton, run me over with a combine harvester. KCK, Dorsey's a great GM. He drafted Mahomes and Kareem Hunt.
Oh, Bateman gets into the first.
Ooh, there it is.
Ooh.
There it is.
Oh, with the Ravens, there it is. We talked about it.
I told you. I thought the Ravens were going to go wide receiver. They needed a big play guy. They learned that Hollywood's not the dude. So that tells me they're probably not going to make the deal.
Best
for,
jersey in college football this year. Wore the 0.
Bateman 0.
Yeah, I could buy that.
That was really sick. I hate the Gophers, but that was really sick.
Akbar said Browns going 11-6. So I could see that. I
I can't find 6 losses on the schedule. So
You haven't even seen the schedule yet.
I'm
It's
just
not even out
telling
yet.
you. I'm just telling you. I'm not going to be able to find 6 losses on the schedule. I'm just letting you know. Don and I say there's no way they're losing 6 games.
Scuzz, so take us through exactly how much Rashad Bateman's numbers were inflated by Tanner Morgan's otherworldly.
Let's flip that around. Other way around, my friend. Other way around. Tanner Morgan threw a lot of 50-50 balls, and Rashad Bateman was
Well, they're showing
Unbelievable.
those. Listen, they're showing those highlights of some pretty great one-handed catches.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
I think him and Lamar are going to be pretty amazing. As much as I used to hate, it's amazing what one guy can do to change my mind. I probably not probably. I know I hated the Ravens more than I hated the Steelers. I hated them. I hated them with everything I had. And all they did was draft Lamar. And as soon as they did, I was pissed off. I was happy he finally went. I was pissed he went to the Ravens. And then about 5 minutes later, I was like, all right, I'm in. I'm okay with this. I'm already softening a little bit. I do a pretty good job of compartmentalizing. Now, that's not always a healthy thing, okay? You could be one of the worst people in the world, but if you make a good movie, I'm like, I'm going to go see your movie. I'll support you. If you hit a couple of home runs, but you beat your old lady, you didn't beat my old lady. So, it's not a healthy thing, but I do a pretty good job of compartmentalizing. Now that these guys are out of college, I'll figure it out. I used to hate everybody that went. Like a bunch of LSU guys have gone to the Ravens, and it didn't help. It didn't make me love the Ravens. There was something about Lamar that kind of just took all of that away.
I will tell you this: the Ravens. Obviously, I'm a big Steelers fan.
Yeah.
Ravens, I always hated. They took Pernell McPhee in the first round, however many years ago, and my grandmother on my dad's side, it was super close with Pernell McPhee when he was in junior college before he went to Mississippi State, and she mentored him and all this. So she took him to church and all this, and he was the nicest dude on the planet. And the fact that the Ravens took him, I completely got over my Ravens hate.
Yeah.
And now, I should hate the Ravens because it's a rivalry and whatever, but I can't hate them. Like, that's a fantastically run organization.
I mean, I've spent my entire adult life making fun of Joe Flacco.
Did you see Brown Yeti's comment? He said, "I want that on a shirt." You didn't beat my old lady.
Listen, I'm not liable or responsible for anything I've said by now.
I'm waiting for Tom
Don Julio.
Don Julio.
This is definitely half gone, and I am pleading the fifth from this point forward. Everything I say cannot be held against me in the court of law.
Oh God, that's phenomenal. That's
probably the worst thing I've said in a while, but that's why I don't drink on public.
McKinnon said, so the Colts are the only team really in the game for Julio.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who's going to be in the market for Julio now. That's a weird thing, right?
Are the Falcons absolutely moving him?
I think so a lot of the reports I saw today were they need to move him because they can't afford him. Like, they won't be able to pay what you're going to have to pay a rookie contract and fit Julio in their cap. I think they're that tight on cap space. Like, they won't be able to sign all their rookies that they're going to draft and keep the roster intact the way it is.
So, I mean, by drafting Pitts, though, I mean, that's kind of like a win now move, right?
Yes.
And it seems like that strategy is bolstered by
keeping Julio,
figuring out whatever you need to figure out to keep Julio.
Like, there has to be some defensive player that's not worth the shit that you're overpaying. That
1,000,000%, right?
Like that guy has to be on the roster. I don't know who it is, but that has to be on the roster where you could free up like $8 million tomorrow by booting some poor bastard out that you overdrafted and didn't turn out to be very good.
I mean, if they let Gurley go, does that help? I don't know.
Well, apparently they've already let
Gurley's
Gurley
gone.
go.
Like,
Early's already gone, so
He's
that's
off the
already
books.
factored in.
Tom McGrath said, I didn't realize there was a content filter on the chat. Yeah, there is. It's a YouTube
Did
thing.
somebody swear on the chat and did not go through?
No, there's been several. I just went through the actual YouTube chat and
Can we turn that off?
Family show, folks.
I don't believe so.
Censor anybody. Listen, all right. Y'all might do a family show.
I'm dropping F-bombs. I'm fucking,
Okay. All right. Gary and I have one bad review on our podcast, and it's
from
because
like 4 years
I swear
ago.
like a sailor.
That was from when I think we first started, but we were having like your pastor buddies listen to us and stuff. So yeah. I think it might have changed.
Brought to you tonight by Michter's whiskey, which won't show up on my filter, but the Kentucky
awesome.
Derby's coming up, so I'm rocking the Kentucky bourbon.
John, are you drinking tonight?
Say what? Huh?
Are you drinking tonight, John?
Yeah, I had one drink and one beer, and then
John, I gotta ask, John, you can't do this floating around the NFL thing. So Gary's got the Steelers, Sam's got the Broncos, I've got the Browns and the Steelers, the Patriots. I know that I'm gonna catch shit for being a 2-team homer. Scuzz has got the Vikings. You can't just sit here in no man's land, all right? There's enough Northwestern guys out there.
You're right. The McNair jersey. That's right. I forgot.
There's enough guys in the league from Northwestern. You got to pick an allegiance. Before this season is over, I'm going to need you to have a fandom that you're going to choose. You say, you know what? This is my team.
I feel like
the
it
Browns
has
and
to
not
be
the
the
Chargers.
Cleveland Browns. It has to be the Cleveland Browns.
It could be
Please
the
don't take the
Browns.
Chargers because I don't want to have to hate you two this year.
It could also be my Washington football team because you got the president.
Okay,
you got,
right.
Yeah, sure.
I think you've got a couple of options. I'm going to need to make a choice before the end of the season this year.
I would love to tell you that I care enough about the NFL.
I don't need you to care. I just need you to make a decision and stand by it. You don't have to give
for
a
the
damn.
collective Northwestern players in the NFL entity. There you go. If the Browns are playing a team that doesn't have Northwestern players, the Browns are absolutely.
No, you got it, but that's okay. Like, listen, like I pull for the Bengals when they're not playing the Browns. Like, that's okay, but I'm not a Bengals fan. Like, you have to pick a team and ride with them. You just have to go with it.
There
That's
might
how
be a
fandom
number.
works.
There might be a number 2 Browns jersey in your future, John, and you're
There
just
might
going
be
to
a
have to
number
live
2
with that
Browns
and
jersey
embrace
in
it.
the future, John. I know a guy who's a really good gift giver. Like, really good. Really good at
it. Peyton Turner to the Saints.
Yeah, Peyton Turner, defensive
Peyton
end.
So I
Turner,
did not
yeah.
see that, but the
Defensive
Saints
end
do
for
this all the
Houston.
time. They always draft somebody. I don't know who the hell they're drafting, and in a couple of years, I think they're pretty good. But
They stole it from the Patriots.
There'd been some chatter about him starting to move up the listings a little bit. I know nothing about him, but
I don't either. I mean, I know he played at Houston,
he's
but
out of
like
Houston.
Houston's defense wasn't very good. But that doesn't mean he wasn't good.
Let's see, Jalen Phillips. I'm rolling through all of our.
It's funny though.
It seems like a traits pick, like he's tall, he's long,
That's
he's
what I was
strong.
going to say. Like, guys are trying to find that impact end in a draft where there just aren't really.
So
there's
hang
not
on.
that guy.
Let's talk about this. Give me a second. I'll get there.
Are you about to ask about Green Bay drafting for Denver?
Koromoa is no, because Denver, if they trade Rodgers, this is not going to be a pick swap situation.
No, it's certainly
this
not.
Is you're going to give me all your picks. It's going to be all your picks. Has the hate on core motive gone too far?
On who?
Jeremiah.
Oh, JOK.
He's been tops on the ESPN list since pick 12.
Yeah.
So,
but now, I'm not following ESPN, but like Pro Football Focus, NFL Network, all of them, he's a lot higher than all these other guys. Like a lot. Like there's a pretty substantial gap. Are we?
They need wide receiver. They need inside linebacker. I mean, you would have thought they would have drafted a wide receiver last year to help Aaron Rodgers, and they didn't.
I really
Do you
don't
go
want to see
get
Elijah.
Do you go get
I
Elijah
don't want
Moore?
to see an Elijah Moore situation here. Oh, that's going to break my heart.
And if that's the case, then are they trying to actually keep Aaron Rodgers? Are they trying to make him a little bit happy? Like, hey, we went and got you a weapon.
Or are they like,
Schefter
well,
just
Rodgers is
said-
leaving. Better put some weapons around the new guy.
Schefter just said they are steadfast in trying to hold on to Aaron Rodgers.
Of course they are.
Interesting.
They
Yeah.
don't.
So
they
I-
don't want to move. Like, there's so many reasons not to move him. Like the $37 million dead cap hit is one of them. But like, he's the NFL MVP. Like,
It's got to be Elijah Moore then.
So only twice in the history of the NFL has the MVP not came back to the team that he won the MVP with, and both those guys retired.
Jim Brown is one of them.
And one of them's
From like the
a quarterback.
1940s or something, right?
Yeah,
Sid Luckman?
but they both were before any of us were born, and they both it was a retirement situation where guys played like 8 years or 4 years, and that was a Hall of Fame career.
Here's a question. When was the last time a defensive tackle did not get picked in the first round?
I don't know that it's maybe ever happened, but I also think this is the year that it wouldn't shock me if it does happen.
No DT, no safety.
Well, now no safety would shock the shit out of me because the game has become so pass heavy, and safeties are the guys covering those big ass tight ends across the league.
They really are trying to run Rodgers out of town. They really are.
Wow.
What they do?
Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia.
So this guy, so who was it? It was either SI or ESPN had a cover story on him as like the amazing corner hiding in plain sight kind of deal because he covered all the top guys.
Not ESPN. NFL Network doesn't even have him as like the next 20.
ESPN has him as the 10th ranked corner, the 71st ranked overall.
Yeah, PFF.
That's higher than NFL Network has him.
It was
The
one of
NFL
those
Network
two
doesn't have
had him as the
71.
cover story, and it was
PFF
and
has
yeah.
him number 72 and their 11th ranked corner.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's where NFL Network's closer.
I think
last year, Green Bay, who was purported to pick a wide receiver, passed on T. Higgins, Michael Pittman Jr., Laviska Shenault, and Chase Claypool to draft Jordan Love. And this year,
You're
they
talking about
passed
three
on-
of those four guys are all really, really good at football.
Yep. And then this year, I mean,
And Claypool, that might have been a shit on Claypool that was unnecessary. All four of those guys might be really good at football.
did Pittman pan out last year?
I think Pittman's going to be fine. I think he's going to be fine.
The other three are freaking legit.
But the other three are legit.
I love me some Viscous Chenault.
Yo, no, this is amazing. Hey, let me tell you something, man. Trevor might have him a friend in Laviscus because that dude put up good numbers last year.
Oh, I told you last year, Laviska Shenault is legit. Like, he is unbelievable.
We're absolutely in love with him, especially Sam.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, he's unreal. Like, he was an absolute athlete, and they got. I mean, it was a steal in the second round. It's just ridiculous.
Can we answer this question? Where's my boy Gardner Minshew, the Mississippi mustache, going to land?
Ooh, that's an
He's going to
interesting
be a
question.
backup for another couple of
Can
years.
he be the Patriots quarterback?
Who's the number 2 in Jacksonville now? It's Minshew, right?
It's
Or are they
Minshew.
gonna-
Yeah, but
they
you don't
gonna
want to
drop him for-
Listen, Gardner Minshew is as a backup to no man. Okay.
So, hey, but let's change topics momentarily back to this pick. Eric Stokes going to the Packers. I'm going to assume that means that the Broncos Aaron Rodgers deal is not done because Patrick Surtain
that
going
ain't
number
it.
9.
No.
That ain't it. Nah.
So they passed on Elijah Moore, Tutu Atwell out of Louisville, Terrence Marshall Jr. out of LSU, Rondale Moore, who we've talked about, Dwayne Eskridge, Anthony Schwartz,
De'Ami Brown.
There are three
Collins,
wide
Amari
receivers.
Rogers.
There's three wide receivers right now on the board
Would
that I think
Buffalo
that are
take
better
more?
than wide receivers that have been taken right now, and that is Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, and Terrence Marshall.
Would Buffalo take Elijah Moore here?
They
Give
could.
Josh a weapon?
So the nice thing about
Another
Buffalo's a lot in that they're very much in the same realm of where Cleveland is, which is they don't really have a need.
Yeah, they're
They
so
can
solid.
just take the
Right.
best player available.
That's what I was right. So maybe they take the Notre Dame guy.
Formoa.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so good at inside linebacker, though. I like that would really surprise me.
But it's weird. They're kind of good everywhere, though, Scuzz.
Yeah,
I mean, they really don't have a need.
I wonder if they take the running back out of North Carolina.
It wouldn't shock me if they took it. If 3 running back go in the first round, I'm gonna jump out this.
I know it's crazy, but it's not their fault.
I would take another wide receiver before I took a running back. But
ESPN says best fit is Tevin Jenkins, the tackle from Oklahoma.
The OT.
Oklahoma State.
from
Okay.
Oklahoma State.
Now I don't know how good their offensive line is. I'm not adapted to watching offensive linemen and saying who's the best O lineman. in the world.
If you don't have a specific need, there's no reason not to beaf up the O line.
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually
your
the best pick.
smartest bet, right? Like if you don't have a need, just take. You can always make your O line better.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'll
'cause I
tell you
mean-
this. PFF has Najee Harris and Travis Etienne ranked number 2 and 3 as far as running backs go. They've got Javonte Williams as their number 1 running back. So
Wow.
I could see them taking Williams. I think you're right,
there's no way
Sam.
on earth I see them taking 3. It's just a matter of the math in my head would make me explode. 3
But
running
it's
backs.
not.
taken
It's
the
not
first
their
round.
fault that the Jaguars inexplicably picked Travis Etienne, right? Like,
Yeah, but I still don't think any running back should be taken in the first round.
yeah.
That's the issue.
I'm with you.
By the way, McKinnon jumped in with a very good point a little bit earlier. He said Tom has low-key been an MVP of the comments tonight. I would vote that.
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome to the Tomosphere.
Yeah, welcome to the Tom McGrath experience. He's a legend.
Tom is fantastic. I have enjoyed these comments immensely tonight. So
that's how Tom rolls, man. He shows up, he slays.
Now this has certainly been a lot of fun. We have maintained a pretty high number of viewers, and I'm excited about it. Let's see.
We've kept everyone this long. Wow.
Yeah, it's never dipped down. So I think we're doing all right.
Hell yeah.
I think a lot of people pulling it up on the phone or on the on the computer or on their laptop and just keeping it rolling.
Second screen. It's what we got. It's what we wanted.
Hey, we're here for your entertainment. Like this is, we're enjoying
our
this
own.
Too.
I mean, and our own.
1,000,000% our own.
So this is really cool. I just saw this tweet. Najee Harris threw his draft party at the same homeless shelter he grew up in.
That's
really
awesome.
cool.
That's awesome.
Wow.
He really is a cool guy.
Wow.
He's the only Bama person that I've that in like the last, I don't know, maybe my lifetime, that I've ever came around saying, I like that dude. Like I like him a lot.
Was Greg
There's
Russo,
zero hate there.
Greg
Russo was in the green room. Was he the last guy in the green room?
Who is that?
Greg Russo.
Drew Rosenhaus
so.
is his agent, apparently.
Yes. Matt Miller said, I have you guys split screen with my porn right now.
Okay, not quite what I was thinking, but
hey, no, it works.
You do you, my dude.
You got to be looking at Sam while you're getting that thing done. I can tell it.
Just don't get confused, Matt. Just don't get confused.
Hey, Garen Thomas wants to know what's the best division in the NFL right now out of all of them. That's a great question.
AFC North?
Hang on, what's the best division in all of football?
Yeah.
Or NFC West or AFC West. I'd say one of those two.
Yeah. I'd probably go the AFC West.
Really?
I need Rodgers to land there before I can say that. The Raiders don't scare me.
I mean,
there's not enough QBs there.
The Chiefs
Until
are
the
right.
Broncos get a trigger man, they don't scare me. The quarterback position is too weak at those two places.
Hey, NFC West.
NFC South?
It's got to be NFC West. You got the
NFC
Seahawks.
West,
You got the Rams with Stafford now. You got, I could roll with that. The Cardinals have not been bad. I mean, they went 8-8 last year. And then the 49ers. So,
I think they have potential to be the best.
Yeah,
I don't off the season last year as the best, but then they fell off. So let me never mind. I'm not
I don't buy NFC West at all. I don't buy NFC West at all.
Man, you are allowed to be wrong as long as you would like to, my friend. It is all good. I think it's the NFC West. I think that is the strongest division out of all of them. Anybody can win on any given Sunday with that bunch.
Which means they're all going to finish like 8 and 9, 9 and 8.
I mean, are we talking about records? Or are we talking like teams that have a legit possibility to win the Super Bowl? I think all four of those have a legit possibility to go deep in the playoffs.
Zero chance the Cardinals have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Cardinals,
There's zero chance that pretty boy Cliff is going to win a playoff game in his life ever.
How dare you underestimate?
You think Lance is going to lead the 49ers to the fucking Super Bowl?
I think Lance
Jimmy
would
Garoppolo
win one before
did.
Cliff wins one. Mark that down.
No. I'll take Lamar. I'll take Big Ben's corpse. I'll take Baker, and I'll take Joe Burrow over anyone in the NFC West.
The quarterbacks,
Russell Wilson.
The quarterbacks in the AFC North, it ain't close. It's three absolute stud horses and one dying corpse. But that dying corpse is on a roster in a like a franchise that just doesn't ever lose.
And in a system that like fits him, and he's already won 2, right?
Yeah.
So for me, it's AFC North, no question.
Casey said this year will be the first year a whole division makes the playoffs. It will be the NFC West.
No.
Matt Miller
the Cardinals
said
are not making the playoffs.
Matt Miller said the worst team in the NFC
they're gonna
West
figure out
is who, the
Kyler
Cards.
Murray.
It's the West. Matt Miller said Cards are better than both the Bengals and the Steelers. Let's see. Tom McGrath said Ravens enter into a social contract with Russo. The Ravens? It was Buffalo that took him, Tom.
No.
What?
Yeah. Wait, what? No, it's Buffalo who took Russo.
Yeah, it says the Bills. He said the Ravens enter into a social contract with
What's a
Russo.
social contract mean? I'm trying to figure out what
Come
a
on,
contract
come on.
means.
Come on, Wildcats. Let's go.
I think it's a Rousseau joke. I think this is a philosophical joke.
That's totally what it is. It took me a second. I'm like, oh my God.
I'm so confused.
Tom.
Tom's been knee deep in classical literature tonight. It's great.
Tom.
Well, I mean,
Look,
that's Tom every
All right,
night.
Tom,
but-
hang on. I need to clear.
Oh,
the
there
air.
we go.
Tom,
He said it's an
your
enlightenment
guys
joke.
are all Northwestern alumni. Gary and I are two morons from Mississippi.
You bet damn right.
That's not going to happen. All right.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay, that's a little different. You got to go with the first names here, man. We just had a Rousseau drafted. Like, wait, how am I supposed to get my mind off of this defensive end from Miami?
I'll have the pancakes from the Age of Enlightenment.
Take it easy, Voltaire.
Take it easy, Voltaire.
Yeah, McKinnon jumped in and said, Tom, I'm a Memphis grad. Dumb it down.
Yeah, we went to state schools, and they weren't really good state schools.
Tom, I went to Medill. Dumb it down.
I love it that 5 minutes ago, Tom was like the life of the comments, and he overshot.
He overshot, yeah. Hey, he jumped back in, though. He just jumped back in.
The girl, you had it all sealed up.
Hey,
you
Chris.
had it locked down. She was coming home with you. One comment too many, and she's out the door.
Chris, he's coming back in. He said, hey, the schools in Mississippi are top 50.
I would argue with that because public schools in Mississippi have been 50. They're the worst in the country.
Behind Washington, D.C. and everything. So even worse than 50.
No. Washington, D.C. public schools are better than Mississippi public schools.
Yeah.
And they have been our entire life, Gary.
Oh, I
We're
know.
DFL. South Carolina is the only state that has ever been behind us. And it used to be like every other year we would bounce back and forth from DFL. And then we've been at the bottom a lot more than South Carolina's been at the bottom.
Now. Yeah. It's been, and Alabama was in there for a while, but not anymore. Not anymore.
But hang on, they were down low. They weren't the worst. Mississippi public education, the worst in the country, and it ain't close. Gary and I graduated in a class of over 300 people. It's the biggest class in all of branch history. Okay,
At that
point in
yeah.
time. At that point in time, I think every year it's been bigger. Which I guess that happens. That's how growth
it's over.
happens.
Yeah, it's over 500 now.
300 people. I graduated around 150th. Okay. I couldn't read when I graduated high school. I couldn't read really well when I graduated.
How many people are watching all of their podcasts right now, though? That's all I want to say. Right?
Well, I don't have to read a lot, except for when Gary makes me read comments, and then it goes.
Then it goes to hell.
It's dangerously bad.
Hey, Matt Miller,
Dangerously
speaking
bad.
of comments, Matt Miller said, hey, you guys are number one for obesity. That is true.
Yeah. I'm helping that number out a lot. Thanks, Matt.
We'll roll with
All
that.
right. So
Self-esteem is just going through the roof.
all right. So Northwestern
Probably my sleep tonight.
tonight, first round picks 2. Northwestern first round picks in the previous 37 drafts.
8.
2.
8. Hang on. What?
No, all time. 8.
Napo and Chris Hinton.
Yeah, all Napo and
Castillo.
So
Napo
wait a
and
minute.
Castillo.
Y'all have had 8 first-round
And
picks
who?
in the history of school, right?
No. First round picks in the previous 37 drafts. 2.
Okay. So
Past 37 years since prior.
Our last first round pick was Luis Castillo to the San Diego Chargers.
holy shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Oh, wait. So wait. Is
Castillo and Napo.
Oh,
And prior
God.
to that would have been Hinton.
Oh, God, that's right. I was thinking,
Wow.
wow, we're old. I was like,
Two.
Hinton's not that long ago. And it was like,
No, Hinton was 83.
Yep,
Yeah.
that was the year I was
Because that-
born, and I'm a 38-year-old man. So,
you may not know, but 70s, 80s, kind of a lean period for Northwestern football.
As they say, yes.
Listen, the rest of college
Lean
football was
period.
feeding cocaine,
It was-
and you guys were trying to feed them books.
Yep.
That's not a fair trade.
The period in which the brass at the school thought that their academic standing would be best reflected by terrible sports teams.
yes, I could buy that. Hey, Casey said, love you, fam. This was awesome. Casey, you've been awesome. Thank you for jumping in tonight. We certainly appreciate that. Tom said, we were on vacation. McKinnon said, "Hey, now my wife is born and raised in Mississippi. Gary, we don't discuss this with her when we get back to Memphis to see y'all." Yeah, no, I'm good with that. Jason Owe, Baltimore Ravens pick. That is Penn State linebacker, right? Isn't that who that
Tampa
is?
Bay. Tampa Bay picking Jason. Jason
no,
Owe.
Ravens.
No, it was Ravens. It was
Ravens
Baltimore.
took him.
Tampa Bay hadn't picked yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pick is in.
So who
I
do we think
apologize.
Tampa's getting? Because they're bringing back their entire football team.
Really, they could take anybody.
Take anything.
They could take anybody. That's
Wow.
What do we think about this
the only
Owe
Big
pick?
Ten team with 2 first-round picks this year.
Woo! Woo, motherfuckers. Let's go, Cats.
Well, that literally just expired though because Penn State has 2 now.
Yeah.
Well, you've got 2 earlier than them. So suck it.
That's right.
Yes, we did. Tampa
And one of them went to
Bay,
Cleveland. Bitches.
so back to Tampa Bay.
Let's see.
I wonder if the offensive tackle Tevin Jenkins is the pick here.
I could buy that. I mean, I don't know. I could see them going defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if they take Morgue.
Like
yeah.
I could see him taking a secondary
Safety.
guy.
Yeah, I could buy that. I could see them going. I could even see Barmore here because Sue's on a 1-year deal. You know.
Oh, yeah. They could easily. And you always want to rotate in.
Yeah.
Vita Vea had an injury last year. You always want to rotate in the big guys.
Barmore would be an
Barmore
interesting
would
pick.
fit here, too.
Yep. Their needs. I don't understand why wide receiver is listed as their top need at Tampa.
Listen, I wouldn't be because all their wide receivers are like
Old.
Injury prone.
Well, the Antonio Brown's on a 1-year deal.
Yep. They're getting close to end of contract.
Goodwin is going to be our Godwin. He's on a franchise deal, so he's
franchise tag,
probably
right.
going to be gone after this year. So it wouldn't hurt them to take, Elijah Moore or Rondell Moore. Either one of those dudes would be a stud. Tom has a hard time trusting rookies early, but next year, he might not need them, but the year after he would be fine with them.
If he's there the year after.
He's going to be there for 4 more years, Sam.
All right.
He's going to win 2 more Super Bowls.
I don't know about that, but okay.
I was just going to ask that question.
He's going to put the last one on his dick.
And
Wow.
And here we are, 4 hours in.
Last pick of the first round.
At 12:03 p.m.
that's where
Eastern,
the
Tom
last
Brady's
ring's
dick
going.
debuts.
That's where the last one's going.
I really
Who?
hope people
Joe
listen to this
Tryon?
4-hour podcast so they can hear that. Oh my God.
Well, if you listen to all this time,
You
get a little
deserve
treat
that
at
one.
the end. See there?
You earned it.
You eat your vegetables, you get a little dessert at the end.
You earned it. Yep.
Oh my
All
God.
right, who is this? Who's Joe Tryon?
I have no idea. I have no idea. This is weird, but
Yeah,
I don't know that it matters.
I don't know anything about Joe Tryon.
This is a guy that's not going to play this year. Okay, he will not be getting a ring next year. All right?
He's,
Pick the dude nobody's heard of.
he's
They're
a
gonna put him on
linebacker, right? Linebacker
Linebacker from Washington.
Joe Tryon, Washington. All right, add him to the ticker while we close out the show.
Well, I mean, so
Let's see. All right, so let me pull up the PFF linebackers here.
Yeah, I was just about to try to find him on.
but like Koromoa still sitting there.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
a little surprised. He's number 19 on the PFF board. Nick Bolton is number 3. Zaven Collins was number 4. Jamin Davis was 5. Jabril Cox, Pete Werner, Chaz Surratt, Baron Browning, Monty Rice, Justin Hilliard.
Where's
Derek
Ojulari?
Barnes.
ESPN has him 6.
And Jabril
Is it-
Cox.
He's a linebacker, right?
Yeah.
Errol Thompson, Tough Borland. He's not on their first page.
Wow.
Wait, did you say Tough Borland?
Yeah, Borland's
No,
like way down
Pete
there.
Werner.
Hold on.
I was listening also. Pete Werner's
Hang on.
bad enough.
Yeah,
This
Pete Werner.
can't be right. The NFL Network has JOK as their number 8 overall player, just above Penny Sewell.
Yeah,
ESPN has him as 12 overall.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that.
Yeah, he was
didn't
high.
get drafted.
Why did he drop out of the first round?
I don't know.
Hold on,
I don't know. They have him 8th overall. Whoo-wee.
I'm looking at
Have
safeties.
mercy.
I don't see Joe Tryon on
All right.
anything.
So here's what I need. I need my Bengals. I need my Bengals to.
Your Bengals.
I need Jenkins to fall to Cincinnati tomorrow. Pretty badly.
3 teams.
Listen,
I love it. I love it. Bengals are number 2 for me now.
I worship at the Church of Joe. All right. So if he
Yeah.
ever leaves there, then you burn that place to the ground. I don't give a shit.
I'm with you, Chris. I've had to make the last 12 months have been a very difficult time period for me because my son, who's 5, has gotten really into sports, and I've had to decide: do I saddle him with
a jersey?
The legacy of Vikings bullshit, or do I allow him to become a Bengals fan in the city of Cincinnati? And I've decided on the latter. And I'm comfortable with it because
I don't know that one is worse than the other outside of the Vikings have been closer. But
it's just it's less of a question of what has happened and more of a question of what will happen.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better about Joe Burrow and anything associated with him. But it's been a hard choice and I don't know what to do.
All right, I got to tell you a quick story. All
right,
just my
hold
daughter.
on. Before you dive into this long story,
Yes.
Joe Tryon was a defensive end, technically, number 11 on the PFF board as far as defensive ends, number 75 overall player. All right, continue.
All right.
Fire.
So I was telling my daughter, like, we got the NFL draft tonight, and she's like, "What are the Broncos doing?" I'm like, "Well, we'll find out." And Northwestern's getting drafted. Like, yeah, there's going to be 2 guys getting drafted. And then she was very, very excited to remind me that Lindsey Pulliam got drafted by the Atlanta Dream. So I was very, very proud, Papa.
I am so ashamed of how much more involved your daughter is in Northwestern stuff than my daughter is.
She was thrilled. She was like, "Oh yeah, Lindsey got drafted by the Indiana Dream." But she couldn't quite remember it was Atlanta, but like, no, that's fine. Lindsey got drafted by the Dream. I'm good. And then she's like, "Where's Veronica going?" Oh, well, we'll find out next year.
Next year.
That's amazing.
But yeah,
Well
she was very excited, and she's gonna be very excited to find out that both Rashawn and Greg got drafted in the first round into the NFL.
That's awesome.
Shouts to the Shosh.
Yes. Garen Thomas jumps in on the chat. How far away are the Bengals from making the playoffs, Chris?
1 year they've got to fire Zach Thomas or Taylor, and then hire one Joe Brady, and they'll be in next year.
Go from one young wonderkind to another.
I love the
Hang on, whoa. Zach Taylor is not a wonderkind. Zach Taylor used to like.
Zach Taylor shook Sean McVay's hand once.
I think he fondled Sean McVay's balls once. And I think that's it.
Wasn't Tom Brady's balls?
No,
he was Sean McVay's get back coach, right? Like
you are blessed for the rest of your life.
Hey, you had the right answer for Garen, by the way. He said, "I agree. I want Brady as a coach bad." Matt Miller said that this Joe Tryon had the freakiest combine ever. I don't know why he dropped, but I think he meant pro day.
That's interesting. Nobody else had a combine.
Yeah. Fellas, McKinnon said, "Fellas, I'm going 3 years strong with y'all. Cleared out the wife and son from the living room tonight to watch this with you. Westlot dudes, this is my 2nd year with y'all, if memory serves me right. But I'm damn glad y'all were here, and I'll be here next year. Have a great night, gents. War Eagle, go Chiefs, go Falcons." So,
Thank you.
Well, except for the Chiefs part, but
thank you, guys.
This has been fun.
All right.
Northwestern had more picks than Ohio State and Michigan. Take the win when you can.
hell yeah.
Get down with that.
Yeah.
That's how crazy is that? Ohio State had Justin Fields, and that was it.
that's wild.
Yep.
Frankly.
Boom.
What did
John
you say?
Wade.
It came up earlier, right? That they had the top defensive pick or the first defensive pick each of the last 3 seasons.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That is correct. All that talent, no first-round pick.
Hey, let me tell you something. Cleveland put on a damn show tonight.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of my city. I'm so proud.
I'm
so proud.
Did well.
Josh Pate just tweeted first round draft totals: Alabama 6, Big 12, the entire conference 0.
Wow.
Oh, the Big 12 got blanked.
Got blanked.
Texas is back, baby.
Hang on. Wait a minute. Can we shut the hell up about the Power 5 now?
Hey, two picks for the AAC. Can we
please shut the hell up about the Power 5?
Here's first round picks by conference, by the way. SEC 12, Big 10 7, ACC 6, Pac-12 3, Big 12 0, AAC with 2.
One independent, one FCS.
Can we all agree that the Jacksonville Jaguars should have taken the safety from TCU instead of the running back from Clemson and just like factor that into those counts? I mean, it's only one for the Big 12, but like that was a stupid pick.
You're right. You're right on that.
But
hang on. In this world, the American is just as good as the Pac-12 and the Big 12.
Yeah, I think so.
Fair.
And I've been saying that for everybody. Hang on, in real life football, they're just as good as the Pac-12 and the Big 12.
Any of y'all want to come to Cincinnati and watch some AAC football?
How are you guys?
Shout at me.
How are you guys just talking like the TV doesn't currently have Trey Lance breaking FCS tackles left and right now? How are you guys just carrying on a conversation?
Because I turned my TV off.
Yeah, I was watching ABC, brother.
Plays, he breaks more than one tackle, okay? I'm like, some of these plays, he is dragging Weber State defenders down the field. It's
Tell me about Carson Wentz against Weber State.
Unbelievable.
John, in 2 years, you're going to feel really stupid for this.
Okay. Hey, maybe they're thinking, maybe they're thinking when Jimmy G drops back, someone's got to cover, Kittle's getting doubled. Lance may be open.
You never know, Chris. You never know.
In 2 years, listen, I trust Kyle Shanahan. I just do. I don't know what kind of sorcery that guy does, but he seems to be better at it than everybody else.
Yeah, I can buy that. Another first round draft roundup. 7 Big 10 players, 6 by Bama, 6 SEC not Bama, 6 from the ACC, 3 from the Pac-12, 2 from the AAC, 1 independent, that's BYU, and then 1 from the Missouri Valley Football Conference, that would be Trey Lance.
3 from the Pac-12, 0 from the Big 12, 2 from Northwestern.
It's not
That's
bad.
what I'm talking about.
It's not bad at all. It's been a very good evening.
It has.
All right.
All right,
ready
boys.
we ready to wrap this up?
I haven't peed all night, so I'm about to go do that. While I have the ability to get up and go do that.
Well, we can go ahead and close out the show.
Careful on those stairs, Chris.
So remind everybody,
I'm
go check
pee
out
before I go down the stairs. That's important.
Very important. Go check out westlightpirates.com. Subscribe to them anywhere that you can get your podcast. Leave a nice 5-star review for them. Tell them that Winning Cures Everything sent you, of course. And then do the same for us, winningcureseverything.com and anywhere you can get your podcasts. Of course, if you're watching on YouTube, we appreciate you for jumping in the chat. You made it a hell of a fun night, and we certainly appreciate you being here. Guys, anything y'all want to say before we call it an evening?
Go Cats.
Go Cats. Thanks, y'all, for being here for greatest Northwestern first round in history. It was worth it.
Not too shabby. That's
shabby.
Right. So go Tigers, roll Tide, all that fun stuff. Go to sbrpicks.com/NCAAF, and that's going to do it. All right, you guys take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Hopefully all of your tickets cashed this evening. Thanks for checking out Winning Cures Everything. If you want to keep up with us, hit subscribe on your podcast app. Visit the website at winningcureseverything.com, or you can like us on Facebook or follow us at Winning Cures, at Gary WCE, or at Chris B. Giannini on Twitter. Share out the show. Leave a nice review.